Chapter 21 of the Gilded Age. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Gilded Age by Mark Twain and Charles Dudley Warner. Chapter 21. Oh, lift your natures up, embrace our aims, work out your freedom. Girls, knowledge is now no more a fountain sealed. Drink deep till the habits of the slave, the sins of emptiness, gossip and spite, and slander, die. The Princess. Whether medicine is a science, or only an empirical method of getting a living out of the ignorance of the human race, Ruth found before her first term was over at the medical school that there were other things she needed to know quite as much as that which is taught in medical books, and that she could never satisfy her aspirations without more general culture. "Does your doctor know anything? I don't mean about medicine, but about things in general. Is he a man of information and good sense?" once asked an old practitioner. "If he doesn't know anything but medicine, the chance is he doesn't know that." The close application to her special study was beginning to tell upon Ruth's delicate health also, and the summer brought with it only weariness and indisposition for any mental effort. In this condition of mind and body the quiet of her home and the unexciting companionship of those about her were more than ever tiresome. She followed with more interest Philip's sparkling account of his life in the West, and longed for his experiences, and to know some of those people of a world so different from here, who alternately amused and displeased him. He at least was learning the world, the good and the bad of it, as must happen to every one who accomplishes anything in it. But what, Ruth wrote, could a woman do, tied up by custom, and cast into particular circumstances out of which it was almost impossible to extricate herself? Philip thought that he would go some day and extricate Ruth, but he did not write that, for he had the instinct to know that this was not the extrication she dreamed of, and that she must find out by her own experience what her heart really wanted. Philip was not a philosopher, to be sure, but he had the old-fashioned notion that whatever a woman's theories of life might be, she would come round to matrimony, only give her time. He could indeed recall to mind one woman, and he never knew a nobler, whose whole soul was devoted, and who believed that her life was consecrated to a certain benevolent project in singleness of life, who yielded to the touch of matrimony as an icicle yields to a sunbeam. Neither at home nor elsewhere did Ruth utter any complaint, or admit any weariness or doubt of her ability to pursue the path she had marked out for herself. But her mother saw clearly enough her struggle with infirmity, and was not deceived by either her gaiety or by the cheerful composure which she carried into all the ordinary duties that fell to her. She saw plainly enough that Ruth needed an entire change of scene and of occupation, and perhaps she believed that such a change, with the knowledge of the world it would bring, would divert Ruth from a course for which she felt she was physically entirely unfitted. It therefore suited the wishes of all concerned, when autumn came, that Ruth should go away to school. She selected a large New England seminary, of which she had often heard Philip speak, which was attended by both sexes and offered almost collegiate advantages of education. Thither she went in September, and began for the second time in the year a life new to her. The seminary was the chief feature of Fallkill, a village of 2,000 to 3,000 inhabitants. It was a prosperous school, with 300 students, a large corps of teachers, men and women, and with a venerable rusty row of academic buildings on the shaded square of the town. The students lodged and boarded in private families in the place, and so it came about that while the school did a great deal to support the town gave the students society and the sweet influences of home life. It is at least respectful to say that the influences of home life are sweet. Ruth's home, by the intervention of Philip, was in a family, one of the rare exceptions in life or in fiction, that had never known better days. The Montagues, it is perhaps well to say, had intended to come over in the Mayflower, but were detained at Delfthaven by the illness of a child. They came over to Massachusetts Bay in another vessel, and thus escaped the onus of that brevet nobility under which the successors of the Mayflower Pilgrims have descended. Having no factitious weight of dignity to carry, the Montagues steadily improved their condition from the day they landed, and they were never more vigorous or prosperous than at the date of this narrative. With character compacted by the rigid Puritan discipline of more than 2 centuries, they had retained its strength and purity and thrown off its narrowness, and were now blossoming under the generous modern influences. Squire Oliver Montague, a lawyer who had retired from the practice of his profession except in rare cases, dwelt in a square old-fashioned New England mansion a quarter of a mile away from the Green. It was called a mansion because it stood alone with ample fields about it, and had an avenue of trees leading to it from the road, and on the west commanded a view of a pretty little lake with gentle slopes and nodding groves. But it was just a plain, roomy house, capable of extending to many guests an unpretending hospitality. The family consisted of the squire and his wife, a son and a daughter married and not at home, a son in college at Cambridge, another son at the seminary, and a daughter Alice, who was a year or more older than Ruth. Having only riches enough to be able to gratify reasonable desires, and yet make their gratifications always a novelty and a pleasure, the family occupied just that mean in life which is so rarely attained, and still more rarely enjoyed without discontent. If Ruth did not find so much luxury in the house as in her own home, there were evidences of culture, of intellectual activity, and of a zest in the affairs of all the world, which greatly impressed her. Every room had its bookcases or bookshelves, and was more or less a library. Upon every table was liable to be a litter of new books, fresh periodicals, and daily newspapers. There were plants in the sunny windows, and some choice engravings on the walls, with bits of color in oil or water colors. The piano was sure to be open and strewn with music, and there were photographs and little souvenirs here and there of foreign travel. An absence of any what-nots in the corners, with rows of cheerful shells, and Hindu gods, and Chinese idols, and nests of useless boxes of lacquered wood, might be taken as denoting a languidness in the family concerning foreign missions, but perhaps unjustly. At any rate, the life of the world flowed freely into this hospitable house, and there was always so much talk there of the news of the day, of the new books and of authors, of Boston radicalism and New York civilization, and the virtue of Congress, that small gossip stood a very poor chance. All this was in many ways so new to Ruth that she seemed to have passed into another world, in which she experienced a freedom and a mental exhilaration unknown to her before. Under this influence she entered upon her studies with keen enjoyment, finding for a time all the relaxation she needed in the charming social life at the Montague house. "It is strange," she wrote to Philip in one of her occasional letters, "that you never told me more about this delightful family, and scarcely mentioned Alice, who is the life of it, just the noblest girl, unselfish, knows how to do so many things, with lots of talent, with a dry humour, and an odd way of looking at things, and yet quiet and even serious often, one of your capable New England girls. We shall be great friends." It had never occurred to Philip that there was anything extraordinary about the family that needed mention. He knew dozens of girls like Alice, he thought to himself, but only one like Ruth. Good friends the two girls were from the beginning. Ruth was a study to Alice, the product of a culture entirely foreign to her experience, so much a child in some things, so much a woman in others. And Ruth in turn, it must be confessed, probing Alice sometimes with her serious grey eyes, wondered what her object in life was, and whether she had any purpose beyond living as she now saw her. For she could scarcely conceive of a life that should not be devoted to the accomplishment of some definite work, and she had no doubt that in her own case everything else would yield to the professional career she had marked out. "So you know Philip Sterling," said Ruth one day as the girls sat at their sewing. Ruth never embroidered, and never sewed when she could avoid it. Bless her! "Oh, yes, we are old friends. Philip used to come to Fallkill often when he was in college. He was once rusticated here for a term." "Rusticated?" "Suspended for some college scrape. He was a great favourite here. Father and he were famous friends. Father said that Philip had no end of nonsense in him, and was always blundering into something, but he was a royal good fellow and would come out all right." "Did you think he was fickle?" "Why, I never thought whether he was or not," replied Alice, looking up. "I suppose he was always in love with some girl or another, as college boys are. He used to make me his confidant now and then, and be terribly in the dumps." "Why did he come to you?" pursued Ruth. "You were younger than he." "I'm sure I don't know. He was at our house a good deal. Once at a picnic by the lake, at the risk of his own life, he saved sister Milly from drowning, and we all liked to have him here. Perhaps he thought as he had saved one sister, the other ought to help him when he was in trouble. I don't know." The fact was that Alice was a person who invited confidences because she never betrayed them, and gave abundant sympathy in return. There are persons whom we all know, to whom human confidences, troubles and heartaches flow as naturally as streams to a placid lake. This is not a history of Fallkill, nor of the Montague family, worthy as both are of that honour, and this narrative cannot be diverted into long loitering with them. If the reader visits the village to-day, he will doubtless be pointed out the Montague dwelling where Ruth lived, the cross-lots path she traversed to the seminary, and the venerable chapel with its cracked bell. In the little society of the place the Quaker girl was a favourite, and no considerable social gathering or pleasure party was thought complete without her. There was something in this seemingly transparent and yet deep character, in her childlike gaiety and enjoyment of the society about her, and in her not seldom absorption in herself, that would have made her long remembered there if no events had subsequently occurred to recall her to mind. To the surprise of Alice, Ruth took to the small gaieties of the village with a zest of enjoyment that seemed foreign to one who had devoted her life to a serious profession from the highest motives. Alice liked society well enough, she thought, but there was nothing exciting in that of Fallkill, nor anything novel in the attentions of the well-bred young gentlemen one met in it. It must have worn a different aspect to Ruth, for she entered into its pleasures at first with curiosity, and then with interest, and finally with a kind of staid abandon that no one would have deemed possible for her. Parties, picnics, rowing matches, moonlight strolls, nutting expeditions in the October woods, Alice declared that it was a whirl of dissipation. The fondness of Ruth, which was scarcely disguised, for the company of agreeable young fellows, who talked nothings, gave Alice opportunity for no end of banter. "Do you look upon them as subjects, dear?" she would ask. And Ruth laughed her merriest laugh, and then looked sober again. Perhaps she was thinking, after all, whether she knew herself. If you should rear a duck in the heart of the Sahara, no doubt it would swim if you brought it to the Nile. Surely no one would have predicted when Ruth left Philadelphia that she would become absorbed to this extent, and so happy, in a life so unlike that she thought she desired. But no one can tell how a woman will act under any circumstances. The reason novelists nearly always fail in depicting women when they make them act is that they let them do what they have observed some woman has done at some time or another. And that is where they make a mistake. For a woman will never do again what has been done before. It is this uncertainty that causes women, considered as materials for fiction, to be so interesting to themselves and to others. As the fall went on and the winter, Ruth did not distinguish herself greatly at the Fallkill Seminary as a student, a fact that apparently gave her no anxiety, and did not diminish her enjoyment of a new sort of power which had awakened within her. Chapter 22 of the Gilded Age. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Gilded Age by Mark Twain and Charles Dudley Warner. Chapter 22. In midwinter, an event occurred of unusual interest to the inhabitants of the Montague house, and to the friends of the young ladies who sought their society. This was the arrival at the Sassacua Hotel of two young gentlemen from the West. It is the fashion in New England to give Indian names to the public houses, not that the late lamented Savage knew how to keep a hotel, but that his warlike name may impress the traveller who humbly craves shelter there, and make him grateful to the noble and gentlemanly clerk if he is allowed to depart with his scalp safe. The two young gentlemen were neither students for the Fallkill Seminary, nor lecturers on physiology, nor yet life insurance solicitors, three suppositions that almost exhausted the guessing power of the people at the hotel in respect to the names of Philip Sterling and Henry Brierly, Missouri, on the register. They were handsome enough fellows, that was evident, browned by outdoor exposure, and with a free and lordly way about them that almost awed the hotel clerk himself. Indeed, he very soon set down Mr. Brierly as a gentleman of large fortune, with enormous interests on his shoulders. Harry had a way of casually mentioning Western investments, through lines, the freighting business, and the route through the Indian Territory to Lower California, which was calculated to give an importance to his lightest word. "You've a pleasant town here, sir, and the most comfortable looking hotel I've seen out of New York," said Harry to the clerk. "We shall stay here a few days, if you can give us a roomy suite of apartments." Harry usually had the best of everything wherever he went, as such fellows always do have in this accommodating world. Philip would have been quite content with less expensive quarters, but there was no resisting Harry's generosity in such matters. Railroad surveying and real estate operations were at a standstill during the winter in Missouri, and the young men had taken advantage of the lull to come east, Philip to see if there was any disposition in his friends, the railway contractors, to give him a share in the Salt Lick Union Pacific extension, and Harry to open out to his uncle the prospects of the new city at Stone's Landing, and to procure congressional appropriations for the harbour and for making Goose Run navigable. Harry had with him a map of that noble stream and of the harbour, with a perfect network of railroads centering in it, pictures of wharves crowded with steamboats, and of huge grain elevators on the bank, all of which grew out of the combined imaginations of Colonel Sellers and Mr. Brierly. The Colonel had entire confidence in Harry's influence with Wall Street and with congressmen to bring about the consummation of their scheme, and he waited his return in the empty house at Hawkeye, feeding his pinched family upon the most gorgeous expectations with a reckless prodigality. "Don't let 'em into the thing more than is necessary," says the Colonel to Harry. "Give 'em a small interest. A lot apiece, and the suburbs of the Landing ought to do a congressman, but I reckon you'll have to mortgage a part of the city itself to the brokers." Harry did not find that eagerness to lend money on Stone's Landing in Wall Street which Colonel Sellers had expected. It had seen too many such maps as he exhibited, although his uncle and some of the brokers looked with more favour on the appropriation for improving the navigation of Columbus River, and were not disinclined to form a company for that purpose. An appropriation was a tangible thing, if you could get hold of it, and it made little difference what it was appropriated for, so long as you got hold of it. Pending these weighty negotiations, Philip had persuaded Harry to take a little run up to Fallkill, a not difficult task, for that young man would at any time have turned his back upon all the land in the West at sight of a new and pretty face, and he had, it must be confessed, a facility in love making which made it not at all an interference with the more serious business of life. He could not, to be sure, conceive how Philip could be interested in a young lady who was studying medicine, but he had no objection to going, for he did not doubt that there were other girls in Fallkill who were worth a week's attention. The young men were received at the house of the Montagues with the hospitality which never failed there. "We are glad to see you again," exclaimed the squire heartily. "You are welcome, Mr. Brierly. Any friend of Phil's is welcome at our house." "It's more like home to me than any place except my own home," cried Philip, as he looked about the cheerful house and went through a general handshaking. "It's a long time, though, since you have been here to say so," Alice said, with her father's frankness of manner, "and I suspect we owe the visit now to your sudden interest in the Fallkill Seminary." Philip's colour came, as it had an awkward way of doing in his tell-tale face, but before he could stammer a reply, Harry came in with, "That accounts for Phil's wish to build a seminary at Stone's Landing, our place in Missouri, when Colonel Sellers insisted it should be a university. Phil appears to have a weakness for seminaries." "It would have been better for your friend Sellers," retorted Philip, "if he had had a weakness for district schools. Colonel Sellers, Miss Alice, is a great friend of Harry's, who is always trying to build a house by beginning at the top." "I suppose it's as easy to build a university on paper as a seminary, and it looks better," was Harry's reflection, at which the squire laughed, and said he quite agreed with him. The old gentleman understood Stone's Landing a good deal better than he would have done after an hour's talk with either of its expectant proprietors. At this moment, and while Philip was trying to frame a question that he found it exceedingly difficult to put into words, the door opened quietly and Ruth entered. Taking in the group with a quick glance, her eye lighted up, and with a merry smile she advanced and shook hands with Philip. She was so unconstrained and sincerely cordial that it made that hero of the West feel somehow young and very ill at ease. For months and months he had thought of this meeting and pictured it to himself 100 times, but he had never imagined it would be like this. He should meet Ruth unexpectedly, as she was walking alone from the school perhaps, or entering a room where he was waiting for her, and she would cry, "Oh, Phil!" and then check herself, and perhaps blush, and Philip, calm but eager and enthusiastic, would reassure her by his warm manner, and he would take her hand impressively, and she would look up timidly, and, after his long absence, perhaps he would be permitted to good heavens, how many times had he come to this point, and wondered if it could happen so? Well, well, he had never supposed that he should be the one embarrassed, and above all, by a sincere and cordial welcome. "We heard you were at the Sassacus house," were Ruth's first words, "and this I suppose is your friend?" "I beg your pardon," Philip at length blundered out. "This is Mr. Brierly, of whom I have written you." And Ruth welcomed Harry with a friendliness that Philip thought was due to his friend, to be sure, but which seemed to him too level with her reception of himself, but which Harry received as his due from the other sex. Questions were asked about the journey and about the West, and the conversation became a general one, until Philip at length found himself talking with the squire in relation to land and railroads and things he couldn't keep his mind on, especially as he heard Ruth and Harry in an animated discourse, and caught the words New York, and opera, and reception, and knew that Harry was giving his imagination full range in the world of fashion. Harry knew all about the opera, green room and all, at least he said so, and knew a good many of the operas and could make very interesting stories of their plots, telling how the soprano came in here and the basso there, humming the beginning of their airs, tum ti tum ti ti, suggesting the profound dissatisfaction of the basso recitative down among the dead men, and touching off the whole with an airy grace quite captivating, though he couldn't have sung a single air through to save himself, and he hadn't an ear to know whether it was sung correctly. All the same he doted on the opera and kept a box there, into which he lounged occasionally to hear a favourite scene and meet his society friends. If Ruth was ever in the city he should be happy to place his box at the disposal of Ruth and her friends. Needless to say she was delighted with the offer. When she told Philip of it, that discreet young fellow only smiled, and said that he hoped she would be fortunate enough to be in New York some evening when Harry had not already given the use of his private box to some other friend. The Squire pressed the visitors to let him send for their trunks and urged them to stay at his house, and Alice joined in the invitation, but Philip had reasons for declining. They stayed to supper, however, and in the evening Philip had a long talk apart with Ruth, a delightful hour to him, in which she spoke freely of herself as of old, of her studies at Philadelphia and of her plans, and she entered into his adventures and prospects in the West with a genuine and almost sisterly interest; an interest, however, which did not exactly satisfy Philip; it was too general and not personal enough to suit him. And with all her freedom in speaking of her own hopes, Philip could not detect any reference to himself in them; whereas he never undertook anything that he did not think of Ruth in connection with it; he never made a plan that had not reference to her, and he never thought of anything as complete if she could not share it. Fortune, reputation, these had no value to him except in Ruth's eyes, and there were times when it seemed to him that if Ruth was not on this earth, he should plunge off into some remote wilderness and live in a purposeless seclusion. "I hoped," said Philip, "to get a little start in connection with this new railroad and make a little money, so that I could come East and engage in something more suited to my tastes. I shouldn't like to live in the West, would you?" "It never occurred to me whether I would or not," was the unembarrassed reply. "One of our graduates went to Chicago, and has a nice practice there. I don't know where I shall go. It would mortify mother dreadfully to have me driving about Philadelphia in a doctor's gig." Philip laughed at the idea of it. "And does it seem as necessary to you to do it as it did before you came to Fallkill?" It was a home question, and went deeper than Philip knew, for Ruth at once thought of practising her profession among the young gentlemen and ladies of her acquaintance in the village; but she was reluctant to admit to herself that her notions of a career had undergone any change. "Oh, I don't think I should come to Fallkill to practise, but I must do something when I am through school; and why not medicine?" Philip would like to have explained why not, but the explanation would be of no use if it were not already obvious to Ruth. Harry was equally in his element whether instructing Squire Montague about the investment of capital in Missouri, the improvement of Columbus River, the project he and some gentlemen in New York had for making a shorter Pacific connection with the Mississippi than the present one, or diverting Mrs. Montague with his experience in cooking in camp, or drawing for Miss Alice an amusing picture of the social contrasts of New England and the border where he had been. Harry was a very entertaining fellow, having his imagination to help his memory, and telling his stories as if he believed them, and perhaps he did. Alice was greatly amused with Harry, and listened so seriously to his romanticizing that he exceeded his usual limits. Chance allusions to his bachelor establishment in town, and the place of his family on the Hudson, could not have been made by a millionaire more naturally. "I should think," queried Alice, "you would rather stay in New York than to try the rough life in the West you have been speaking of." "Oh, adventure," says Harry. "I get tired of New York. And besides, I got involved in some operations that I had to see through. Parties in New York only last week wanted me to go down into Arizona in a big diamond interest. I told them no speculation for me. I've got my interests in Missouri, and I wouldn't leave Philip as long as he stays there." When the young gentlemen were on their way back to the hotel, Mr. Philip, who was not in very good humour, broke out, "What the deuce, Harry, did you go on in that style to the Montagues for?" "Go on?" cried Harry. "Why shouldn't I try to make a pleasant evening? And besides, ain't I going to do those things? What difference does it make about the mood and the tense of a mere verb? Didn't Uncle tell me only last Saturday that I might as well go down to Arizona and hunt for diamonds? A fellow might as well make a good impression as a poor one." "Nonsense! You'll get to believing your own romancing by and by." "Well, you'll see. When Sellers and I get that appropriation, I'll show you an establishment in town, and another on the Hudson, and a box at the opera." "Yes, it will be like Colonel Sellers's plantation at Hawkeye. Did you ever see that?" "Now, don't be cross, Phil. She's just superb, that little woman. You never told me." "Who's just superb?" growled Philip, fancying this turn of the conversation less than the other. "Well, Mrs. Montague, if you must know," and Harry stopped to light a cigar, and then puffed on in silence. The little quarrel didn't last overnight, for Harry never appeared to cherish any ill will half a second, and Philip was too sensible to continue a row about nothing, and he had invited Harry to come with him. The young gentlemen stayed in Fallkill a week, and were every day at the Montagues, and took part in the winter gaieties of the village. There were parties here and there to which the friends of Ruth and the Montagues were of course invited, and Harry in the generosity of his nature gave in return a little supper at the hotel, very simple indeed, with dancing in the hall and some refreshments passed round. And Philip found the whole thing in the bill when he came to pay it. Before the week was over, Philip thought he had a new light on the character of Ruth. Her absorption in the small gaieties of the society there surprised him. He had few opportunities for serious conversation with her. There was always some butterfly or another flitting about, and when Philip showed by his manner that he was not pleased, Ruth laughed merrily enough and rallied him on his soberness. She declared he was getting to be grim and unsocial. He talked indeed more with Alice than with Ruth, and scarcely concealed from her the trouble that was in his mind. It needed, in fact, no word from him, for she saw clearly enough what was going forward, and knew her sex well enough to know that there was no remedy for it but time. "Ruth is a dear girl, Philip, and has as much firmness of purpose as ever, but don't you see she has just discovered that she is fond of society? Don't you let her see you are selfish about it, is my advice." The last evening they were to spend in Fallkill they were at the Montagues, and Philip hoped he would find Ruth in a different mood. But she was never more gay, and there was a spice of mischief in her eye and in her laugh. "Confound it," said Philip to himself, "she's in a perfect twitter." He would have liked to quarrel with her, and fling himself out of the house in tragedy style, going perhaps so far as to blindly wander off miles into the country and bathe his throbbing brow in the chilling rain of the stars, as people do in novels; but he had no opportunity; for Ruth was as serenely unconscious of mischief as women can be at times, and fascinated him more than ever with her little demurenesses and half confidences. She even said "thee" to him once in reproach for a cutting speech he began; and the sweet little word made his heart beat like a trip hammer, for never in all her life had she said "thee" to him before. Was she fascinated with Harry's careless bonhomie and gay assurance? Both chatted away in high spirits, and made the evening whirl along in the most mirthful manner. Ruth sang for Harry, and that young gentleman turned the leaves for her at the piano, and put in a bass note now and then where he thought it would tell. Yes, it was a merry evening, and Philip was heartily glad when it was over, and the long leave taking with the family was through with. "Farewell, Philip. Good night, Mr. Brierly." Ruth's clear voice sounded after them as they went down the walk. And she spoke Harry's name last, thought Philip. Chapter 23
of the Gilded Age. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. The Gilded Age by Mark Twain and Charles Dudley Warner. Chapter 23. Oh, see ye not yon narrow road, so thick beset with thorns and briars? That is the path of righteousness, though after it but few inquires. And see ye not yon braid road that lies across the lily leven? That is the path of wickedness, though some call it the road to heaven. Thomas the Rhymer. Philip and Harry reached New York in very different states of mind. Harry was buoyant. He found the letter from Colonel Sellers urging him to go to Washington and confer with Senator Dilworthy. The petition was in his hands. It had been signed by everybody of any importance in Missouri, and would be presented immediately. "I should go myself," wrote the colonel, "but I am engaged in the invention of a process for lighting such a city as St. Louis by means of water. Just attach my machine to the water pipes anywhere, and the decomposition of the fluid begins, and you will have floods of light for the mere cost of the machine. I nearly got the lighting part, but I want to attach to it a heating, cooking, washing, and ironing apparatus. It's going to be the great thing, but we'd better keep this appropriation going while I'm perfecting it." Harry took letters to several congressmen from his uncle and from Mr. Duff Brown, each of whom had an extensive acquaintance in both houses where they were well known as men engaged in large private operations for the public good, and men, besides, who in the slang of the day understood the virtues of addition, division, and silence. Senator Dilworthy introduced the petition into the Senate with the remark that he knew personally the signers of it, that they were men interested, it was true, in the improvement of the country, but he believed without any selfish motive, and that so far as he knew the signers were loyal. It pleased him to see upon the roll the names of many colored citizens, and it must rejoice every friend of humanity to know that this lately emancipated race were intelligently taking part in the development of the resources of their native land. He moved the reference of the petition to the proper committee. Senator Dilworthy introduced his young friend to influential members as a person who was very well informed about the Salt Lick extension of the Pacific, and was one of the engineers who had made a careful survey of Columbus River, and left him to exhibit his maps and plans and to show the connection between the public treasury, the city of Napoleon, and legislation for the benefit of the whole country. Harry was the guest of Senator Dilworthy. There was scarcely any good movement in which the senator was not interested. His house was open to all the laborers in the field of total abstinence, and much of his time was taken up in attending the meetings of this cause. He had a Bible class in the Sunday school of the church which he attended, and he suggested to Harry that he might take a class during the time he remained in Washington. Mr. Washington Hawkins had a class. Harry asked the senator if there was a class of young ladies for him to teach, and after that the senator did not press the subject. Philip, if the truth must be told, was not well satisfied with his Western prospects, nor altogether with the people he had fallen in with. The railroad contractors held out large but rather indefinite promises. Opportunities for a fortune, he did not doubt, existed in Missouri, but for him he saw no better means of livelihood than the mastery of the profession he had rather thoughtlessly entered upon. During the summer he made considerable practical advance in the science of engineering. He had been diligent and made himself to a certain extent necessary to the work he was engaged on. The contractors called him into their consultations frequently as to the character of the country he had been over, and the cost of constructing the road, and the nature of the work, etc. Still, Philip felt that if he was going to make either reputation or money as an engineer, He had a great deal of hard study before him, and it is to his credit that he did not shrink from it. While Harry was in Washington, dancing attendance upon the national legislature and making the acquaintance of the vast lobby that encircled it, Philip devoted himself day and night with an energy and a concentration he was capable of to the learning and theory of his profession and to the science of railroad building. He wrote some papers at this time for the Plough, the Loom, and the Anvil, upon the strength of materials, and especially upon bridge building, which attracted considerable attention and were copied into the English Practical Magazine. They served at any rate to raise Philip in the opinion of his friends the contractors, for practical men have a certain superstitious estimation of ability with the pen, and though they may a little despise the talent, they are quite ready to make use of it. Philip sent copies of his performances to Ruth's father and to other gentlemen whose good opinion he coveted, but he did not rest upon his laurels. Indeed, so diligently had he applied himself that when it came time for him to return to the West, he felt himself, at least in theory, competent to take charge of a division in the field. End of chapter 23. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.
Chapter 24 of The Gilded Age. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Gilded Age by Mark Twain and Charles Dudley Warner. Chapter 24. The capital of the great republic was a new world to country-bred Washington Hawkins. St. Louis was a greater city, but its floating population did not hail from great distances, and so it had the general family aspect of the permanent population. But Washington gathered its people from the four winds of heaven, and so the manners, the faces, and the fashions there presented a variety that was infinite. Washington had never been in society in St. Louis, and he knew nothing of the ways of its wealthier citizens, and had never inspected one of their dwellings. Consequently, everything in the nature of modern fashion and grandeur was a new and wonderful revelation to him. Washington is an interesting city to any of us. It seems to become more and more interesting the oftener we visit it. Perhaps the reader has never been there? Very well. You arrive either at night, rather too late to do anything or see anything until morning, or you arrive so early in the morning that you consider it best to go to your hotel and sleep an hour or two while the sun bothers along over the Atlantic. You cannot well arrive at a pleasant intermediate hour, because the railway corporation that keeps the keys of the only door that leads into the town or out of it take care of that. You arrive in tolerably good spirits, because it is only 38 miles from Baltimore to the capital, and so you have only been insulted 3 times, provided you are not in a sleeping car. The average is higher there. Once when you renewed your ticket after stopping over in Baltimore, once when you were about to enter the ladies' car without knowing it was a ladies' car, and once when you asked the conductor at what hour you would reach Washington. You are assailed by a long rank of hackmen who shake their whips in your face as you step out upon the sidewalk. You enter what they regard as a carriage in the capital, and you wonder why they do not take it out of service and put it in the museum. We have few enough antiquities, and it is little to our credit that we make scarcely any effort to preserve the few that we have. You reach your hotel presently, and here let us draw the curtain of charity, because of course you have gone to the wrong one. You being a stranger, how could you do otherwise? There are 118 bad hotels, and only one good one. The most renowned and popular hotel of them all is perhaps the worst one known to history. It is winter, and night. When you arrived, it was snowing. When you reached the hotel, it was sleeting. When you went to bed, it was raining. During the night, it froze hard and the wind blew some chimneys down. When you got up in the morning, it was foggy. When you finished your breakfast at 10 o'clock and went out, the sunshine was brilliant, the weather balmy and delicious, and the mud and slush deep and all-pervading. You will like the climate when you get used to it. You naturally wish to view the city, so you take an umbrella, an overcoat, and a fan, and go forth. The prominent features you soon locate and get familiar with. First you glimpse the ornamental upperworks of a long, snowy palace projecting above a grove of trees, and a tall, graceful white dome with a statue on it surmounting the palace and pleasantly contrasting with the background of blue sky. That building is the Capitol. Gossips will tell you that by the original estimates it was to cost $12,000,000, and that the government did come within $21,200,000 of building it for that sum. You stand at the back of the Capitol to treat yourself to a view, and it is a very noble one. You understand, the Capitol stands upon the verge of a high piece of tableland, a fine commanding position, and its front looks out over this noble situation for a city. But it don't see it, for the reason that when the Capitol extension was decided upon, the property owners at once advanced their prices to such inhuman figures that the people went down and built the city in the muddy low marsh behind the Temple of Liberty. So now the lordly front of the building, with its imposing colonnades, its projecting graceful wings, its picturesque groups of statuary, and its long terraced ranges of steps flowing down in white marble waves to the ground, merely looks out upon a sorrowful little desert of cheap boarding houses. So you observe that you take your view from the back of the Capitol, and yet not from the airy outlooks of the dome, by the way, because to get there you must pass through the great rotunda, and to do that you would have to see the marvelous historical paintings that hang there, and the bas-reliefs, and what have you done that you should suffer thus? And besides, you might have to pass through the old part of the building, and you could not help seeing Mr. Lincoln, as petrified by a young lady artist for $10,000, and you might take his marble Emancipation Proclamation, which he holds out in his hand and contemplates, for a folded napkin, and you might conceive from his expression and his attitude that he is finding fault with the washing, which is not the case. Nobody knows what is the matter with him, but everybody feels for him. Well, you ought not to go into the dome anyhow, because it would be utterly impossible to go up there without seeing the frescoes in it, and why should you be interested in the delirium tremens of art? The Capitol is a very noble and a very beautiful building, both within and without, but you need not examine it now. Still, if you greatly prefer going into the dome, go. Now your general glance gives you picturesque stretches of gleaming water on your left, with a sail here and there, and a lunatic asylum on shore. Over beyond the water, on a distant elevation, you see a squat yellow temple which your eye dwells upon lovingly through a blur of unmanly moisture, for it recalls your lost boyhood, and the Parthenons done in molasses candy, which made it blessed and beautiful. Still in the distance, but on this side of the water, and close to the edge, the monument to the Father of his country towers out of the mud. Sacred soil is the customary term. It has the aspect of a factory chimney with the top broken off. The skeleton of a decaying scaffolding lingers about its summit, and tradition says that the spirit of Washington often comes down and sits on those rafters to enjoy the tribute of respect which the nation has reared as the symbol of its unappeasable gratitude. The monument is to be finished some day, and at that time our Washington will have risen still higher in the nation's veneration, and will be known as the great-great-grandfather of his country. The memorial chimney stands in a quiet pastoral locality that is full of reposeful expression. With a glass you can see the cowsheds about its base, and the contented sheep, nimbling pebbles in the desert solitudes that surround it, and the tired pigs dozing in the holy calm of its protecting shadow. Now you wrench your gaze loose, and you look down in front of you and see the broad Pennsylvania Avenue stretching straight ahead for a mile or more, till it brings you up against the iron fence in front of a pillared granite pile, the Treasury Building, an edifice that would command respect in any capital. The stores and hotels that wall in this broad avenue are mean and cheap and dingy, and are better left without comment. Beyond the Treasury is a fine large white barn, with wide, unhandsome grounds about it. The President lives there. It is ugly enough outside, but that is nothing to what it is inside. Dreariness, flimsiness, bad taste, reduced to mathematical completeness, is what the inside offers to the eye, if it remains yet what it always has been. The front and right-hand views give you the city at large. It is a wide stretch of cheap little brick houses, with here and there a noble architectural pile lifting itself out of the midst. Government buildings, these. If the thaw is still going on when you come down and go about town, you will wonder at the short-sightedness of the city fathers, when you come to inspect the streets, in that they do not dilute the mud a little more and use them for canals. If you inquire around a little, you will find that there are more boarding houses to the square acre in Washington than there are in any other city in the land, perhaps. If you apply for a home in one of them, it will seem odd to you to have the landlady inspect you with a severe eye, and then ask you if you are a member of Congress. Perhaps, just as a pleasantry, you will say yes, and then she will tell you that she is full, Then you show her her advertisement in the morning paper, and there she stands, convicted and ashamed. She will try to blush, and it will be only polite in you to take the effort for the deed. She shows you her rooms now, and lets you take one, but she makes you pay in advance for it. That is what you will get for pretending to be a member of Congress. If you had been content to be merely a private citizen, your trunk would have been sufficient security for your board. If you are curious and inquire into this thing, the chances are that your landlady will be ill-natured enough to say that the person and property of a congressman are exempt from arrest or detention, and that with the tears in her eyes she has seen several of the people's representatives walk off to their several states and territories, carrying her unreceipted board bills in their pockets for keepsakes. And before you have been in Washington many weeks, you will be mean enough to believe her too. Of course you contrive to see everything and find out everything. And one of the first and most startling things you find out is that every individual you encounter in the city of Washington almost, and certainly every separate and distinct individual in the public employment, from the highest bureau chief clear down to the maid who scrubs department halls, the night watchman of the public buildings, and the darky boy who purifies the department spittoons, represents political influence. Unless you can get the ear of a senator or a congressman or a chief of a bureau or department, and persuade him to use his influence in your behalf, you cannot get an employment of the most trivial nature in Washington. Mere merit, fitness, and capability are useless baggage to you without influence. The population of Washington consists pretty much entirely of government employees and the people who board them. There are thousands of these employees, and they have gathered there from every corner of the Union and got their berths through the intercession (command is nearer the word) of the senators and representatives of their respective states. It would be an odd circumstance to see a girl get employment at $3 or $4 a week in one of the great public cribs without any political grandee to back her, but merely because she was worthy and competent and a good citizen of a free country that treats all persons alike. Washington would be mildly thunderstruck at such a thing as that. If you are a member of Congress, no offense, and one of your constituents who doesn't know anything and does not want to go into the bother of learning something, and has no money, and no employment, and can't earn a living, comes besieging you for help, do you say, "Come, my friend, if your services were valuable you could get employment elsewhere. Don't want you here." Oh no. You take him to a department and say, "Here, give this person something to pass away the time at, and a salary," and the thing is done. You throw him on his country. He is his country's child. Let his country support him. There is something good and motherly about Washington, the grand old benevolent national asylum for the helpless. The wages received by this great hive of employees are placed at the liberal figure meet and just for skilled and competent labor. Such of them as are immediately employed about the two houses of Congress are not only liberally paid also, but are remembered in the customary extra compensation bill, which slides neatly through annually, with the general grab that signalizes the last night of a session, and thus 20% is added to their wages for fun, no doubt. Washington Hawkins' new life was an unceasing delight to him. Senator Dilworthy lived sumptuously, and Washington's quarters were charming. Gas, running water, hot and cold, bathroom, coal fires, rich carpets, beautiful pictures on the walls, books on religion, temperance, public charities, and financial schemes, trim colored servants, dainty food, everything a body could wish for. And as for the stationery, there was no end to it. The government furnished it. Postage stamps were not needed. The senator's frank could convey a horse through the mails if necessary. And then he saw such dazzling company. Renowned generals and admirals who had seemed but colossal myths when he was in the far West went in and out before him, or sat at the senator's table, solidified into palpable flesh and blood. Famous statesmen crossed his path daily. That once rare and awe-inspiring being, a congressman, was now become a common spectacle, a spectacle so common, indeed, that he could contemplate it without excitement, even without embarrassment. Foreign ministers were visible to the naked eye at happy intervals. He had looked upon the President himself, and lived. And more, this world of enchantment teemed with speculation. The whole atmosphere was thick with hand. That indeed was Washington Hawkins' native air. None other refreshed his lungs so gratefully. He had found paradise at last. The more he saw of his chief the senator, the more he honored him, and the more conspicuously the moral grandeur of his character appeared to stand out. To possess the friendship and the kindly interest of such a man, Washington said in a letter to Louise, was a happy fortune for a young man whose career had been so impeded and so clouded as his. The weeks drifted by. Harry Brierly flirted, danced, added luster to his brilliant senatorial receptions, and diligently buzzed and buttonholed congressmen in the interest of the Columbia River scheme. Meantime, Senator Dilworthy labored hard in the same interest, and in others of equal national importance. Harry wrote frequently to Sellers, and always encouragingly, and from these letters it was easy to see that Harry was a pet with all Washington, and was likely to carry the thing through. That the assistance rendered him by old Dilworthy was pretty fair, and every little helps, you know, said Harry. Washington wrote Sellers officially now and then. In one of his letters it appeared that whereas no member of the House committee favored the scheme at first, there was now needed but one more vote to compass a majority report. Closing sentence. Providence seems to further our efforts. Signed, Abner Dilworthy, USS, per Washington Hawkins, P.S. At the end of a week, Washington was able to send the happy news, officially as usual, that the needed vote had been added, and the bill favorably reported from the committee. Other letters recorded its perils in committee of the whole, and by its victory by just the skin of its teeth on third reading and final passage. Then came letters telling of Mr. Dilworthy's struggles with a stubborn majority in his own committee in the Senate, of how these gentlemen succumbed, one by one, till a majority was secured. Then there was a hiatus. Washington watched every move on the board, and he was in a good position to do this, for he was clerk of this committee, and also one other. He received no salary as private secretary, but these two clerkships, procured by his benefactor, paid him an aggregate of $12 a day, without counting the 20% extra compensation, which would of course be voted to him on the last night of the session. He saw the bill go into committee of the whole and struggle for its life again, and finally worry through. In the fullness of time he noted its second reading, and by the day arrived when the grand ordeal came, and it was put upon its final passage. Washington listened with bated breath to the aye, no, of the voters for a few dread minutes, and then could bear the suspense no longer. He ran down from the gallery and hurried home to wait. At the end of 2 or 3 hours the senator arrived in the bosom of his family, and dinner was waiting. Washington sprang forward with the eager question on his lips, and the senator said, "We may rejoice freely now, my son. Providence has crowned our efforts with success." End of chapter 24. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, 21 April 2010. Chapter 25 of The Gilded Age. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Gilded Age by Mark Twain and Charles Dudley Warner. Chapter 25. Washington sent grand good news to Colonel Sellers that night. To Louise he wrote, "It is beautiful to hear him talk when his heart is full of thankfulness for some manifestation of the divine favor. You shall know him some day, my Louise, and knowing him, you will honor him as I do." Harry wrote, "I pulled it through, Colonel, but it was a tough job. There is no question about that. There was not a friend in the measure in the House Committee when I began, and not a friend in the Senate Committee except old Dill himself, but they were all fixed for a majority report when I hauled off my forces. Everybody here says you can't get a thing like this through Congress without buying committees for straight-out cash on delivery, but I think I've taught them a thing or two, if I could only make them believe it. When I tell the old residenters that this thing went through without buying a vote or making a promise, they say, 'That's rather too thin.' And when I say thin or not thin, it's a fact anyway, they say, 'Come now, but do you really believe that?' And when I say I don't believe anything about it, I know it, they smile and say, 'Well, you are pretty innocent or pretty blind, one or the other. There's no getting around that.' Why, they really do believe that votes have been bought. They do indeed. But let them keep on thinking so. I have found out that if a man knows how to talk to women, and has a little gift in the way of argument with men, he can afford to play for an appropriation against a money bag, and give the money bag odds in the game. We've raked in $200,000 of Uncle Sam's money, say what they will, and there is more where this came from when we won it, and I rather fancy I am the person that can go in and occupy it too, if I do say it myself. That shouldn't, perhaps. I'll be with you within a week. Scare up all the men you can, put them to work at once. When I get there, I propose to make things hum." The great news lifted Sellers into the clouds. He went to work on the instant. He flew hither and thither, making contracts, engaging men, and steeping his soul in the ecstasies of business. He was the happiest man in Missouri, and Louise was the happiest woman, for presently came a letter from Washington which said, "Rejoice with me, for the long agony is over. We have waited patiently and faithfully all these years, and now at last the reward is at hand. A man is to pay our family $40,000 for the Tennessee land. It is but a little sum compared to what we could get by waiting, but I do so long to see the day when I can call you my own, that I have said to myself, better take this and enjoy life in a humble way than wear out our best days in this miserable separation. Besides, I can put this money into operations here that will increase it 100-fold, yes, 1,000-fold, in a few months. The air is full of such chances, and I know our family would consent in a moment that I should put in their shares with mine. Without a doubt we shall be worth $500,000 in a year from this time. I put it at the very lowest figure because it is always best to be on the safe side. $500,000 at the very lowest calculation, and then your father will give his consent and we can marry at last. Oh, that will be a glorious day. Tell our friends the good news. I want all to share it." And she did tell her father and mother, but they said let it be kept still for the present. The careful father also told her to write Washington and warn him not to speculate with the money, but to wait a little and advise with one or two wise old heads. She did this, and she managed to keep the good news to herself, though it would seem that the most careless observer might have seen by her springing step and her radiant countenance that some fine piece of good fortune had descended upon her. Harry joined the colonel at Stone's Landing, and that dead place sprang into sudden life. A swarm of men were hard at work, and the dull air was filled with their cheery music of labor. Harry had been constituted engineer in general, and he threw the full strength of his powers into his work. He moved among his hirelings like a king. Authority seemed to invest him with a new splendor. Colonel Sellers, as general superintendent of a great public enterprise, was all that a mere human being could be, and more. These two grandees went at their imposing improvement with the air of men who had been charged with the work of altering the foundations of the globe. They turned their first attention to straightening the river just above the landing, where it made a deep bend, and where the maps and plans showed that the process of straightening would not only shorten the distance, but increase the fall. They started a cut-off canal across the peninsula formed by the bend, and such another tearing up of the earth and slopping around in the mud as followed the order to the men had never been seen in that region before. There was such a panic among the turtles that at the end of 6 hours there was not one to be found within 3 miles of Stone's Landing. They took the young and the aged, the decrepit and the sick upon their backs, and left for Tidewater in disorderly procession, the tadpoles following, and the bullfrogs bringing up the rear. Saturday night came, but the men were obliged to wait, because the appropriation had not come. Harry said he had written to hurry up the money, and it would be along presently. So the work continued, on Monday. Stone's Landing was making quite a stir in the vicinity by this time. Sellers threw a lot or two on the market as a feeler, and they sold well. He reclothed his family, laid in a good stock of provisions, and still had money left. He started a bank account, in a small way, and mentioned the deposit casually to friends. And to strangers, too. To everybody, in fact, but not as the new thing, on the contrary, as a matter of lifelong standing. He could not keep from buying trifles every day that were not wholly necessary. It was such a gaudy thing to get out his bank book and draw a check, instead of using his old customary formula, "Charge it." Harry sold a lot or two also, and had a dinner party or two at Hawkeye, and a general good time with the money. Both men held on pretty strenuously for the coming big prices, however. At the end of a month, things were looking bad. Harry had besieged the New York headquarters of the Columbus River Slackwater Navigation Company with demands, then commands, and finally appeals, but to no purpose. The appropriation did not come. The letters were not even answered. The workmen were clamorous now. The colonel and Harry retired to consult. "What's to be done?" said the colonel. "Hanged if I know." "Company say anything?" "Not a word." "You telegraphed yesterday?" "Yes, and the day before, too." "No answer?" "None, confound them!" Then there was a long pause. Finally both spoke at once. "I've got it! I've got it!" "What's yours?" said Harry. "Give the boys 30-day orders on the company for the back pay." "That's it. That's my own idea to a dot. But then, yes, I know," said the colonel. "I know they can't wait for the orders to go to New York and be cashed, but what's the reason they can't get them discounted in Hawkeye?" "Of course they can. That solves the difficulty. Everybody knows the appropriation's been made and the company's perfectly good. So the orders were given, and the men appeased, though they grumbled a little at first. The orders went well enough for groceries and such things at a fair discount, and the work danced along gaily for a time. 2 or 3 purchasers put up frame houses at the landing and moved in, and of course a far-sighted but easy-going journeyman printer wandered along and started the Napoleon Weekly Telegraph and Literary Repository, a paper with a Latin motto from the Unabridged Dictionary, and plenty of fat conversational tales and double-headed poetry, all for $2 a year strictly in advance. Of course the merchants forwarded the orders at once to New York, and never heard of them again. At the end of some weeks, Harry's orders were a drug in the market. Nobody would take them at any discount whatever. The second month closed with a riot. Sellers was absent at the time, and Harry began an active absence himself with the mob at his heels. But being on horseback, he had the advantage. He did not tarry in Hawkeye, but went on, thus missing several appointments with creditors. He was far on his flight eastward and well out of danger when the next morning dawned. He telegraphed the colonel to go down and quiet the laborers. He was bound east for money. Everything would be right in a week. Tell the men so. Tell them to rely on him and not be afraid. Sellers found the mob quiet enough when he reached the landing. They had gutted the navigation office, then piled the beautiful engraved stock books and things in the middle of the floor and enjoyed the bonfire while it lasted. They had a liking for the colonel, but still they had some idea of hanging him as a sort of makeshift that might answer, after a fashion, in place of more satisfactory game. But they made the mistake of waiting to hear what he had to say first. Within 15 minutes his tongue had done its work, and they were all rich men. He gave every one of them a lot in the suburbs of the city of Stone's Landing, within 1.5 miles of the future post office and railway station, and they promised to resume work as soon as Harry got east and started the money along. Now things were blooming and pleasant again, but the men had no money, and nothing to live on. The colonel divided with them the money he still had in bank, an act which had nothing surprising about it, because he was generally ready to divide whatever he had with anybody that wanted it, and it was owing to this very trait that his family spent their days in poverty and at times were pinched with famine. When the men's minds had cooled and Sellers was gone, they hated themselves for letting him beguile them with fine speeches, but it was too late now. They agreed to hang him another time, such time as Providence should appoint. End of chapter 25. Recorded by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, 21 April 2010. Chapter 26 of The Gilded Age. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Gilded Age by Mark Twain and Charles Dudley Warner. Chapter 26. Rumors of Ruth's frivolity and worldliness at Fallkill traveled to Philadelphia in due time, and occasioned no little undertalk among the Bolton relatives. Hannah Shoecraft told another cousin that, for her part, she never believed that Ruth had so much more mind than other people, and Cousin Huldah added that she always thought Ruth was fond of her admiration, and that was the reason she was unwilling to wear plain clothes and attend meeting. The story that Ruth was engaged to a young gentleman of fortune in Fallkill came with other news, and helped to give point to the little satirical remarks that went round about Ruth's desire to be a doctor. Margaret Bolton was too wise to either be surprised or alarmed by these rumors. They might be true. She knew a woman's nature too well to think them improbable, but she also knew how steadfast Ruth was in her purposes, and that, as a brook breaks into ripples and eddies and dances and sports by the way, and yet keeps on to the sea, it was in Ruth's nature to give back cheerful answer to the solicitations of friendliness and pleasure, to appear idly delaying even, and sporting in the sunshine, while the current of her resolution flowed steadily on. That Ruth had this delight in the mere surface play of life, that she could, for instance, be interested in somewhat serious by-play called flirtation, or take any delight in the exercise of those little arts of pleasing and winning which are none the less genuine and charming because they are not intellectual, Ruth herself had never suspected until she went to Fallkill. She had believed it her duty to subdue her gaiety of temperament, and let nothing divert her from what are called serious pursuits. In her limited experience she brought everything to the judgment of her own conscience, and settled the affairs of all the world in her own serene judgment hall. Perhaps her mother saw this, and saw also that there was nothing in the Friends' Society to prevent her from growing more and more opinionated. When Ruth returned to Philadelphia, it must be confessed, though it would not have been by her, that a medical career did seem a little less necessary for her than formerly. And coming back in a glow of triumph, as it were, and in the consciousness of the freedom and life in a lively society, and in new and sympathetic friendship, she anticipated pleasure in an attempt to break up the stiffness and levelness of the society at home, and infusing into it something of the motion and sparkle which were so agreeable at Fallkill. She expected visits from her new friends. She would have company, the new books and the periodicals about which all the world was talking, and in short, she would have life. For a little while she lived in this atmosphere which she had brought with her. Her mother was delighted with this change in her, with the improvement in her health, and the interest she exhibited in home affairs. Her father enjoyed the society of his favorite daughter as he did few things besides. He liked her mirthful and teasing ways, and not less a keen battle over something she had read. He had been a great reader all his life, and a remarkable memory had stored his mind with encyclopedic information. It was one of Ruth's delights to cram herself with some out-of-the-way subject and endeavor to catch her father, but she almost always failed. Mr. Bolton liked company, a house full of it, and the mirth of young people, and he would have willingly entered into any revolutionary plans Ruth might have suggested in relation to Friends Society. But custom and the fixed order are stronger than the most enthusiastic and rebellious young lady, as Ruth very soon found. In spite of all her brave efforts, her frequent correspondence, and her determined animation, her books and her music, she found herself settling into the clutches of the old monotony, and as she realized the hopelessness of her endeavors, the medical scheme took new hold of her, and it seemed to her the only method of escape. Mother, thee does not know how different it is in Fallkill, how much more interesting the people are one meets, how much more life there is. But thee will find the world, child, pretty much all the same, when thee knows it better. I thought once as thee does now, and had as little thought of being a friend as thee has. Perhaps when thee has seen more, thee will appreciate a quiet life. Thee married young. I shall not marry young, and perhaps not at all, said Ruth, with a look of vast experience. Perhaps thee doesn't know thee own mind. I have known persons of thy age who did not. Did thee see anybody whom thee would like to live with always in Fallkill? Not always, replied Ruth with a little laugh. Mother, I think I wouldn't say always to any one until I have a profession, and am as independent as he is. Then my love would be a free act, and not in any way a necessity. Margaret Bolton smiled at this new-fangled philosophy. Thee will find that love, Ruth, is a thing thee won't reason about when it comes, nor make any bargains about. Thee wrote that Philip Sterling was at Fallkill. Yes, and Henry Brierly, a friend of his, a very amusing young fellow, and not so serious-minded as Philip, but a bit of a fop, maybe. And thee preferred the fop to the serious-minded? I didn't prefer anybody, but Henry Brierly was good company, which Philip wasn't always. Did thee know thee father had been in correspondence with Philip? Ruth looked up surprised, and with a plain question in her eyes. Oh, it's not about thee. What then? And if there was any shade of disappointment in her tone, probably Ruth herself did not know it. It's about some land up in the country. That man Bigler has got father into another speculation. That odious man! Why will father have anything to do with him? Is it that railroad? Yes. Father advanced money and took land as security. And whatever has gone with the money and the bonds, he has on his hands a large tract of wild land. And what has Philip to do with that? It has good timber, if it could ever be got out, and father says that there must be coal in it. It's in a coal region. He wants Philip to survey it and examine it for indications of coal. It's another of father's fortunes, I suppose, said Ruth. He has put away so many fortunes for us that I'm afraid we shall never find them. Ruth was interested in it, nevertheless, and perhaps mainly because Philip was to be connected with the enterprise. Mr. Bigler came to dinner with her father next day, and talked a great deal about Mr. Bolton's magnificent tract of land, extolled the sagacity that led him to secure such a property, and led the talk along to another railroad which would open a northern communication with this very land. Pennybacker says it's full of coal. He's no doubt of it, and a railroad to strike the Erie would make it a fortune. Suppose you take the land and work the thing up, Mr. Bigler. You may have the tract for $3 an acre. You'd throw it away then, said Mr. Bigler, and I'm not the man to take advantage of a friend. But if you'll put a mortgage on it for the Northern Road, I wouldn't mind taking an interest if Pennybacker is willing. But Pennybacker, you know, don't go much on land. He sticks to the legislature. And Mr. Bigler laughed. When Mr. Bigler had gone, Ruth asked her father about Philip's connection with the land scheme. There's nothing definite, said Mr. Bolton. Philip is showing aptitude for his profession. I hear the best reports of him in New York, though these sharpers don't intend to do anything but use him. I've written and offered him employment in surveying and examining the land. We want to know what it is, and if there is anything in it that his enterprises can dig out, he shall have an interest. I shall be glad to give the young fellow a lift. All his life Eli Bolton had been giving young fellows a lift, and shouldering the losses when things turned out unfortunately. His ledger, take it all together, would not show a balance on the right side, but perhaps the losses on his books will turn out to be credits in a world where accounts are kept on a different basis. The left hand of the ledger will appear the right, looked at from the other side. Philip wrote to Ruth rather a comical account of the bursting up of the city of Napoleon and the navigation improvement scheme, of Harry's flight and the Colonel's discomfiture. Harry left in such a hurry that he hadn't even time to bid Miss Laura Hawkins good-bye, but he had no doubt that Harry would console himself with the next pretty face he saw, a remark which was thrown in for Ruth's benefit. Colonel Sellers had, in all probability, by this time some other equally brilliant speculation in his brain. As to the railroad, Philip had made up his mind that it was merely kept on foot for speculative purposes in Wall Street, and he was about to quit it. Would Ruth be glad to hear, he wondered, that he was coming east? For he was coming, in spite of a letter from Harry in New York, advising him to hold on until he had made some arrangements in regard to contracts, he to be a little careful about Sellers, who was somewhat visionary, Harry said. The summer went on without much excitement for Ruth. She kept up a correspondence with Alice, who promised a visit in the fall. She read, she earnestly tried to interest herself in home affairs and such people as came to the house, but she found herself falling more and more into reveries, and growing weary of things as they were. She felt that everybody might become in time like two relatives from a Shaker establishment in Ohio, who visited the Boltons about this time, a father and son, clad exactly alike, and alike in manners. The son, however, who was not of age, was more unworldly and sanctimonious than his father. He always addressed his parent as Brother Plum, and bore himself altogether in such a superior manner that Ruth longed to put bent pins in his chair. Both father and son wore the long, single-breasted, collarless coats of their society, without buttons, before or behind, but with a row of hooks and eyes on either side in front. It was Ruth's suggestion that the coats would be improved by a single hook and eye, sewed on in the small of the back where the buttons usually are. Amusing as this Shaker caricature of the friends was, it oppressed Ruth beyond measure, and increased her feeling of being stifled. It was a most unreasonable feeling. No home could be pleasanter than Ruth's. The house, a little out of the city, was one of those elegant country residences which so much charm visitors to the suburbs of Philadelphia. A modern dwelling, and luxurious in everything that wealth could suggest for comfort, it stood in the midst of exquisitely kept lawns, with groups of trees, parterres of flowers massed in colors, with greenhouse, grapery, and garden, and on one side the garden sloped away in undulations to a shallow brook that ran over a pebbly bottom and sang under forest trees. The country about teased the perfection of cultivated landscape, dotted with cottages and stately mansions of Revolutionary date, and sweet as an English countryside, whether seen in the soft bloom of May or in the mellow ripeness of late October. It needed only the peace of the mind within to make it a paradise. One riding by on the old Germantown road, and seeing a young girl swinging in a hammock on the piazza, and intent upon some volume of old poetry or the latest novel, would no doubt have envied a life so idyllic. He could not have imagined that the young girl was reading a volume of reports of clinics and longing to be elsewhere. Ruth could not have been more discontented if all the wealth about her had been as unsubstantial as a dream. Perhaps she so thought it. "I feel," she once said to her father, "as if I were living in a house of cards." "And thee would like to turn it into a hospital?" "No, but tell me, father," continued Ruth, not to be put off, "is thee still going on with that Bigler and those other men who come here and entice thee?" Mr. Bolton smiled, as men do when they talk with women about business. "Such men have their uses, Ruth." They keep the world active, and I owe a great many of my best operations to such men. Who knows, Ruth, but this new land purchase, which I confess I yielded a little too much to Bigler in, may not turn out a fortune for thee and the rest of my children. Ah, father, thee sees everything in a rose-colored light. I do believe thee wouldn't have so readily allowed me to begin the study of medicine if it hadn't had the novelty of an experiment to thee. And is thee satisfied with it? If thee means if I have had enough of it, no. I just begin to see what I can do in it, and what a noble profession it is for a woman. Would thee have me sit here like a bird on a bough and wait for somebody to come and put me in a cage? Mr. Bolton was not sorry to divert the talk from his own affairs, and he did not think it worth while to tell his family of a performance that very day which was entirely characteristic of him. Ruth might well say that she felt as if she were living in a house of cards, although the Bolton household had no idea of the number of perils that hovered over them, any more than thousands of families in America have of the business risks and contingencies upon which their prosperity and luxury hang. A sudden call upon Mr. Bolton for a large sum of money, which must be forthcoming at once, had found him in the midst of a dozen ventures, from no one of which a dollar could be realized. It was in vain that he applied to his business acquaintances and friends. It was a period of sudden panic, and no money. 100,000! Mr. Bolton, said Plumly. Good God, if you should ask me for 10, I shouldn't know where to get it. And yet that day Mr. Small, Pennybacker, Bigler, and Small, came to Mr. Bolton with a piteous story of ruin in a coal operation if he could not raise $10,000. Only 10, and he was sure of a fortune. Without it, he was a beggar. Mr. Bolton already had Small's notes for a large amount in his safe, labeled doubtful. He had helped him again and again, and always with the same result. But Mr. Small spoke with a faltering voice of his family, his daughter in school, his wife ignorant of his calamity, and drew such a picture of their agony that Mr. Bolton put by his own more pressing necessity, and devoted the day to scraping together, here and there, $10,000 for this brazen beggar who had never kept a promise to him nor paid a debt. Beautiful credit, the foundation of modern society. Who shall say that this is not the golden age of mutual trust, of unlimited reliance upon human promises? That is a peculiar condition of society which enables a whole nation to instantly recognize point and meaning in the familiar newspaper anecdote which puts into the mouth of a distinguished speculator in lands and mines this remark: I wasn't worth a cent 2 years ago, and now I owe $2 millions. End of chapter 26. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, 21 April 2010.
Chapter 27 of The Gilded Age. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by D. Wyckoff. The Gilded Age by Mark Twain and Charles Dudley Warner. Chapter 27. It was a hard blow to poor Sellers to see the work on his darling enterprise stop, and the noise and bustle and confusion that had been such refreshment to his soul sicken and die out. It was hard to come down to humdrum ordinary life again after being a general superintendent and the most conspicuous man in the community. It was sad to see his name disappear from the newspapers, sadder still to see it resurrected at intervals, shorn of its aforetime gaudy gear of compliments and clothed on with rhetorical tar and feathers. But his friends suffered more on his account than he did. He was a cork that could not be kept under the water many moments at a time. He had to bolster up his wife's spirits every now and then. On one of these occasions he said, "It's all right, my dear, all right. It will all come right in a little while. There's $200,000 coming, and that will set things booming again. Harry seems to be having some difficulty, but that's to be expected. You can't move these big operations to the tune of Fisher's hornpipe, you know. But Harry will get it started along presently, and then you'll see. I expect the news every day now." "But, Beriah, you've been expecting it every day all along, haven't you?" "Well, yes, I don't know but I have. But anyway, the longer it's delayed, the nearer it grows to the time when it will start. Same as every day you live brings you nearer the grave?" "Well, no, not that exactly. But you can't understand these things, Polly dear. Women haven't much head for business, you know. You make yourself perfectly comfortable, old lady, and you'll see how we'll trot this thing right along. Why, bless you, let the appropriation lag if it wants to. That's no great matter. There's a bigger thing than that." "Bigger than $200,000, Beriah?" "Bigger, child? Why, what's $200,000? Pocket money, mere pocket money. Look at the railroad. Did you forget the railroad? It ain't many months till spring. It will be coming right along, and the railroad swimming right along behind it. Where'll it be by the middle of summer? Just stop and fancy a moment. Just think a little. Don't anything suggest itself? Bless your heart, you dear women live right in the present all the time. But a man, why, a man lives in the future, Beriah? But don't we live in the future most too much, Beriah? We do somehow seem to manage to live on next year's crop of corn and potatoes as a general thing, while this year is still dragging along. But sometimes it's not a robust diet, Beriah. But don't look that way, dear. Don't mind what I say. I don't mean to fret, I don't mean to worry, and I don't once a month, do I, dear? But when I get a little low and feel bad, I get a bit troubled and worrisome. But it don't mean anything in the world. It passes right away. I know you're doing all you can, and I don't want to seem repining and ungrateful, for I'm not, Beriah. You know I'm not, don't you? Lord bless you, child, I know you're the very best little woman that ever lived on the whole face of the earth, and I know that I would be a dog not to work for you and think for you and scheme for you with all my might. And I'll bring things all right yet, honey. Cheer up and don't you fear. The railroad... Oh, I had forgotten the railroad, dear, but when a body gets blue, a body forgets everything. Yes, the railroad. Tell me about the railroad. Ah, my girl, don't you see? Things ain't so dark, are they? Now, I didn't forget the railroad. Now, just think for a moment. Just figure up a little on the future dead moral certainties. For instance, call this waiter St. Louis, and we'll lay this fork, representing the railroad, from St. Louis to this potato, which is Slouchburg. Then with this carving knife, we'll continue the railroad from Slouchburg to Doodleville, shown by the black pepper. Then we run along the comb to the tumbler, that's Brimstone. Thence by the pipe to Belshazzar, which is the salt cellar. Thence to that quill, Catfish. Hand me the pincushion, Marie Antoinette. Thence right along these shears to this horse, Babylon. Then by the spoon to Bloody Run, thank you, the ink. Thence to Hail Columbia, Snuffers. Polly, please move that cup and saucer close up. That's Hail Columbia. Then, let me open my knife, to Hark from the Tomb, where we'll put the candlestick only a little distance from Hail Columbia to Hark from the Tomb, downgrade all the way, and there we strike Columbus River. Pass me 2 or 3 skeins of thread to stand for the river. The sugar bowl will do for Hawkeye, and the rat trap for Stone's Landing, Napoleon I mean. And you can see how much better Napoleon is located than Hawkeye. Now here you are with your railroad complete, and showing its continuation to Hallelujah and thence to Corruptionville. Now then, there you are. It's a beautiful road, beautiful. Jeff Thompson can out-engineer any civil engineer that ever sighted through an aneroid, or a theodolite, or whatever they call it. He calls it sometimes one and sometimes the other, just whichever levels off his sentence neatest, I reckon. But ain't it a ripping road, though? I tell you, it'll make a stir when it gets along. Just see what a country it goes through. There's your onions at Slouchburg, noblest onion country that graces God's footstool. And there's your turnip country all along Doodleville. Bless my life, what fortunes are going to be made there when they get that contrivance perfected for extracting olive oil out of turnips, if there's any in them. And I reckon there is, because Congress has made an appropriation of money to test the thing, and they wouldn't have done that just on conjecture, of course. And now we come to the Brimstone region, cattle raised there till you can't rest, and corn and all that sort of thing. Then you've got a little stretch along through Belshazzar that don't produce anything now, at least nothing but rocks, but irrigation will fetch it. Then from Catfish to Babylon, it's a little swampy, but there's dead loads of peat down under there somewhere. Next is the Bloody Run and Hail Columbia country. Tobacco enough can be raised there to support 2 such railroads. Next is the Sarsaparilla region. I reckon there's enough of that truck along in there on the line of the pocket knife from Hail Columbia to Hark from the Tomb to fat up all the consumptives in all the hospitals from Halifax to the Holy Land. It just grows like weeds. I've got a little belt of sarsaparilla land in there just tucked away, unobtrusively waiting for my little universal expectorant to get into shape in my head. And I'll fix that, you know. One of these days I'll have all the nations of the earth expect... But Beriah, dear, don't interrupt me, Polly. I don't want you to lose the run of the map. Well, take your toy horse, James Fitzjames, if you must have it, and run along with you. Here, now the soap will do for Babylon. Let me see, where was I? Oh yes, now we run down to Stone's Land, Napoleon. Now we run down to Napoleon. Beautiful road. Look at that now. Perfectly straight line, straight as the way to the grave. And see where it leaves Hawkeye? Clear out in the cold, my dear, clear out in the cold. That town's as bound to die as... Well, if I owned it, I'd get its obituary ready now and notify the mourners. Polly, mark my words. In 3 years from this, Hawkeye'll be a howling wilderness. You'll see. And just look at that river, noblest stream that meanders over the thirsty earth, calmest, gentlest artery that refreshes her weary bosom. Railroad goes all over it and all through it. Wades right along on stilts. 17 bridges in 3 miles and a half. 49 bridges from Hark from the Tomb to Stone's Landing altogether, 49 bridges, and culverts enough to culvert creation itself. Hadn't skeins enough of thread to represent them all, but you get an idea. Perfect trestle work of bridges for 72 miles. Jeff Thompson and I fixed all that, you know. He's to get the contracts, and I'm to put them through on the divide. Just oceans of money in those bridges. It's the only part of the railroad I'm interested in, down along the line, and it's all I want, too. It's enough, I should judge. Now, here we are at Napoleon. Good enough country, plenty good enough. All it wants is population. That's all right, that will come. And it's no bad country now for calmness and solitude, I can tell you, though there's no money in that, of course. No money, but a man wants rest, a man wants peace, a man don't want to rip and tear around all the time. And here we go now, just as straight as a string for Hallelujah. It's a beautiful angle. Handsome upgrade all the way. And then away you go to Corruptionville, the gaudiest country for early carrots and cauliflowers that ever good missionary field, too. There ain't such another missionary field outside the jungles of Central Africa. And patriotic? Why, they named it after Congress itself. Oh, I warn you, my dear, there's a good time coming, and it'll be right along before you know what you're about, too. That railroad's fetching it. You see what it is as far as I've got it, and if I had enough bottles and soap and boot jacks and such things to carry it along to where it joins on to the Union Pacific, 1,400 miles from here, I should exhibit to you in that little internal improvement a spectacle of inconceivable sublimity. So, don't you see? We've got the railroad to fall back on, and in the meantime, what are we worrying about that $200,000 appropriation for? That's all right. I'd be willing to bet anything that the very next letter that comes from Harry will... The eldest boy entered just in the nick of time and brought a letter, warm from the post office. Things do look bright after all, Beriah. I'm sorry I was blue, but it did seem as if everything had been going against us for whole ages. Open the letter. Open it quick, and let's know all about it before we stir out of our places. I'm all in a fidget to know what it says. The letter was opened without any unnecessary delay. End of chapter 27. Recording by D. Wyckoff.
Chapter 28 of the Gilded Age. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piper Hayes. The Gilded Age by Mark Twain and Charles Dudley Warner. Chapter 28. Whatever may have been the language of Harry's letter to the Colonel, the information it conveyed was condensed or expanded, one or the other, from the following episode of his visit to New York. He called, with official importance in his mien, at No. Wall Street, where a great gilt sign betokened the presence of the headquarters of the Columbus River Slackwater Navigation Company. He entered and gave a dressy porter his card, and was requested to wait a moment in a sort of ante-room. The porter returned in a minute, and asked whom he would like to see. The president of the company, of course. He is busy with some gentlemen, sir. Says he will be done with them directly. That a copper plate card with Engineer-in-Chief on it should be received with such tranquillity as this annoyed Mr. Brierly not a little, but he had to submit. Indeed, his annoyance had time to augment a good deal, for he was allowed to cool his heels a full half-hour in the ante-room before those gentlemen emerged, and he was ushered into the presence. He found a stately dignitary occupying a very official chair behind a long green morocco-covered table, in a room was sumptuously carpeted and furnished and well garnished with pictures. "Good morning, sir. Take seat, take seat." "Thank you, sir," said Harry, throwing as much chill into his manner as his ruffled dignity prompted. "We perceive by your reports and the reports of the chief superintendent that you have been making gratifying progress with the work. We are all very much pleased." "Indeed? We did not discover it from your letters, which we have not received, nor by the treatment our drafts have met with, which were not honored, nor by the reception of any part of the appropriation, no part of it having come to hand." "Why, my dear Mr. Brierly, there must be some mistake. I am sure we wrote you, and also Mr. Sellers, recently. When my clerk comes he will show copies. Letters informing you of the 10% assessment." "Oh, certainly we got those letters, but what we wanted was money to carry on the work, money to pay the men." "Certainly, certainly, true enough, but we credited you both for a large part of your assessments. I am sure that was in our letters." "Of course that was in. I remember that." "Ah, very well then. Now we begin to understand each other." "Well, I don't see that we do. There's 2 months' wages due the men, and—" "How? Haven't you paid the men?" "Paid them? How are we going to pay them when you don't honor our drafts?" "Why, my dear sir, I cannot see how you can find any fault with us. I am sure we have acted in a perfectly straightforward business way."
Now let us look at the thing a moment. You subscribed for 100 shares of the capital stock at $1,000 a share, I believe?"
"Yes, sir, I did."
"And Mr. Sellers took a like amount?"
"Yes, sir."
"Very well. No concern can get along without money. We levied a 10% assessment. It was the original understanding that you and Mr. Sellers were to have the positions you now hold, with salaries of $600 a month each, while in active service. You were duly elected to these places, and you accepted them. Am I right?"
"Certainly."
"Very well. You were given your instructions and put to work. By your reports it appears that you have expended the sum of $9,610 upon the said work. 2 months' salary to you two officers amounts altogether to $2,400, about 1/8 of your 10% assessment, you see, which leaves you in debt to the company for the other 7/8 of the assessment, viz., something over $8,000 apiece. Now, instead of requiring you to forward this aggregate of $16,000 or $17,000 to New York, the company voted unanimously to let you pay it over to the contractors, laborers from time to time, and give you credit on the books for it. And they did it without a murmur, too, for they were pleased with the progress you had made, and were glad to pay you that little compliment. And a very neat one it was, too, I am sure. The work you did fell short of $10,000, a trifle. Let me see. $9,640 from $20,000 salary, $2,400 added. Ah, yes. The balance due the company from yourself and Mr. Sellers is $7,960, which I will take the responsibility of allowing to stand for the present, unless you prefer to draw a check now and thus—"
"Confound it! Do you mean to say that instead of the company owing us $2,400, we owe the company $7,960?
"Well, yes."
"And that we owe the men and the contractors nearly $10,000 besides?"
"Owe them? Oh, bless my soul, you can't mean that you have not paid these people?"
"But I do mean it." The president rose and walked the floor like a man in bodily pain. His brows contracted. He put his hand up and clasped his forehead, and kept saying,
"Oh, it is too bad, too bad, too bad. Oh, it is bound to be found out. Nothing can prevent it, nothing."
Then he threw himself into his chair and said,
"My dear Mr. Brierson, this is dreadful, perfectly dreadful. It will be found out. It is bound to tarnish the good name of the company. Our credit will be seriously, most seriously impaired. How could you be so thoughtless? The men ought to have been paid, though it beggared us all."
"They ought they? Then why the devil—my name is not Brierson, by the way—why the mischief didn't the company—why, what in the nation ever became of the appropriation? Where is that appropriation, if a stockholder may make so bold as to ask?"
"The appropriation? That paltry $200,000, do you mean?"
"Of course, but I didn't know that $200,000 was so very paltry. Though I grant, of course, that it is not a large sum, strictly speaking. But where is it?"
"My dear sir, you surprise me. You surely cannot have had a large acquaintance with this sort of thing. Otherwise you would not have expected much of a result from a mere initial appropriation like that. It was never intended for anything but a mere nest egg for the future and real appropriations to cluster around."
"Indeed? Well, was it a myth or was it a reality? Whatever become of it?"
"Why, the matter is simple enough. A congressional appropriation costs money. Just reflect, for instance. A majority of the House committees say $10,000 apiece, $40,000. A majority of the Senate committee, the same each, say $40,000. A little extra to one or two chairmen of one or two such committees, say $10,000 each, $20,000. And there's $100,000 of the money gone to begin with. Then 7 male lobbyists at $3,000 each, $21,000. 1 female lobbyist, $10,000. A high moral congressman or senator here and there. The high moral ones cost more because they give tone to a measure. Say 10 of these at $3,000 each is $30,000. Then a lot of small fry country members who won't vote for anything whatever without pay. Say 20 at $500 apiece is $10,000. A lot of dinners to members, say $10,000 altogether, A lot of gimcracks for congressmen's wives and children. Those go a long way. You can't spend too much money in that line. Well, those things cost in a lump, say $10,000, along there somewhere. And then comes your printed documents, your maps, your tinted engravings, your pamphlets, your illuminated choke cards, your advertisements in 150 papers at ever so much a line, because you've got to keep the papers all light, or you are gone up, you know. Oh, my dear sir, printing bills are destruction itself. Ours so far amount to, let me see, 10, 52, 22, 13, and then there's 11, 14, 33, well, never mind the details. The total and clean numbers foots up $118,254.42 thus far. What? Oh, yes, indeed. Printing's no bagatelle, I can tell you. And then there's your contributions as a company to Chicago fires and Boston fires and orphan asylums and all that sort of thing. Head the list, you see, with the company's full name and $1,000 set opposite. Great card, sir. One of the finest advertisements in the world. The preachers mention it in the pulpit when it's a religious charity. One of the happiest advertisements in the world is your benevolent donation. Ours have amounted to $16,000 and some cents up to this time. Good heavens! Oh, yes. Perhaps the biggest thing we've done in the advertising line was to get an officer of the U.S. government, of perfectly Himalayan official altitude, to write up our little internal improvement for a religious paper of enormous circulation. I tell you, that makes our bonds go handsomely among the pious poor. Your religious paper is by far the best vehicle for a thing of this kind, because they'll lead your article and put it right in the midst of the reading matter. And if it's got a few scripture quotations in it, and some temperance platitudes, and a bit of gush here and there about Sunday schools, and a sentimental snuffle now and then about God's precious ones, the honest, hard-handed poor, it works the nation like a charm, my dear sir, and never a man suspects that it is an advertisement. But your secular paper sticks you right into the advertising columns, and of course you don't take a trick. Give me a religious paper to advertise in every time, and if you'll just look at their advertising pages, you'll observe that other people think a good deal as I do, especially people who have got little financial schemes to make everybody rich with. Of course I mean your great big metropolitan religious papers that know how to serve God and make money at the same time. That's your sort, sir, that's your sort. A religious paper that isn't run to make money is no use to us, sir. As an advertising medium, no use to anybody in our line of business. I guess our next best dodge was sending a pleasure trip of newspaper reporters out to Napoleon. Never paid them a cent, just filled them up with champagne and the fat of the land. Put pen, ink, and paper before them while they were red hot, and bless your soul, when you come to read their letters you'd have supposed they'd been to heaven. And if a sentimental squeamishness held one or two of them back from taking a less rosy view of Napoleon, our hospitalities tied his tongue at least, and he said nothing at all, and so did us no harm. Let me see, have I stated all the expenses I've been at? No, I was near forgetting one or two items. There's your official salaries. You can't get good men for nothing. Salaries cost pretty lively. And then there's your big, high-sounding millionaire names stuck into your advertisements as stockholders. Another card, that. And they are stockholders, too, but you have to give 'em the stock, and non-assessable at that, so they're an expensive lot. Very, very expensive thing, take it all around, is a big internal improvement concern. But you see that yourself, Mr. Briarman. You see that yourself, sir. But look here, I think you are a little mistaken about its ever having cost anything for congressional votes. I happen to know something about that. I've let you say your say, now let me say mine. I don't wish to seem to throw any suspicion on anybody's statements, because we are all liable to be mistaken. But how would it strike you if I were to say that I was in Washington all the time this bill was pending? And what if I added that I put the measure through myself? Yes, sir, I did that little thing, and moreover, I never paid $1 for any man's vote, and never promised one. There are some ways of doing a thing that are as good as others, which other people don't happen to think about. or don't have the knack of succeeding in, if they do happen to think of them, my dear sir, I am obliged to knock some of your expenses in the head, for never a cent was paid a congressman or senator on the part of this navigation company." The President smiled blandly, even sweetly, all through this harangue, and then said, "Is that so?" "Every word of it." "Well, it does seem to alter the complexion of things a little. You are acquainted with the members down there, of course, else you could not have worked to such advantage?" "I know them all, sir. I know their wives, their children, their babies. I even made it a point to be on good terms with their lackeys. I know every congressman well, even familiarly." "Very good. Do you know any of their signatures? Do you know their handwriting?" "Why, I know their handwriting as well as I know my own. Have had correspondence enough with them, I should think. And their signatures, why, I can tell their initials even." The President went to a private safe, unlocked it, and got out some letters and certain slips of paper. Then he said, "Now here, for instance, do you believe that that is a genuine letter? Do you know this signature here, and this one? Do you know who those initials represent? And are they forgeries?" Harry was stupefied. There were things there that made his brain swim. Presently, at the bottom of one of the letters, he saw a signature that restored his equilibrium. It even brought the sunshine of a smile to his face. The President said, "That one amuses you. You never suspected him?" "Of course I ought to have suspected him, but I don't believe it ever really occurred to me. Well, well, well. How did you ever have the nerve to approach him, of all others?" "Why, my friend, we never think of accomplishing anything without his help. He is our mainstay. But how do those letters strike you?" "They strike me dumb. What a stone-blind idiot I have been." "Well, take it all around, I suppose you had a pleasant time in Washington," said the President, gathering up the letters. "Of course you must have had. Very few men could go there and get a money bill through without buying a single—" "Come now, Mr. President, that's plenty of that. I take back everything I said on that head. I'm a wiser man today than I was yesterday, I can tell you." "I think you are. In fact, I am satisfied you are. But now I showed you these things in confidence, you understand. Mention facts as much as you want to, but don't mention names to anybody. I can depend on you for that, can't I?" "Oh, of course. I understand the necessity of that. I will not betray the names, but to go back a bit, it begins to look as if you never saw any of that appropriation at all." "We saw nearly $10,000 of it, and that was all. Several of us took turns at log rolling in Washington, and if we had charged anything for that service, none of that $10,000 would ever have reached New York." "If you hadn't levied the assessment, you would have been in a close place, I judge." "Close? Have you figured up the total of the disbursements I told you of?" "No, I didn't think of that." "Well, let's see. Spent in Washington, say, $191,000. Printing, advertising, etc., say, $118,000. Charity, say, $16,000. Total, $325,000. The money to do that with comes from appropriation, $200,000. 10% assessment on capital of $1 million, $100,000. Total, $300,000. Which leaves us in debt some $25,000 at this moment. Salaries of home officers are still going on, also printing and advertising. Next month will show a state of things." "And then burst up, I suppose?" "By no means. Levy another assessment." "Oh, I see. That's dismal." "By no means." "Why isn't it? What's the road out?" "Another appropriation, don't you see?" "Bother the appropriations. They cost more than they come to." "Not the next one. We'll call for $500,000, get it, and go for $1 million the very next month." "Yes, but the cost of it!" The President smiled and patted his secret letters affectionately. He said, "All these people are in the next Congress. We shan't have to pay them a cent. And what is more, they will work like beavers for us. Perhaps it might be to their advantage." Harry reflected profoundly a while. Then he said, We send many missionaries to lift up the benighted races of other lands. How much cheaper and better it would be if those people could only come here and drink of our civilization at its fountainhead." "I perfectly agree with you, Mr. Beverley. Must you go? Well, good morning. Look in when you are passing, and whenever I can give you any information about our affairs and prospects, I shall be glad to do it."
Harry's letter was not a long one, but it contained at least the calamitous figures that came out in the above conversation. The Colonel found himself in a rather uncomfortable place. No $1,200 salary forthcoming, and himself held responsible for half the $9,640 due the workmen, to say nothing of being in debt to the company to the extent of nearly $4,000. Polly's heart was nearly broken. The blues returned in fearful force, and she had to go out of the room to hide the tears that nothing could keep back now. There was mourning in another quarter too, for Louise had a letter. Washington had refused at the last moment to take $40,000 for the Tennessee land, and had demanded $150,000. So the trade fell through, and now Washington was wailing because he had been so foolish. But he wrote that his man might probably return to the city soon, and then he meant to sell to him, sure, even if he had to take $10,000. Louise had a good cry, several of them indeed, and the family charitably forbore to make any comments that would increase her grief. Spring blossomed, summer came, dragged its hot weeks by, and the Colonel's spirits rose day by day, for the railroad was making good progress. But by and by something happened. Hawkeye had always declined to subscribe anything toward the railway, imagining that her large business would be a sufficient compulsory influence. But now Hawkeye was frightened, and before Colonel Sellers knew what he was about, Hawkeye, in a panic, had rushed to the front and subscribed such a sum that Napoleon's attractions suddenly sank into insignificance, and the railroad concluded to follow a comparatively straight course, instead of going miles out of its way to build up a metropolis in the muddy desert of Stone's Landing. The thunderbolt fell. After all the Colonel's deep planning, after all his brain work and tongue work in drawing public attention to his pet project, and enlisting interest in it, after all his faithful hard toil with his hands, and running hither and thither on his busy feet, after all his high hopes and splendid prophecies, the fates had turned their backs on him at last, and all in a moment his air castles crumbled to ruins about him. Hawkeye rose from her fright triumphant and rejoicing, and down went Stone's Landing. One by one its meagre parcel of inhabitants packed up and moved away as the summer waned and fall approached. Town lots were no longer saleable. Traffic ceased. A deadly lethargy fell upon the place once more. The weekly telegraph faded into an early grave. The wary tadpole returned from exile. The bullfrog resumed his ancient song. The tranquil turtle sunned his back upon bank and log, and drowsed his grateful life away as in the old sweet days of yore. End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of The Gilded Age. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Floyd Wilde. The Gilded Age by Mark Twain and Charles Dudley Warner. Chapter 29. Philip Sterling was on his way to Ilium in the state of Pennsylvania. Ilium was the railway station nearest to the tract of wild land which Mr. Bolton had commissioned him to examine. On the last day of the journey, as the railway train Philip was on was leaving a large city, a lady timidly entered the drawing-room car, and hesitatingly took a chair that was at the moment unoccupied. Philip saw from the window that a gentleman had put her upon the car just as it was starting. In a few moments the conductor entered, and without waiting an explanation, said roughly to the lady, Now you can't sit there. That seat's taken. Go into the other car." "I did not intend to take the seat," said the lady, rising. "I only sat down a moment till the conductor should come and give me a seat." "There ain't any. Car's full. You'll have to leave." "But, sir," said the lady, appealingly, "I thought—" "Can't help what you thought. You must go into the other car." "The train is going very fast. Let me stand here till we stop. The lady can have my seat," cried Philip, springing up. The conductor turned towards Philip, and coolly and deliberately surveyed him from head to foot, with contempt in every line of his face, turned his back upon him without a word, and said to the lady, "Come, I've got no time to talk. You must go now." The lady, entirely disconcerted by such rudeness, and frightened, moved towards the door, opened it, and stepped out. The train was swinging along at a rapid rate, jarring from side to side. The step was a long one between the cars, and there was no protecting grating. The lady attempted it, but lost her balance in the wind and the motion of the car, and fell. She would inevitably have gone down under the wheels if Philip, who had swiftly followed her, had not caught her arm and drawn her up. He then assisted her across, found her a seat, received her bewildered thanks, and returned to his car. The conductor was still there, taking his tickets and growling something about imposition. Philip marched up to him and burst out with, "You are a brute, an infernal brute, to treat a woman that way. Perhaps you'd like to make a fuss about it," sneered the conductor. Philip's reply was a blow, given so suddenly and planted so squarely in the conductor's face that it sent him reeling over a fat passenger, who was looking up in mild wonder that anyone should dare to dispute with a conductor, and against the side of the car. He recovered himself, reached the bell rope. "Damn you, I'll learn you," stepped to the door and called a couple of brakemen, and then, as the speed slackened, roared out, "Get off this train." "I shall not get off. I have as much right here as you." "We'll see," said the conductor, advancing with the brakemen. The passengers protested, and some of them said to each other, "That's too bad," as they always do in such cases, but none of them offered to take a hand with Philip. The men seized him, wrenched him from his seat, dragged him along the aisle, tearing his clothes, thrust him from the car, and then flung his carpet-bag, overcoat, and umbrella after him, and the train went on. The conductor, red in the face and puffing from his exertion, swaggered through the car, muttering, "Puppy, I'll learn him." The passengers, when he had gone, were loud in their indignation, and talked about singing a protest, but they did nothing more than talk. The next morning the Hooverville Patriot and Clarion had this item: "Slightly overboard. We learned that as the Dawn Noon Express was leaving H yesterday, a lady, God save the mark, attempted to force herself into the already full palatial car. Conductor Slum, who is too old a bird to be caught with chaff, courteously informed her that the car was full, and when she insisted on remaining, he persuaded her to go into the car where she belonged. Thereupon a young sprig from the east blustered like a Shanghai rooster, and began to sass the conductor with his chin music. That gentleman delivered the young aspirant for a muss one of his elegant little left-handers, which so astonished him that he began to feel for his shooter. Whereupon Mr. Slum gently raised the youth, carried him forth, and set him down just outside the car to cool off. Whether the young blood has yet made his way out of Bascom Swamp, we have not learned. Conductor Slum is one of the most gentlemanly and efficient officers on the road, but he ain't trifled with, not much. We learn that the company have put a new engine on the 7 o'clock train, and newly upholstered the drawing-room car throughout. It spares no effort for the comfort of the traveling public. Philip never had been before in Bascom Swamp, and there was nothing inviting in it to detain him. After the train got out of the way, he crawled out of the briars in the mud and got upon the track. He was somewhat bruised, but he was too angry to mind that. He plodded along over the ties, in a very hot condition of mind and body. In the scuffle his railway check had disappeared, and he grimly wondered, as he noticed the loss, if the company would permit him to walk over their track if they should know he hadn't a ticket. Philip had to walk some 5 miles before he reached a little station where he could wait for a train, and he had ample time for reflection. At first he was full of vengeance on the company. He would sue it. He would make it pay roundly. But then it occurred to him that he did not know the name of a witness he could summon, and that a personal fight against the railway corporation was about the most hopeless in the world. He then thought he would seek out that conductor, lie in wait for him at some station and thrash him, or get thrashed himself. But as he got cooler, that did not seem to him a project worthy of a gentleman exactly. Was it possible for a gentleman to get even with such a fellow as that conductor on the latter's own plane? And when he came to this point, he began to ask himself if he had not acted very much like a fool. He didn't regret striking the fellow. He hoped he had left a mark on him. But after all, was that the best way? Here was he, Philip Sterling, calling himself a gentleman, in a brawl with a vulgar conductor about a woman he had never seen before. Why should he have put himself in such a ridiculous position? Wasn't it enough to have offered the lady his seat, to have rescued her from an accident, perhaps from death? Suppose he had simply said to the conductor, "Sir, your conduct is brutal. I shall report you." The passengers who saw the affair might have joined in a report against the conductor, and he might really have accomplished something. And now, Philip looked at his torn clothes, and thought with disgust of his haste in getting into a fight with such an autocrat. At the little station where Philip waited for the next train, he met a man who turned out to be a justice of the peace in that neighborhood, and told him of his adventure. He was a kindly sort of man, and seemed very much interested. "Dum," said he, when he had heard the story. "Do you think anything can be done, sir?" "Well, I guess 'tain't no use. I hain't a mite of doubt of every word ye say, but suin's no use. The railroad company owns all these people along here, and the judges on the bench, too. Spilled your clothes. Well, least said soonest mended. You hain't no chance with the company." When next morning he read the humorous account in the Patriot and Clarion, he saw still more clearly what chance he would have had before the public in a fight with the railroad company. Still, Philip's conscience told him that it was his plain duty to carry the matter into the courts. Even with the certainty of defeat, he confessed that neither he nor any citizen had a right to consult his own feelings or conscience in a case where a law of the land had been violated before his own eyes. He confessed that every citizen's first duty in such case is to put aside his own business and devote his time and his best efforts to seeing that the infraction is promptly punished. And he knew that no country can be well governed unless its citizens as a body keep religiously before their minds that they are the guardians of the law, and that the law officers are only the machinery for its execution, nothing more. As a finality, he was obliged to confess that he was a bad citizen, and also that the general laxity of the time, and the absence of a sense of duty toward any part of the community but the individual himself, were ingrained in him, as he was no better than the rest of the people. The result of this little adventure was that Philip did not reach Ilium till daylight the next morning, when he descended sleepy and sore from a way train and looked about him. Ilium was in a narrow mountain gorge, through which a rapid stream ran. It consisted of the plank platform on which he stood, a wooden house, half painted, with a dirty piazza, unroofed, in front, and a signboard hung on a slanting pole, bearing the legend, "Hotel P. Dusenheimer." A sawmill further down the stream, a blacksmith shop, and a store, and 3 or 4 unpainted dwellings of the slab variety. As Philip approached the hotel, he saw what appeared to be a wild beast crouching on the piazza. It did not stir, however, and he soon found that it was only a stuffed skin. This cheerful invitation to the tavern was the remains of a huge panther which had been killed in the region a few weeks before. Philip examined his ugly visage and strong crooked forearm as he was waiting admittance, having pounded upon the door. "Yait a bit. I'll shoost put on my trousers," shouted a voice from the window, and the door was soon opened by the yawning landlord. "Morgen. Didn't hear the drain onsen. Dem boys keeps me up so spate. Come right in." Philip was shown into a dirty bar-room. It was a small room, with a stove in the middle, set in a long shallow box of sand for the benefit of the spitters. A bar across one end, a mere counter with a sliding glass case behind it containing a few bottles having ambitious labels, and a wash sink in one corner. On the walls were the bright yellow and black handbills of a traveling circus, with pictures of acrobats in human pyramids, horses flying in long leaps through the air, and sylph-like women in a paradisiac costume, balancing themselves upon the tips of their toes, on the bare backs of frantic and plunging steeds, and kissing their hands to the spectators meanwhile. As Philip did not desire a room at that hour, he was invited to wash himself at the nasty sink, a feat somewhat easier than drying his face, for the towel that hung in a roller over the sink was evidently as much a fixture as the sink itself, and belonged, like the suspended brush and comb, to the traveling public. Philip managed to complete his toilet by the use of his pocket handkerchief, and declining the hospitality of the landlord, implied in the remark, "You won't take notin'." He went into the open air to wait for breakfast. The country he saw was wild but not picturesque. The mountain before him might be 800 feet high, and was only a portion of a long unbroken range, savagely wooded, which followed the stream. Behind the hotel, and across the brawling brook, was another level-topped wooded range exactly like it. Ilium itself, seen at a glance, was old enough to be dilapidated, and if it had gained anything by being made a wood and water station on the new railroad, it was only a new sort of grime and rawness. P. Dusenheimer, standing in the door of his uninviting groggery, when the train stopped for water, never received from the traveling public any patronage except facetious remarks upon his personal appearance. Perhaps 1,000 times he had heard the remark, "Ilium fuit," followed in most instances by a hail to himself as Aeneas, with the inquiry, "Where's old Anchises?" At first he had replied, "There ain't no such man," but irritated by its senseless repetition, he had later dropped into the formula of "You be damn." Philip was recalled from the contemplation of Ilium by the rolling and growling of the gong within the hotel, the din and clamor increasing till the house was apparently unable to contain it, when it burst out of the front door and informed the world that breakfast was on the table. The dining room was long, low, and narrow, and a narrow table extended its whole length. Upon this was spread a cloth which from appearance might have been as long in use as the towel in the bar-room. Upon the table was the usual service, the heavy, much-nicked stoneware, the row of plated and rusty casters, the sugar bowls with the zinc teaspoons sticking up in them, the piles of yellow biscuits, the discouraged-looking plates of butter. The landlord waited, and Philip was pleased to observe the change in his manner. In the bar-room he was the conciliatory landlord. Standing behind his guests at table, he had an air of peremptory patronage, and the voice in which he shot out the inquiry, as he seized Philip's plates, "Beefsteak or liver?" quite took away Philip's power of choice. He begged for a glass of milk, after trying that green-hued compound called coffee, and made his breakfast out of that and some hard crackers, which seemed to have been imported into Ilium before the introduction of the iron horse, and to have withstood a 10 years' siege of regular boarders, Greeks and others. The land that Philip had come to look at was at least 5 miles distant from Ilium station. A corner of it touched the railroad, but the rest was pretty much an unbroken wilderness, 8 or 10,000 acres of rough country, most of it such a mountain range as he saw at Ilium. His first step was to hire 3 woodsmen to accompany him. By their help he built a log hut, and established a camp on the land, and then began his explorations, mapping down his survey as he went along, noting the timber and the lay of the land, and making superficial observations as to the prospect of coal. The landlord at Ilium endeavored to persuade Philip to hire the services of a witch-hazel professor of that region, who could walk over the land with his wand and tell him infallibly whether it contained coal, and exactly where the strata ran. But Philip preferred to trust his own study of the country, and his knowledge of the geological formation. He spent a month in traveling over the land and making calculations, and made up his mind that a fine vein of coal ran through the mountain, about a mile from the railroad, and that the place to run in a tunnel was halfway towards its summit. Acting with his usual promptness, Philip, with the consent of Mr. Bolton, broke ground there at once, and, before snow came, had some rude buildings up, and was ready for active operations in the spring. It was true that there were no outcroppings of coal at the place, and the people of Ilium, said he, "mought as well dig for plug terbacker there." But Philip had great faith in the uniformity of nature's operations in ages past, and he had no doubt that he should strike at this spot the rich vein that had made the fortune of the Golden Briar Company. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of the Gilded Age. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. The Gilded Age by Mark Twain and Charles Dudley Warner. Chapter 30. Once more Louise had good news from her Washington. Senator Dilworthy was going to sell the Tennessee land to the government. Louise told Laura in confidence. She had told her parents too, and also several bosom friends, but all of these people had simply looked sad when they heard the news, except Laura. Laura's face suddenly brightened under it, only for an instant, it is true, but poor Louise was grateful for even that fleeting ray of encouragement. When next Laura was alone, she fell into a train of thought something like this. If the Senator has really taken hold of this matter, I may look for that invitation to his house at any moment. I am perishing to go. I do long to know whether I am only simply a large-sized pygmy among these pygmies here, who tumble over so easily when one strikes them, or whether I am really— Her thoughts drifted into other channels for a season. Then she continued. He said I could be useful in the great cause of philanthropy and help in the blessed work of uplifting the poor and the ignorant, if he found it feasible to take hold of our land. Well, that is neither here nor there. What I want is to go to Washington and find out what I am. I want money, too, and if one may judge by what she hears, there are chances there for a fascinating woman, she was going to say, perhaps, but she did not. Along in the fall the invitation came, sure enough. It came officially through Brother Washington, the private secretary, who appended a postscript that was brimming with delight over the prospect of seeing the Duchess again. He said it would be happiness enough to look upon her face once more. It would be almost too much happiness when to it was added the fact that she would bring messages with her that were fresh from Louise's lips. In Washington's letter were several important enclosures. For instance, there was the Senator's check for $2,000 to buy suitable clothing in New York with. It was a loan to be refunded when the land was sold. $2,000. This was fine indeed. Louise's father was called rich, but Laura doubted if Louise had ever had $400 worth of new clothing at any one time in her life. With the check came 2 through tickets, good on the railroad from Hawkeye to Washington via New York. And they were deadhead tickets, too, which had been given to Senator Dilworthy by the railway companies. Senators and representatives were paid thousands of dollars by the government for traveling expenses, but they always traveled deadhead both ways, and then did as any honorable, high-minded men would naturally do, decline to receive the mileage tendered them by the government. The Senator had plenty of railway passes and could easily spare 2 to Laura, one for herself and one for a male escort. Washington suggested that she get some old friend of the family to come with her, and said the Senator would deadhead him home again as soon as he had grown tired of the sights of the capital. Laura thought the thing over. At first she was pleased with the idea, but presently she began to feel differently about it. Finally she said, "No, our staid, steady-going Hawkeye friends' notion and mine differ about some things. They respect me, now, and I respect them. Better leave it so. I will go alone. I am not afraid to travel by myself." And so, communing with herself, she left the house for an afternoon walk. Almost at the door she met Colonel Sellers. She told him about her invitation to Washington. "Bless me," said the Colonel, "I have about made up my mind to go there myself. You see, we've got to get another appropriation through, and the company wants me to come East and put it through Congress. Harry's there, and he'll do what he can, of course, and Harry's a good fellow and always does the very best he knows how. But then he's young, rather young for some parts of such work, you know, and besides he talks too much, talks a good deal too much, and sometimes he appears to be a little bit visionary, too. I think the worst thing in the world for a business man. A man like that always exposes his cards sooner or later. This sort of thing wants an old, quiet, steady hand, wants an old, cool head, you know, that knows men through and through and is used to large operations. I am expecting my salary and also some dividends from the company, and if they get along in time I'll go along with you, Laura, take you under my wing. You mustn't travel alone. Lord, I wish I had the money right now. But there'll be plenty soon. Plenty. Laura reasoned with herself that if the kindly, simple-hearted Colonel was going anyhow, what could she gain by traveling alone and throwing away his company? So she told him she had accepted his offer gladly, gratefully. She said it would be the greatest of favors if he would go with her and protect her, not at his own expense. As far as railway fares were concerned, of course, she could not expect him to put himself to so much trouble for her and pay his fare besides. But he wouldn't hear of her paying his fare. It would be only a pleasure to him to serve her. Laura insisted on furnishing the tickets, and finally, when argument failed, she said the tickets cost neither her nor anyone else a cent. She had two of them. She needed but one, and if he would not take the other, she would not go with him. That settled the matter. He took the ticket. Laura was glad that she had the check for new clothing, for she felt very certain of being able to get the Colonel to borrow a little money to pay hotel bills with here and there. She wrote Washington to look for her and Colonel Sellers toward the end of November, and about the time set, the two travelers arrived safe in the capital of the nation, sure enough. End of chapter 30. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.
Chapter 31 of the Gilded Age. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Gilded Age by Mark Twain and Charles Dudley Warner. Chapter 31. She, the gracious lady, yet no pains did spare To do him ease or do him remedy. Many restoratives of virtues rare And costly cordials she did apply To mitigate his stubborn malady. Spenser's Faery Queen. Mr. Henry Brierly was exceedingly busy in New York, so he wrote Colonel Sellers, but he would drop everything and go to Washington. The Colonel believed that Harry was the prince of lobbyists, a little too sanguine, maybe, and given to speculation, but then he knew everybody. The Columbus River navigation scheme was got through almost entirely by his aid. He was needed now to help through another scheme, a benevolent scheme in which Colonel Sellers, through the Hawkinses, had a deep interest. "I don't care, you know," he wrote to Harry, "so much about the negroes, but if the government will buy this land, it will set up the Hawkins family, make Laura an heiress, and I shouldn't wonder if Beriah Sellers would set up his carriage again. Dilworthy looks at it different, of course. He's all for philanthropy, for benefiting the colored race. There's old Balsam was in the Interior, used to be the Reverend Orson Balsam of Iowa. He's made the riffle on the Injun, great Injun pacificator and land dealer. Balaam's got the Injun to himself, and I suppose that Senator Dilworthy feels that there is nothing left him but the colored man. I do reckon he is the best friend the colored man has got in Washington." Though Harry was in a hurry to reach Washington, he stopped in Philadelphia, and prolonged his visit day after day, greatly to the detriment of his business both in New York and Washington. The society at the Boltons might have been a valid excuse for neglecting business much more important than his. Philip was there. He was a partner with Mr. Bolton now in the new coal venture, concerning which there was much to be arranged in preparation for the spring work, and Philip lingered week after week in the hospitable house. Alice was making a winter visit. Ruth only went to town twice a week to attend lectures, and the household was quite to Mr. Bolton's taste, for he liked the cheer of company and something going on evenings. Harry was cordially asked to bring his travelling bag there, and he did not need urging to do so. Not even the thought of seeing Laura at the Capitol made him restless in the society of the two young ladies. Two birds in hand are worth one in the bush, certainly. Philip was at home. He sometimes wished he were not so much so. He felt that too much or not enough was taken for granted. Ruth had met him, when he first came, with a cordial frankness, and her manner continued entirely unrestrained. She neither sought his company nor avoided it, and this perfectly level treatment irritated him more than any other could have done. It was impossible to advance much in love-making with one who offered no obstacles, had no concealments and no embarrassments, and whom any approach to sentimentality would be quite likely to set into a fit of laughter. "Why, Phil," she would say, "what puts you in the dumps to-day? You are as solemn as the upper bench in meeting. I shall have to call Alice to raise your spirits. My presence seems to depress you." "It's not your presence, but your absence when you are present," began Philip, dolefully, with the idea that he was saying a rather deep thing. "But you won't understand me." "No, I confess I cannot. If you really are so low as to think that I am absent when I am present, it's a frightful case of aberration. I shall ask father to bring out Dr. Jackson. Does Alice appear to be present when she is absent?" "Alice has some human feeling, anyway. She cares for something besides musty books and dry bones. I think, Ruth, when I die," said Philip, intending to be very grim and sarcastic, "I'll leave you my skeleton. You might like that." "It might be more cheerful than you are at times," Ruth replied with a laugh. "But you mustn't do it without consulting Alice. She might not like it." "I don't know why you should bring Alice up on every occasion. Do you think I am in love with her?" "Bless you, no. It never entered my head. Are you? The thought of Philip Sterling in love is too comical. I thought you were only in love with the Ilium coal mine, which you and father talk about half the time." This is a specimen of Philip's wooing. "Confound the girl," he would say to himself. "Why does she never tease Harry and that young Shepley who comes here?" How differently Alice treated him. She at least never mocked him, and it was a relief to talk with one who had some sympathy with him. And he did talk to her by the hour about Ruth. The blundering fellow poured all his doubts and anxieties into her ear, as if she had been the impassive occupant of one of those little wooden confessionals in the cathedral on Logan Square. Has a confessor, if she is young and pretty, any feeling? Does it mend the matter by calling her your sister? Philip called Alice his good sister, and talked to her about love and marriage, meaning Ruth, as if sisters could by no possibility have any personal concern in such things. Did Ruth ever speak of him? Did she think Ruth cared for him? Did Ruth care for anybody at Fallkill? Did she care for anything except her profession? And so on. Alice was loyal to Ruth, and if she knew anything, she did not betray her friend. She did not, at any rate, give Philip too much encouragement. What woman, under the circumstances, would? "I can tell you one thing, Philip," she said. "If ever Ruth Bolton loves, it will be with her whole soul, in a depth of passion that will sweep everything before it and surprise even herself." A remark that did not much console Philip, who imagined that only some grand heroism could unlock the sweetness of such a heart. And Philip feared that he wasn't a hero. He did not know out of what materials a woman can construct a hero when she is in the creative mood. Harry skipped into the society with his usual lightness and gaiety. His good nature was inexhaustible, and though he liked to relate his own exploits, he had a little tact in adapting himself to the tastes of his hearers. He was not long in finding out that Alice liked to hear about Philip, and Harry launched out into the career of his friend in the West with a prodigality of invention that would have astonished the chief actor. He was the most generous fellow in the world, and picturesque conversation was the one thing in which he never was bankrupt. With Mr. Bolton he was the serious man of business, enjoying the confidence of many of the moneyed men in New York, whom Mr. Bolton knew, and engaged with them in railway schemes and government contracts. Philip, who had so long known Harry, never could make up his mind that Harry did not himself believe that he was a chief actor in all these large operations of which he talked so much. Harry did not neglect to endeavour to make himself agreeable to Mrs. Bolton by paying great attention to the children and by professing the warmest interest in the Friend's faith. It always seemed to him the most peaceful religion. He thought it must be much easier to live by an internal light than by a lot of outward rules. He had a dear Quaker aunt in Providence of whom Mrs. Bolton constantly reminded him. He insisted upon going with Mrs. Bolton and the children to the Friends' meeting on First Day, when Ruth and Alice and Philip, world's people, went to a church in town, and he sat through the hour of silence with his hat on, in most exemplary patience. In short, this amazing actor succeeded so well with Mrs. Bolton that she said to Philip one day, "Thy friend, Henry Brierly, appears to be a very worldly-minded young man. Does he believe in anything?" "Oh, yes," said Philip, laughing. "He believes in more things than any other person I ever saw." To Ruth, Harry seemed to be very congenial. He was never moody, for one thing, but lent himself with alacrity to whatever her fancy was. He was gay or grave, as the need might be. No one apparently could enter more fully into her plans for an independent career. "My father," said Harry, "was bred a physician, and practised a little before he went into Wall Street. I always had a leaning to the study. There was a skeleton hanging in the closet of my father's study when I was a boy that I used to dress up in old clothes. Oh, I got quite familiar with the human frame." "You must have," said Philip. "Was that where you learned to play the bones? He is a master of those musical instruments, Ruth. He plays well enough to go on the stage." "Philip hates science of any kind and steady application," retorted Henry. He didn't fancy Philip's banter, and when the latter had gone out, and Ruth asked, "Why don't you take up medicine, Mr. Brierly?" Harry said, "I have it in mind. I believe I would begin attending lectures this winter if it weren't for being wanted in Washington. But medicine is particularly women's province." "Why so?" asked Ruth, rather amused. "Well, the treatment of disease is a good deal a matter of sympathy. A woman's intuition is better than a man's. Nobody knows anything really, you know, and a woman can guess a good deal nearer than a man." "You are very complimentary to my sex." "But," said Henry frankly, "I should want to choose my doctor. An ugly woman would ruin me. The disease would be sure to strike in and kill me at sight of her. I think a pretty physician, with engaging manners, would coax a fellow to live through almost anything." "I am afraid you are a scoffer, Mr. Brierly." "On the contrary, I am quite sincere. Wasn't it old What's-his-name that said only the beautiful is useful?" Whether Ruth was anything more than diverted with Harry's company, Philip could not determine. He scorned at any rate to advance his own interest by any disparaging communications about Harry, both because he could not help liking the fellow himself, and because he may have known that he could not more surely create a sympathy for him in Ruth's mind. That Ruth was in no danger of any serious impression he felt pretty sure, felt certain of it when he reflected upon her severe occupation with her profession. "Hang it," he would say to himself, "she is nothing but pure intellect anyway." And he only felt uncertain of it when she was in one of her moods of raillery, with mocking mischief in her eyes. At such times she seemed to prefer Harry's society to his. When Philip was miserable about this, he always took refuge with Alice, who was never moody, and who generally laughed him out of his sentimental nonsense. He felt at his ease with Alice, and was never in want of something to talk about, and he could not account for the fact that he was so often dull with Ruth, with whom, of all persons in the world, he wanted to appear at his best. Harry was entirely satisfied with his own situation. A bird of passage is always at its ease, having no house to build and no responsibility. He talked freely with Philip about Ruth, an almighty fine girl, he said, but what the deuce she wanted to study medicine for he couldn't see. There was a concert one night at the Musical Fund Hall, and the four had arranged to go in and return by the Germantown cars. It was Philip's plan, who had engaged the seats, and promised himself an evening with Ruth, walking with her, sitting by her in the hall, and enjoying the feeling of protecting that a man always has of a woman in a public place. He was fond of music, too, in a sympathetic way. At least, he knew that Ruth's delight in it would be enough for him. Perhaps he meant to take advantage of the occasion to say some very serious things. His love for Ruth was no secret to Mrs. Bolton, and he felt almost sure that he should have no opposition in the family. Mrs. Bolton had been cautious in what she said, but Philip inferred everything from her reply to his own questions one day, "Has thee ever spoken thy mind to Ruth?" Why shouldn't he speak his mind and end his doubts? Ruth had been more tricksy than usual that day, and in a flow of spirits quite inconsistent, it would seem, in a young lady devoted to grave studies. Had Ruth a premonition of Philip's intention in his manner? It may be, for when the girls came downstairs, ready to walk to the cars, and met Philip and Harry in the hall, Ruth said, laughing, "The two tallest must walk together," and before Philip knew how it happened, Ruth had taken Harry's arm, and his evening was spoiled. He had too much politeness and good sense and kindness to show in his manner that he was hit. So he said to Harry, "That's your disadvantage in being short." And he gave Alice no reason to feel during the evening that she would not have been his first choice for the excursion. But he was none the less chagrined, and not a little angry at the turn the affair took. The hall was crowded with the fashion of the town. The concert was one of those fragmentary drearinesses that people endure because they are fashionable. Tours de force on the piano, and fragments from operas, which have no meaning without the setting, with weary pauses of waiting between. There is the comic basso, who is so amusing and on such familiar terms with the audience, and always sings the barber; the attitudinizing tenor, with his languishing "O summer night;" the soprano with her batti batti, who warbles and trills and runs and fetches her breath, and ends with a noble scream that brings down a tempest of applause, in the midst of which she backs off the stage smiling and bowing. It was this sort of concert, and Philip was thinking that it was the most stupid one he ever sat through, when just as the soprano was in the midst of that touching ballad, "Comin' Through the Rye," the soprano always sings "Comin' Through the Rye" on an encore, the Black Swan used to make it irresistible, Philip remembered, with her arch, "If a body kiss a body," there was a cry of "Fire!" The hall is long and narrow, and there is only one place of egress. Instantly the audience was on its feet, and a rush began for the door. Men shouted, women screamed, and panic seized the swaying mass. A second's thought would have convinced everyone that getting out was impossible, and that the only effect of a rush would be to crush people to death. But a second's thought was not given. A few cried, "Sit down, sit down," but the mass was turned towards the door. Women were down and trampled on in the aisles, and stout men, utterly lost to self-control, were mounting the benches as if to run a race over the mass to the entrance. Philip, who had forced the girls to keep their seats, saw in a flash the new danger, and sprang to avert it. In a second more those infuriated men would be over the benches and crushing Ruth and Alice under their boots. He leaped upon the bench in front of them and struck out before him with all his might, felling one man who was rushing on him, and checking for an instant the movement, or rather parting it, and causing it to flow on either side of him. But it was only for an instant. The pressure behind was too great, and the next Philip was dashed backwards over the seat. And yet that instant of arrest had probably saved the girls, for as Philip fell the orchestra struck up Yankee Doodle in the liveliest manner. The familiar tune caught the ear of the mass, which paused in wonder, and gave the conductor's voice a chance to be heard. "It's a false alarm!" The tumult was over in a minute. And the next, laughter was heard, and not a few said, "I knew it wasn't anything. What fools people are at such a time!" The concert was over, however. A good many people were hurt, some of them seriously, and among them Philip Sterling was found bent across the seat, insensible, with his left arm hanging limp, and a bleeding wound on his head. When he was carried into the air he revived, and said it was nothing. A surgeon was called, and it was thought best to drive at once to the Boltons, the surgeon supporting Philip, who did not speak the whole way. His arm was set, and his head dressed, and the surgeon said he would come round all right in his mind by morning. He was very weak. Alice, who was not much frightened while the panic lasted in the hall, was very much unnerved by seeing Philip so pale and bloody. Ruth assisted the surgeon with the utmost coolness, and with skilful hands helped to dress Philip's wounds. And there was a certain intentness and fierce energy in what she did that might have revealed something to Philip if he had been in his senses. But he was not, or he would not have murmured, "Let Alice do it. She is not too tall." It was Ruth's first case. End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32 of The Gilded Age. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Weiss. The Gilded Age by Mark Twain and Charles Dudley Warner. Chapter 32. Washington's delight in his beautiful sister was measureless. He said that she had always been the queenliest creature in the land, but that she was only commonplace before compared to what she was now, so extraordinary was the improvement wrought by rich, fashionable attire. "But your criticisms are too full of brotherly partiality to be depended on, Washington. Other people will judge differently." "Indeed they won't. You'll see. There will never be a woman in Washington that can compare with you. You'll be famous within a fortnight, Laura. Everybody will want to know you. You wait, you'll see." Laura wished in her heart that the prophecy might come true, and privately she even believed it might, for she had brought all the women whom she had seen since she left home under sharp inspection, and the result had not been unsatisfactory to her. During a week or two Washington drove about the city every day with her, and familiarized her with all of its salient features. She was beginning to feel very much at home with the town itself, and she was also fast acquiring ease with the distinguished people she met at the Dilworthy table, and losing what little of country timidity she had brought with her from Hawkeye. She noticed with secret pleasure the little start of admiration that always manifested itself in the faces of the guests when she entered the drawing-room arrayed in evening costume. She took comforting note of the fact that these guests directed a very liberal share of their conversation toward her. She observed with surprise that famous statesmen and soldiers did not talk like gods, as a general thing, but said rather commonplace things for the most part, and she was filled with gratification to discover that she, on the contrary, was making a good many shrewd speeches, and now and then a really brilliant one, and furthermore that they were beginning to be repeated in social circles about the town. Congress began its sittings, and every day or two Washington escorted her to the gallery set apart for lady members of the households of senators and representatives. Here was a larger field and a wider competition, but still she saw that many eyes were uplifted toward her face, and that first one person and then another called a neighbor's attention to her. She was not too dull to perceive that the speeches of some of the younger statesmen were delivered about as much and perhaps more at her than to the presiding officer, and she was not sorry to see that the dapper young senator from Iowa came at once and stood in the open space before the president's desk to exhibit his feet as soon as she entered the gallery, whereas she had early learned from common report that his usual custom was to prop them on his desk and enjoy them himself with a selfish disregard of other people's longings. Invitations began to flow in upon her, and soon she was fairly in society. The season was now in full bloom, and the first select reception was at hand, that is to say, a reception confined to invited guests. Senator Dilworthy had become well convinced by this time that his judgment of the country-bred Missouri girl had not deceived him. It was plain that she was going to be a peerless missionary in the field of labor he had designed for her, and therefore it would be perfectly safe and likewise judicious to send her forth well panoplied for her work. So he had added new and still richer costumes to her wardrobe, and assisted their attractions with costly jewelry loans on the future land sale. This first select reception took place at a cabinet minister's, or rather a cabinet secretary's mansion. When Laura and the senator arrived, about 9:30 or 10 in the evening, the place was already pretty well crowded, and the white-gloved negro servant at the door was still receiving streams of guests. The drawing-rooms were brilliant with gaslight, and as hot as ovens. The host and hostess stood just within the door of entrance. Laura was presented, and then she passed on into the maelstrom of bejeweled and richly attired, low-necked ladies, and white kid-gloved and steel pen-coated gentlemen, and wherever she moved she was followed by a buzz of admiration that was grateful to all her senses, so grateful indeed that her white face was tinged and its beauty heightened by a perceptible suffusion of color. She caught such remarks as, "Who is she?" "Superb woman!" "That's the new beauty from the West," etc., etc. Whenever she halted, she was presently surrounded by ministers, generals, congressmen, and all manner of aristocratic people. Introductions followed, and then the usual original question, "How do you like Washington, Miss Hawkins?" supplemented by that other usual original question, "Is this your first visit?" These two exciting topics being exhausted, conversation generally drifted into calmer channels, only to be interrupted at frequent intervals by new introductions and new inquiries as to how Laura liked the capital and whether it was her first visit or not. And thus for an hour or more the Duchess moved through the crush in a rapture of happiness, for her doubts were dead and gone. Now she knew she could conquer here. A familiar face appeared in the midst of the multitude, and Harry Brierly fought his difficult way to her side, his eyes shouting their gratification, so to speak. "Oh, this is a happiness! Tell me, my dear Miss Hawkins." "Sh! I know what you're going to ask. I do like Washington. I like it ever so much." "No, but I was going to ask—" "Yes, I'm coming to it as fast as I can. It is my first visit. I think you should know that yourself." And straightway a wave of the crowd swept her beyond his reach. Now what can that girl mean? Of course she likes Washington. I'm not such a dummy as to have to ask her that. And as to its being her first visit, why, bang it, she knows that I knew it was. Does she think I've turned idiot? Curious girl, anyway. But how do they swarm about her? She is the reigning belle of Washington after this night. She'll know 500 of the heaviest guns in the town before this night's nonsense is over. And this isn't even the beginning. Just as I used to say, she'll be a card in the matter of, yes, sir, she shall turn the men's heads, and I'll turn the women's. What a team that will be in politics here. I wouldn't take $250,000 for what I can do in this present session. No, indeed, I wouldn't. Now, here, I don't altogether like this. That insignificant Secretary of Legation is... Why, she's smiling on him as if he... And now on the Admiral. Now she's illuminating that stuffy congressman from Massachusetts, vulgar, ungrammatical, shovel-maker, greasy knave of spades. I don't like this sort of thing. She doesn't appear to be much distressed about me. She hasn't looked this way once. All right, my bird of paradise, if it suits you, go on. But I think I know your sex. I'll go to smiling around a little too, and see what effect that will have on you." And he did smile around a little, and got as near to her as he could to watch the effect. But the scheme was a failure. He could not get her attention. She seemed wholly unconscious of him, and so he could not flirt with any spirit. He could only talk disjointedly. He could not keep his eyes on the charmers he talked to. He grew irritable, jealous, and very unhappy. He gave up his enterprise, leaned his shoulder against a fluted pilaster, and pouted while he kept watch upon Laura's every movement. His other shoulder stole the bloom from many a lovely cheek that brushed him in the surging crush, but he noted it not. He was too busy, cursing himself inwardly for being an egotistical imbecile. An hour ago he had thought to take this country lass under his protection, and show her life, and enjoy her wonder and delight. And here she was, immersed in the marvel up to her eyes, and just a trifle more at home in it than he was himself. And now his angry comments ran on again. Now she's sweetening old brother Balaam, and well, he's inviting her to the congressional prayer meeting. No doubt, better let old Dilworthy alone to see that she don't overlook that. And now it's Splurge of New York, and now it's Batters of New Hampshire, and now the vice president. Well, I may as well adjourn. I've got enough. But he hadn't. He got as far as the door, and then struggled back to take one more look, hating himself all the while for his weakness. Toward midnight, when supper was announced, the crowd thronged to the supper-room where a long table was decked out with what seemed a rare repast, but which consisted of things better calculated to feast the eye than the appetite. The ladies were soon seated in files along the wall, and in groups here and there, and the colored waiters filled the plates and glasses, and the male guests moved hither and thither, conveying them to the privileged sex. Harry took an ice and stood up by the table with other gentlemen, and listened to the buzz of conversation while he ate. From these remarks he learned a good deal about Laura that was news to him. For instance, that she was of a distinguished Western family, that she was highly educated, that she was very rich, and a great landed heiress, that she was not a professor of religion, and yet was a Christian in the truest and best sense of the word, for her whole heart was devoted to the accomplishment of a great and noble enterprise, none other than the sacrificing of her landed estates to the uplifting of the downtrodden Negro and the turning of his erring feet into the way of light and righteousness. Harry observed that as soon as one listener had absorbed the story, he turned about and delivered it to his next neighbor, and the latter individual straightway passed it on, and thus he saw it travel the round of the gentlemen and overflow rearward among the ladies. He could not trace it backward to its fountainhead, and so he could not tell who it was that started it. One thing annoyed Harry a great deal, and that was the reflection that he might have been in Washington days and days ago, and thrown his fascinations about Laura with permanent effect, while she was new and strange to the capital, instead of dawdling in Philadelphia to no purpose. He feared he had missed a trick, as he expressed it. He only found one little opportunity of speaking again with Laura before the evening's festivities ended, and then, for the first time in years, his airy self-complacency failed him. His tongue's easy confidence forsook it in great measure, and he was conscious of an unheroic timidity. He was glad to get away and find a place where he could despise himself in private and try to grow his clipped plumes again. When Laura reached home she was tired but exultant, and Senator Dilworthy was pleased and satisfied. He called Laura "my daughter" next morning, and gave her some pin money, as he termed it, and she sent $150 of it to her mother, and loaned a trifle to Colonel Sellers. Then the Senator had a long private conference with Laura, and unfolded certain plans of his for the good of the country, and religion, and the poor, and temperance, and showed her how she could assist him in developing these worthy and noble enterprises. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of the Gilded Age. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. The Gilded Age by Mark Twain and Charles Dudley Warner. Chapter 33. Laura soon discovered that there were three distinct aristocracies in Washington. One of these, nicknamed the Antiques, consisted of cultivated, high-bred old families who looked back with pride upon an ancestry that had been always great in the nation's councils and its wars from the birth of the Republic downward. Into this select circle it was difficult to gain admission. Number two was the aristocracy of the middle ground, of which more anon. Number three lay beyond. Of it we will say a word here. We will call it the aristocracy of the parvenus, as, indeed, the general public did. Official position, no matter how obtained, entitled a man to a place in it, and carried his family with him, no matter whence they sprang. Great wealth gave a man a still higher and nobler place in it than did official position. If this wealth had been acquired by conspicuous ingenuity, with just a pleasant little spice of illegality about it, all the better. This aristocracy was fast, and not adverse to ostentation. The aristocracy of the Antiques ignored the aristocracy of the parvenus. The parvenus laughed at the Antiques, and secretly envied them. There were certain important society customs which one in Laura's position needed to understand. For instance, when a lady of any prominence comes to one of our cities and takes up her residence, all the ladies of her grade favor her in turn with an initial call, giving their cards to the servant at the door by way of introduction. They come singly, sometimes in couples, and always in elaborate full dress. They talk 2 minutes and a quarter and then go. If the lady receiving the call desires a further acquaintance, she must return the visit within 2 weeks. To neglect it beyond that time means let the matter drop. But if she does return the visit within 2 weeks, it then becomes the other party's privilege to continue the acquaintance or drop it. She signifies her willingness to continue it by calling again any time within 12 months. After that, if the parties go on calling upon each other once a year, in our large cities, that is sufficient, and the acquaintanceship holds good. The thing goes along smoothly now. The annual visits are made and returned with peaceful regularity and bland satisfaction, although it is not necessary that the two ladies shall actually see each other oftener than once every few years. Their cards preserve the intimacy and keep the acquaintance intact. For instance, Mrs. A pays her annual visit, sits in her carriage, and sends in her card with the lower right-hand corner turned down, which signifies that she has called in person. Mrs. B sends down word that she is engaged or wishes to be excused, or if she is a parvenu and low-bred, she perhaps sends word that she is not at home. Very good. Mrs. A drives on, happy and content. If Mrs. A's daughter marries or a child is born to the family, Mrs. B calls, sends in her card with the upper left-hand corner turned down, and then goes along about her affairs, for that inverted corner means congratulations. If Mrs. B's husband falls downstairs and breaks his neck, Mrs. A calls, leaves her card with the upper right-hand corner turned down, and then takes her departure. This corner means condolence. It is very necessary to get the corners right, else one may unintentionally condole with a friend on a wedding or congratulate her upon a funeral. If either lady is about to leave the city, she goes to the other's house and leaves her card with P.P.C. engraved under the name, which signifies pay parting call. But enough of etiquette. Laura was early instructed in the mysteries of society life by a competent mentor, and thus was preserved from troublesome mistakes. The first fashionable call she received from a member of the ancient nobility, otherwise the antiques, was of a pattern with all she received from that limb of the aristocracy afterwards. This call was paid by Mrs. Major General Fulkerson and daughter. They drove up at 1 in the afternoon in a rather antiquated vehicle, with a faded coat of arms on the panels, an aged white-wooled negro coachman on the box, and a younger darky beside him, the footman. Both of these servants were dressed in dull brown livery that had seen considerable service. The ladies entered the drawing-room in full character, that is to say, with Elizabethan stateliness on the part of the dowager, and an easy grace and dignity on the part of the young lady that had a nameless something about it that suggested conscious superiority. The dresses of both ladies were exceedingly rich as to material, but as notably modest as to color and ornament. All parties having seated themselves, the dowager delivered herself of a remark that was not unusual in its form, and yet it came from her lips with the impressiveness of Scripture. "The weather has been unpropitious of late, Miss Hawkins." "It has indeed," said Laura. "The climate seems to be variable." "It is its nature of old here," said the daughter, stating it apparently as a fact, only, and by her manner waving aside all personal responsibility on account of it. "Is it not so, mamma?" "Quite so, my child. Do you like winter, Miss Hawkins?" She said "like" as if she had an idea that its dictionary meaning was approve of. "Not as well as summer, though I think all seasons have their charms." It is a very just remark. The General held similar views. He considered snow in winter proper, sultriness in summer legitimate, frosts in the autumn the same, and rain in spring not objectionable. He was not an exacting man, and I call to mind now that he always admired thunder. You remember, child, your father always admired thunder. He adored it. No doubt it reminded him of battle, said Laura. Yes, I think perhaps it did. He had a great respect for nature. He often said there was something striking about the ocean. You remember him saying that, daughter? Yes, often, mother. I remember it very well. And hurricanes. He took a great interest in hurricanes. And animals, dogs, especially hunting dogs. Also comets. I think we all have our predilections. I think it is this that gives variety to our tastes. Laura coincided with this view. Do you find it hard and lonely to be so far from your home and friends, Miss Hawkins? I do find it depressing sometimes, but then there is so much about me here that is novel and interesting that my days are made up more of sunshine than shadow. Washington is not a dull city in the season, said the young lady. We have some very good society indeed, and one need not be at a loss for means to pass the time pleasantly. Are you fond of watering places, Miss Hawkins? I have really had no experience of them, but I have always felt a strong desire to see something of fashionable watering place life. We in Washington are unfortunately situated in that respect, said the dowager. It is a tedious distance to Newport, but there is no help for it. Laura said to herself, Long Branch and Cape May are nearer than Newport. Doubtless these places are low. I'll feel my way a little and see. Then she said aloud, Why, I thought that Long Branch... There was no need to feel any further. There was that in both faces before her which made that truth apparent. The dowager said, Nobody goes there, Miss Hawkins, at least only persons of no position in society. And the President, she added with tranquillity. Newport is damp and cold and windy and excessively disagreeable, said the daughter, but it is very select. One cannot be fastidious about minor matters when one has no choice. The visit had spun out nearly 3 minutes now. Both ladies rose with grave dignity and conferred upon Laura a formal invitation to call, and then retired from the conference. Laura remained in the drawing-room and left them to pilot themselves out of the house, an inhospitable thing, it seemed to her, but then she was following her instructions. She stood steeped in reverie a while, and then she said, "I think I could always enjoy icebergs, as scenery, but not as company." Still she knew these two people by reputation, and was aware that they were not icebergs when they were in their own waters and amid their legitimate surroundings, but on the contrary were people to be respected for their stainless characters and esteemed for their social virtues and their benevolent impulses. She thought it a pity that they had to be such changed and dreary creatures on occasion of state. The first call Laura received from the other extremity of the Washington aristocracy followed close upon the heels of the one we have just been describing. The callers this time were the Honorable Mrs. Oliver Higgins, the Honorable Mrs. Patrick Oreille, Miss Brizzy Oreille, Mrs. Peter Gashly, Miss Gashly, and Miss Emmeline Gashly. The three carriages arrived at the same moment from different directions. They were new and wonderfully shiny, and the brasses on the harnesses were highly polished and bore complicated monograms. There were showy coats of arms, too, with Latin mottos. The coachman and footmen were clad in bright new livery of striking colors, and they had black rosettes with shaving brushes projecting above them on the sides of their stovepipe hats. When the visitors swept into the drawing-room, they filled the place with a suffocating sweetness procured at the perfumer's. Their costumes, as to architecture, were the latest fashion intensified. They were rainbow-hued. They were hung with jewels, chiefly diamonds. It would have been plain to any eye that it had cost something to upholster these women. The Honorable Mrs. Oliver Higgins was the wife of a delegate from a distant territory, a gentleman who had kept the principal saloon and sold the best whiskey in the principal village of his wilderness, and so, of course, was recognized as the first man of his commonwealth and its fittest representative. He was a man of paramount influence at home, for he was public-spirited. He was chief of the fire department. He had an admirable command of profane language and had killed several parties. His shirt fronts were always immaculate, his boots daintily polished, and no man could lift a foot and fire a dead shot at a stray speck of dirt on it with a white handkerchief with a finer grace than he. His watch chain weighed a pound. The gold in his finger ring was worth $45. He wore a diamond cluster pin, and he parted his hair behind. He had always been regarded as the most elegant gentleman in his territory, and it was conceded by all that no man thereabouts was anywhere near his equal in the telling of an obscene story except the venerable white-haired governor himself. The Honorable Higgins had not come to serve his country in Washington for nothing. The appropriation which he had engineered through Congress for the maintenance of the Indians in his territory would have made all of those savages rich if it had ever got to them. The Honorable Mrs. Higgins was a picturesque woman and a fluent talker, and she held a tolerably high station among the parvenus. Her English was fair enough, as a general thing, though, being of New York origin, she had the fashion peculiar to many natives of that city of pronouncing saw and law as if they were spelt sar and lar. Petroleum was the agent that had suddenly transformed the Gashleys from modest, hard-working country village folk into loud aristocrats and ornaments of the city. The Honorable Patrick Oreille was a wealthy Frenchman from Cork. Not that he was wealthy when he first came from Cork, but just the reverse. When he first landed in New York with his wife, he had only halted at Castle Garden for a few minutes to receive and exhibit papers showing that he had resided in this country 2 years, and then he voted the Democratic ticket and went uptown to hunt a house. He found one, and then went to work as an assistant to an architect and builder, carrying a hod all day, and studying politics evenings. Industry and economy soon enabled him to start a low rum shop in a foul locality, and this gave him political influence. In our country it is always our first care to see that our people have the opportunity of voting for their choice of men to represent and govern them. We do not permit our great officials to appoint the little officials. We prefer to have so tremendous a power as that in our own hands. We hold it safest to elect our judges and everybody else. In our cities the ward meetings elect delegates to the nominating conventions and instruct them whom to nominate. The publicans and their retainers rule the ward meetings, for everybody else hates the worry of politics and stays at home. The delegates from the ward meetings organize as a nominating convention and make up a list of candidates, one convention offering a Democratic and another a Republican list of incorruptibles, and then the great meek public comes forward at the proper time and make unhampered choice, and bless heaven that they live in a free land where no form of despotism can ever intrude. Patrick O'Reilly, as his name then stood, created friends and influence very fast, for he was always on hand at the police courts to give straw bail for his customers or establish an alibi for them in case they had been beating anybody to death on his premises. Consequently, he presently became a political leader and was elected to a petty office under the city government. Out of a meager salary, he soon saved enough money to open quite a stylish liquor saloon higher up town, with a faro bank attached and plenty of capital to conduct it with. This gave him fame and great respectability. The position of alderman was forced upon him, and it was just the same as presenting him a gold mine. He had fine horses and carriages now, and closed up his whiskey mill. By and by he became a large contractor for city work, and was a bosom friend of the great and good William M. Weed himself, who had stolen $20,600,000 from the city, and was a man so envied, so honored, so adored, indeed, that when the sheriff went to his office to arrest him as a felon, the sheriff blushed and apologized, and one of the illustrated papers made a picture of the scene and spoke of the matter in such a way as to show that the editor regretted that the offense of an arrest had been offered to so an exalted a personage as Mr. Weed. Mr. O'Reilly furnished shingle nails to the new courthouse at $3,000 a keg, and 18 gross of 60-cent thermometers at $1,500 a dozen. The comptroller and the board of audit passed the bills, and a mayor, who was simply ignorant but not criminal, signed them. When they were paid, Mr. O'Reilly's admirers gave him a solitaire diamond pin of the size of a filbert, in imitation of the liberality of Mr. Weed's friends, and then Mr. O'Reilly retired from active service and amused himself with buying real estate at enormous figures and holding it in other people's names. By and by the newspapers came out with exposure and called Weed and O'Reilly thieves, whereupon the people rose as one man, voting repeatedly, and elected the two gentlemen to their proper theater of action, the New York legislature. The newspapers clamored, and the courts proceeded to try the new legislators for their small irregularities. Our admirable jury system enabled the persecuted ex-officials to secure a jury of 9 gentlemen from a neighboring asylum and 3 graduates from Sing Sing, and presently they walked forth with characters vindicated. The legislature was called upon to spew them forth, a thing which the legislature declined to do. It was like asking children to repudiate their own father. It was a legislature of the modern pattern. Being now wealthy and distinguished, Mr. O'Reilly, still bearing the legislative "Honorable" attached to his name, for titles never die in America, although we do take a republican pride in poking fun at such trifles, sailed for Europe with his family. They traveled all about, turning their noses up at everything and not finding it a difficult thing to do, either because nature had originally given these features a cast in that direction, and finally they established themselves in Paris, that paradise of Americans of their sort. They stayed there 2 years and learned to speak English with a foreign accent. Not that it hadn't always had a foreign accent, which was indeed the case, but now the nature of it was changed. Finally they returned home and became ultra-fashionables. They landed here as Honorable Patrick Oreille and family, and so are known until this day. Laura provided seats for her visitors, and they immediately launched forth into a breezy, sparkling conversation, with that easy confidence which is to be found only among persons accustomed to high life. "I've been intending to call sooner, Miss Hawkins," said the Honorable Mrs. Oreille, "but the weather has been so horrid. How do you like Washington?" Laura liked it very well indeed. Mrs. Gashly, "Is it your first visit?" Yes, it was her first visit. All, "Indeed." Mrs. Oreille, "I'm afraid you'll despise the weather, Miss Hawkins. It's perfectly awful. It always is. I tell Mr. Oreille I can't and I won't put up with any such a climate. If we were obliged to do it, I wouldn't mind it, but we are not obliged to, and so I don't see the use of it. Sometimes it's real pitiful the way the children pine for Paris. Don't look so sad, Bridget, mon chéri. Poor child, she can't hear Paris mentioned without getting the blues." Mrs. Gashly, "Well, I should think so, Mrs. Oreille. A body lives in Paris, but a body only stays here. I dote on Paris. I'd druther scrimp along on $10,000 a year there than suffer and worry here on a real decent income." Miss Gashly, "Well, then, I wish you'd take us back, mother. I sure hate this stupid country enough, even if it is our dear native land." Miss Emmeline Gashly, "What, and leave poor Johnny Peterson behind?" An airy, genial laugh applauded this sally. Miss Gashly, "Sister, I should think you'd be ashamed of yourself." Miss Emmeline, "Oh, you needn't ruffle your feathers so. I was only joking. He don't mean anything by coming to the house every evening, only comes to see mother. Of course, that's all." General laughter. Miss G., prettily confused, "Emmeline, how can you?" Mrs. G., "Let your sister alone, Emmeline. I never saw such a tease." Mrs. Oreille, "What lovely corals you have, Miss Hawkins. Just look at them, Bridget dear. I've a great passion for corals. It's a pity they're getting a little common. I have some elegant ones, not as elegant as yours, though, but of course I don't wear them now." Laura, "I suppose they are rather common, but still I have a great affection for these, because they were given to me by a dear old friend of our family named Murphy. He was a very charming man, but very eccentric. We always supposed he was an Irishman, but after he got rich he went abroad for a year or two, and when he came back you would have been amused to see how interested he was in a potato. He asked what it was. Now, you know that when Providence shapes a mouth especially for the accommodation of a potato, you can detect that fact at a glance when that mouth is in repose. Foreign travel can never remove that sign. But he was a very delightful gentleman, and his little foible did not hurt him at all. We all have our shams. I suppose there is a sham somewhere about every individual, if we could manage to ferret it out. I would so like to go to France. I suppose our society here compares very favorably with French society, does it not, Mrs. Oreille? Mrs. O. Not by any means, Miss Hawkins. French society is much more elegant, much more so. Laura, I am so sorry to hear that. I suppose ours has deteriorated of late. Mrs. O. Very much indeed. There are people in society here that really have no more money to live on than what some of us pay for servant hire. Still, I won't say what some of them are very good people, and respectable too. Laura, the old families seem to be holding themselves aloof from what I hear. I suppose you seldom meet in society now the people you used to be familiar with 12 or 15 years ago. Mrs. O. Oh, no, hardly ever. Mr. O'Reilly kept his first rum mill and protected his customers from the law in those days, and this turn of the conversation was rather uncomfortable to Madame than otherwise. Hon. Mrs. Higgins: Is Francois's health good now, Mrs. Oreille? Mrs. O., thankful for the intervention: Not very. A body couldn't expect it. He was always delicate, especially his lungs, and this odious climate tells on him strong now after Paris, which is so mild. Mrs. H.: I should think so. Husband says Percy'll die if he don't have a change, and so I'm going to swap round a little and see what can be done. I saw a lady from Florida last week, and she recommended Key West. I told her Percy couldn't abide winds, as he was threatened with a pulmonary affection, and then she said try St. Augustine. It's an awful distance, 10 or 1200 miles, they say, but then in a case of this kind a body can't stand back for trouble, you know. Mrs. O.: No, of course, that's off. If Francois don't get better soon, we've got to look out for some other place, or else Europe. We've thought some of the hot springs, but I don't know. It's a great responsibility, and a body wants to go cautious. Is Hildebrand about again, Mrs. Gashly? Mrs. G.: Yes, but that's about all. It was indigestion, you know, and it looks as if it was chronic. And you know I do dread dyspepsia. We've all been worried a good deal about him. The doctor recommended baked apple and spoiled meat, and I think it's done him good. It's about the only thing that will stay on his stomach nowadays. We have Dr. Shovel now. Who's your doctor, Mrs. Higgins? Mrs. H.: Well, we had Dr. Spooner a good while, but he runs so much to emetics, which I think are weakening, that we changed off and took Dr. Leathers. We like him very much. He has a fine European reputation, too. The first thing he suggested for Percy was to have him taken out in the backyard for an airing every afternoon, with nothing on at all. Mrs. O. and Mrs. G.: What? Mrs. H.: As true as I'm sitting here. And it actually helped him for 2 or 3 days. It did indeed. But after that the doctor said it seemed to be too severe, so he fell back on hot foot baths at night and cold showers in the morning. But I don't think there can be any good sound help for him in such a climate as this. I believe we are going to lose him if we don't make a change. Mrs. O.: I suppose you heard of the fright we had 2 weeks ago last Saturday? No? Why, that is strange. But come to remember, you've all been away to Richmond. Francois tumbled from the skylight in the second-story hall clean down to the first floor. Everybody: Mercy. Mrs. O.: Yes, indeed, and broke 2 of his ribs. Everybody: What? Mrs. O.: Just as true as you live. First we thought he must be injured internally. It was 15 minutes past 8 in the evening. Of course we were all distracted in a moment. Everybody was flying everywhere, and nobody doing anything worth anything. By and by I flung out next door and dragged in Dr. Sprague, president of the medical university. No time to go for our own doctor, of course. And the minute he saw Francois, he said, "Send for your own physician, madam." Said it as cross as a bear, too, and turned right on his heel and cleared out without doing a thing. Everybody: That mean, contemptible brute. Mrs. O.: Well, you may say it. I was nearly out of my wits by this time, but we hurried off the servants after our own doctor and telegraphed mother. She was in New York and rushed down on the first train, and when the doctor got there, lo and behold you, he found that Francois had broken one of his legs, too. Everybody: Goodness. Mrs. O.: Yes. So he set his leg and bandaged it up, and fixed his ribs, and gave him a dose of something to quiet down his excitement and put him to sleep. Poor thing, he was trembling and frightened to death, and it was pitiful to see him. We had him in my bed. Mr. Oreille slept in the guest room, and I laid down beside Francois, but not to sleep, bless you. No. Bridget and I sat up all night, and the doctor stayed till 2 in the morning, bless his old heart. When mother got there she was so used up with anxiety that she had to go to bed and have the doctor, but when she found that Francois was not in immediate danger she rallied, and by night she was able to take a watch herself. Well, for 3 days and nights we three never left that bedside, only to take an hour's nap at a time, and then the doctor said Francois was out of danger, and if ever there was a thankful set in this world it was us. Laura's respect for these women had augmented during this conversation, naturally enough. Affection and devotion are qualities that are able to adorn and render beautiful a character that is otherwise unattractive and even repulsive. Mrs. Gashly: I do believe I would have died if I had been in your place, Mrs. Oreille. The time Hildebrand was so low with the pneumonia, Emmeline and me were all alone with him most of the time, and we never took a minute's sleep for as much as 2 days and nights. It was at Newport, and we wouldn't trust hired nurses. One afternoon he had a fit, and jumped up and run out on the portico of the hotel with nothing in the world on, and the wind blowing like in ice, and we after him scared to death. And when the ladies and gentlemen saw that he had a fit, every lady scattered for her room, and not a gentleman lifted his hand to help. The wretches! Well, after that his life hung by a thread for as much as 10 days, and the minute he was out of danger, Emmeline and me just went to bed sick and worn out. I never want to pass through such a time again. Poor dear Francois! Which leg did he break, Mrs. Oreille? Mrs. O: It was his right hand hind leg. Jump down, Francois dear, and show the ladies what a cruel limp you've got yet. Francois demurred, but being coaxed and delivered gently upon the floor, he performed very satisfactorily with his right hand hind leg in the air. All were affected, even Laura, but hers was an affection of the stomach. The country-bred girl had not suspected that the little whining 10-ounce black and tan reptile, clad in a red embroidered pygmy blanket, and reposing in Mrs. Oreille's lap all through the visit, was the individual whose sufferings had been stirring the dormant generosity of her nature. She said, "Poor little creature, you might have lost him." Mrs. O: "Oh, pray don't mention it, Miss Hawkins. It gives me such a turn." Laura: "And Hildebrand and Percy, are they like this one?" Mrs. G: "No, Hilly has considerable sky blood in him, I believe." Mrs. H: "Percy's the same, only he is 2 months and 10 days older and has his ears cropped. His father, Martin Farquhar Tupper, was sickly and died young, but he was the sweetest disposition. His mother had heart disease, but was very gentle and resigned, and a wonderful ratter." As impossible and exasperating as this conversation may sound to a person who is not an idiot, it is scarcely in any respect an exaggeration of one which one of us actually listened to in an American drawing-room. Otherwise we could not venture to put such a chapter in a book which professes to deal with social possibilities. The authors. So carried away had the visitors become by their interest attracting to the discussion of family matters that their stay had been prolonged to a very improper and unfashionable length, but they suddenly recollected themselves now and took their departure. Laura's scorn was boundless. The more she thought of these people and their extraordinary talk, the more offensive they seemed to her. And yet she confessed that if one must choose between the two extreme aristocracies, it might be best, on the whole, looking at things from a strictly business point of view, to herd with the parvenus. She was in Washington solely to compass a certain matter and to do it at any cost, and these people might be useful to her, while it was plain that her purpose and her schemes for pushing them would not find favor in the eyes of the antiques. If it came to choice, and it might come to that sooner or later, she believed she could come to a decision without much difficulty or many pangs. But the best aristocracy of the three Washington castes, and really the most powerful by far, was that of the middle ground. It was made up of the families of public men from nearly every state in the Union, men who held positions in both the executive and legislative branches of the government, and whose characters had been for years blemishless, both at home and at the capital. These gentlemen and their households were unostentatious people. They were educated and refined. They troubled themselves but little about the two other orders of nobility, but moved serenely in their wide orbit, confident in their own strength and well aware of the potency of their influence. They had no troublesome appearances to keep up, no rivalries which they cared to distress themselves about, no jealousies to fret over. They could afford to mind their own affairs and leave other combinations to do the same or do otherwise, just as they chose. They were people who were beyond reproach, and that was sufficient. Senator Dilworthy never came into collision with any of these factions. He labored for them all and with them all. He said that all men were brethren, and all were entitled to the honest, unselfish help and countenance of a Christian laborer in the public vineyard. Laura concluded, after reflection, to let circumstances determine the course it might be best for her to pursue as regarded the several aristocracies. Now it might occur to the reader that perhaps Laura had been somewhat rudely suggestive in her remarks to Mrs. Oreille when the subject of corals was under discussion, but it did not occur to Laura herself. She was not a person of exaggerated refinement. Indeed, the society and the influences that had formed her character had not been of a nature calculated to make her so. She thought that give and take was fair play, and that to parry an offensive thrust with sarcasm was a neat and legitimate thing to do. She sometimes talked to people in a way which some ladies would consider actually shocking, but Laura rather prided herself upon some of her exploits of that character. We are sorry we cannot make her a faultless heroine, but we cannot, for the reason that she was human. She considered herself a superior conversationist. Long ago, when the possibility had first been brought before her mind that some day she might move in Washington society, she had recognized the fact that practiced conversational powers would be a necessary weapon in that field. She had also recognized the fact that since her dealings there must be mainly with men, and men whom she supposed to be exceptionally cultivated and able, she would need heavier shot in her magazine than mere brilliant society nothings, whereupon she had at once entered upon a tireless and elaborate course of reading, and had never since ceased to devote every unoccupied moment to this sort of preparation. Having now acquired a happy smattering of various information, she used it with good effect. She passed for a singularly well-informed woman in Washington. The quality of her literary tastes had necessarily undergone constant improvement under this regime, and as necessarily also the duality of her language had improved, though it cannot be denied that now and then her former condition of life betrayed itself in just perceptible inelegancies of expression and lapses of grammar. End of chapter 33. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 34 of the Gilded Age. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. The Gilded Age by Mark Twain and Charles Dudley Warner. Chapter 34. When Laura had been in Washington 3 months, she was still the same person in one respect that she was when she first arrived there. That is to say, she still bore the name of Laura Hawkins. Otherwise, she was perceptibly changed. She had arrived in a state of grievous uncertainty as to what manner of woman she was, physically and intellectually, as compared with Eastern women. She was well satisfied now that her beauty was confessed, her mind a grade above the average, and her powers of fascination rather extraordinary. So she was at ease upon those points. When she arrived she was possessed of habits of economy and not possessed of money. Now she dressed elaborately, gave but little thought to the cost of things, and was very well fortified financially. She kept her mother and Washington freely supplied with money, and did the same by Colonel Sellers, who always insisted upon giving his note for loans, with interest. He was rigid upon that. She must take interest, and one of the Colonel's greatest satisfactions was to go over his accounts and note what a handsome sum this accruing interest amounted to, and what a comfortable though modest support it would yield Laura in case reverses should overtake her. In truth, he could not help feeling that he was an efficient shield for her against poverty, and so if her expensive ways ever troubled him for a brief moment, he presently dismissed the thought and said to himself, "Let her go on. Even if she loses everything, she is still safe. This interest will always afford her a good, easy income." Laura was on excellent terms with a great many members of Congress, and there was an undercurrent of suspicion in some quarters that she was one of the detested class known as lobbyists. But what belle could escape slander in such a city? Fair-minded people declined to condemn her on mere suspicion, and so the injurious talk made no very damaging headway. She was very gay now, and very celebrated, and she might well expect to be assailed by many kinds of gossip. She was growing used to celebrity, and could already sit calm and seemingly unconscious under the fire of 50 lorgnettes in a theater, or even overhear the low voice, "That's she," as she passed along the street without betraying annoyance. The whole air was full of a vague, vast scheme, which was to eventuate in filling Laura's pockets with millions of money. Some had one idea of the scheme, and some another, but nobody had any exact knowledge upon the subject. All that any one felt sure about was that Laura's landed estates were princely in value and extent, and that the government was anxious to get hold of them for public purposes, and that Laura was willing to make the sale, but not at all anxious about the matter, and not at all in a hurry. It was whispered that Senator Dilworthy was a stumbling block in the way of an immediate sale, because he was resolved that the government should not have the lands except with the understanding that they should be devoted to the uplifting of the Negro race. Laura did not care what they were devoted to, it was said, a world of very different gossip to the contrary notwithstanding, but there were several other heirs, and they would be guided entirely by the Senator's wishes. And finally, many people averred that while it would be easy to sell the lands to the government for the benefit of the Negro, by resorting to the usual methods of influencing votes, Senator Dilworthy was unwilling to have so noble a charity sullied by any taint of corruption. He was resolved that not a vote should be bought. Nobody could get anything definite from Laura about these matters, and so gossip had to feed itself chiefly upon guesses. But the effect of it all was that Laura was considered to be very wealthy, and likely to be vastly more so in a little while. Consequently, she was much courted and as much envied. Her wealth attracted many suitors. Perhaps they came to worship her riches, but they remained to worship her. Some of the noblest men of the time succumbed to her fascinations. She frowned upon no lover when he made his first advances, but by and by, when she was hopelessly enthralled, he learned from her own lips that she had formed a resolution never to marry. Then he would go away hating and cursing the whole sex, and she would calmly add his scalp to her string, while she mused upon the bitter day that Colonel Selby trampled her love and her pride in the dust. In time it came to be said that her way was paved with broken hearts. Poor Washington gradually woke up to the fact that he too was an intellectual marvel, as well as his gifted sister. He could not conceive how it had come about. It did not occur to him that gossip about his family's great wealth had anything to do with it. He could not account for it by any process of reasoning, and was simply obliged to accept the fact and give up trying to solve the riddle. He found himself dragged into society and courted, wondered at and envied very much, as if he were one of those foreign barbers who flit over here now and then with a self-conferred title of nobility and marry some rich fool's absurd daughter. Sometimes at a dinner party or a reception he would find himself the center of interest and feel unutterably uncomfortable in the discovery. Being obliged to say something, he would mine his brain and put in a blast, and when the smoke and flying debris had cleared away, the result would be what seemed to him but a poor little intellectual clod of dirt or two, and then he would be astonished to see everybody as lost in admiration as if he had brought up a ton or two of virgin gold. Every remark he made delighted his hearers and compelled their applause. He overheard people say he was exceedingly bright. They were chiefly mammas and marriageable young ladies. He found that some of his good things were being repeated about the town. Whenever he heard of an instance of this kind, he would keep that particular remark in mind and analyze it at home in private. At first he could not see that the remark was anything better than a parrot might originate, but by and by he began to feel that perhaps he underrated his powers, and after that he used to analyze his good things with a deal of comfort, and find in them a brilliancy which would have been unapparent to him in earlier days, and then he would make a note of that good thing and say it again the first time he found himself in a new company. Presently he had saved up quite a repertoire of brilliancies, and after that he confined himself to repeating these and ceased to originate any more, lest he might injure his reputation by an unlucky effort. He was constantly having young ladies thrust upon his notice at receptions, and left upon his hands at parties, and in time he began to feel that he was being deliberately persecuted in this way, and after that he could not enjoy society because of his constant dread of these female ambushes and surprises. He was distressed to find that nearly every time he showed a young lady a polite attention he was straightway reported to be engaged to her, and as some of these reports got into the newspapers occasionally, he had to keep writing Louise that they were lies and she must believe in him and not mind them or allow them to grieve her. Washington was as much in the dark as anybody with regard to the great wealth that was hovering in the air and seemingly on the point of tumbling into the family pocket. Laura would give him no satisfaction. All she would say was, "Wait, be patient. You will see." "But will it be soon, Laura?" "It will not be very long, I think." "But what makes you think so?" "I have reasons, and good ones. Just wait and be patient." "But is it going to be as much as people say it is?" "What do they say it is?" "Oh, ever so much. Millions." "Yes, it will be a great sum." "But how great, Laura? Will it be millions?" "Yes, you may call it that. Yes, it will be millions. There! Now, does that satisfy you?" "Splendid. I can wait. I can wait patiently, ever so patiently. Once I was near selling the land for $20,000, once for $30,000, once after that for $7,000, and once for $40,000, but something always told me not to do it. What a fool I would have been to sell it for such a beggarly trifle. It is the land that's to bring the money, isn't it, Laura? You can tell me that much, can't you?" "Yes, I don't mind saying that much. It is the land." "But mind, don't ever hint that you got it from me. Don't mention me in the matter at all, Washington." "All right, I won't. Millions. Isn't it splendid? I mean, to look around for a building lot, a lot with fine ornamental shrubbery and all that sort of thing. I will do it today, and I might as well see an architect, too, and get him to go to work at a plan for a house. I don't intend to spare any expense. I mean to have the noblest house that money can build." Then, after a pause, he did not notice Laura's smiles. "Laura, would you lay the main hall in encaustic tiles, or just in fancy patterns of hard wood?" Laura laughed a good old-fashioned laugh that had more of her former natural self in it than any sound that had issued from her mouth in many weeks. She said, "You don't change, Washington. You still begin to squander a fortune right and left the instant you hear of it in the distance. You never wait till the foremost dollar of it arrives within 100 miles of you." And she kissed her brother good-bye and left him weltering in his dreams, so to speak. He got up and walked the floor feverishly during 2 hours. When he sat down he had married Louise, built a house, reared a family, married them off, spent upwards of $800,000 on mere luxuries, and died worth 12 millions. End of chapter 34. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.
Chapter 35 of The Gilded Age. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Gilded Age by Mark Twain and Charles Dudley Warner. Chapter 35. Laura went downstairs, knocked at the study door, and entered, scarcely waiting for the response. Senator Dilworthy was alone, with an open Bible in his hand, upside down. Laura smiled and said, forgetting her acquired correctness of speech, "It is only me." "Ah, come in, sit down," and the senator closed the book and laid it down. "I wanted to see you. Time to report progress from the Committee of the Whole," and the senator beamed with his own congressional wit. "In the Committee of the Whole things are working very well. We have made ever so much progress in a week. I believe that you and I together could run this government beautifully, Uncle." The senator beamed again. He liked to be called Uncle by this beautiful woman. "Did you see Hopperson last night after the congressional prayer meeting?" "Yes, he came. He's a kind of—" "Eh? He is one of my friends, Laura. He's a fine man, a very fine man. I don't know any man in Congress I'd sooner go to for help in any Christian work. What did he say?" "Oh, he beat around a little. He said he should like to help the Negro. His heart went out to the Negro and all that. Plenty of them say that, but he was a little afraid of the Tennessee Land Bill. If Senator Dilworthy wasn't in it, he should suspect there was a fraud on the government." "He said that, did he?" "Yes, and he said he felt he couldn't vote for it. He was shy." "Not shy, child, cautious. He's a very cautious man. I have been with him a great deal on conference committees. He wants reasons, good ones. Didn't you show him he was in error about the bill?" "I did. I went over the whole thing. I had to tell him some of the side arrangements, some of the—" "You didn't mention me." "Oh, no. I told him you were daft about the Negro and the philanthropy part of it, as you are." "Daft is a little strong, Laura, but you know that I wouldn't touch this bill if it were not for the public good, and for the good of the colored race, much as I am interested in the heirs of this property and would like to have them succeed." Laura looked a little incredulous, and the senator proceeded. "Don't misunderstand me. I don't deny that it is for the interest of all of us that this bill should go through, and it will. I have no concealments from you, but I have one principle in my public life which I should like you to keep in mind. It has always been my guide. I never push a private interest if it is not justified and ennobled by some larger public good. I doubt Christian would be justified in working for his own salvation if it was not to aid in the salvation of his fellow men." The senator spoke with feeling, and then added, "I hope you showed Hopperson that our motives were pure?" "Yes, and he seemed to have a new light on the measure. I think we'll vote for it." "I hope so. His name will give tone and strength to it. I knew you would only have to show him that it was just and pure in order to secure his cordial support. I think I convinced him. Yes, I am perfectly sure he will vote right now." That's good, said the senator, smiling and rubbing his hands. "Is there anything more?" "You'll find some changes in that, I guess," handing the senator a printed list of names. "Those checked off are all right." "Ah, running his eye down the list. "That's encouraging. What is the C before some of the names? And the BB?" "Those are my private marks. That C stands for convinced, with argument. The BB is a general sign for a relative. You see it stands before 3 of the honorable committee. I expect to see the chairman of the committee today, Mr. Buckstone." "So you must. He ought to be seen without any delay. Buckstone is a worldly sort of fellow, but he has charitable impulses. If we secure him we shall have a favorable report by the committee, and it will be a great thing to be able to state that fact quietly where it will do good. Oh, I saw Senator Balloon. He will help us, I suppose? Balloon is a whole-hearted fellow. I can't help loving that man for all his drollery and waggishness. He puts on an air of levity sometimes, but there ain't a man in the Senate knows the Scriptures as he does. He did not make any objections? Not exactly. He said— Shall I tell you what he said? Asked Laura, glancing furtively at him. Certainly. He said he had no doubt it was a good thing. If Senator Dilworthy was in it, it would pay to look into it. The senator laughed, but rather feebly, and said, Balloon is always full of his jokes. I explained it to him. He said it was all right. He only wanted a word with you, continued Laura. He is a handsome old gentleman, and he is gallant for an old man. My daughter, said the senator with a grave look, I trust there was nothing free in his manner. Free, repeated Laura, with indignation in her face. With me? There, there, child, I meant nothing. Balloon talks a little freely sometimes, with men, but he is right at heart. His term expires next year, and I fear we shall lose him. He seemed to be packing the day I was there. His rooms were full of dry goods boxes, into which his servant was crowding all manner of old clothes and stuff. I suppose he will paint pub docks on them and frank them home. That's good economy, isn't it? Yes, yes, but child, all congressmen do that. It may not be strictly honest. Indeed, it is not unless he had some public documents mixed in with the clothes. It's a funny world. Goodbye, uncle. I'm going to see that chairman. And humming a cheery opera air, she departed to her room to dress for going out. Before she did that, however, she took out her notebook and was soon deep in its contents, marking, dashing, erasing, figuring, and talking to herself. Free. I wonder what Dilworthy does think of me anyway. 1, 2, 8, 17, 21. It takes a heap for a majority. Wouldn't Dilworthy open his eyes if he knew some of the things Balloon did say to me? There. Hopperson's influence ought to count 20. The sanctimonious old curmudgeon, son-in-law, sinecure in the Negro Institution, that about gauges him, the 3 committeemen, sons-in-law, nothing like a son-in-law here in Washington or a brother-in-law, and everybody has 'em. Let's see, 61, with places, 25, persuaded. It is getting on. We'll have 2/3 of Congress in time. Dilworthy must surely know I understand him. Uncle Dilworthy, Uncle Balloon, tells very amusing stories, when ladies are not present. I should think so. 85. There, I must find that chairman. Queer. Buckstone X seemed to be in love. I was sure of it. He promised to come here, and he hasn't. Strange, very strange. I must chance to meet him today. Laura dressed and went out, thinking she was perhaps too early for Mr. Buckstone to come from the house, but as he lodged near the bookstore, she would drop in there and keep a lookout for him. While Laura is on her errand to find Mr. Buckstone, it may not be out of the way to remark that she knew quite as much of Washington life as Senator Dilworthy gave her credit for, and more than she thought proper to tell him. She was acquainted by this time with a good many of the young fellows of Newspaper Row, and exchanged gossip with them to their mutual advantage. They were always talking in the Row, everlastingly gossiping, bantering, and sarcastically praising things, and going on in a style which was a curious commingling of earnest and persiflage. Colonel Sellers liked this talk amazingly, though he was sometimes a little at sea in it, and perhaps that didn't lessen the relish of the conversation to the correspondents. It seems that they had got hold of the dry goods box packing story about Balloon one day, and were talking it over when the colonel came in. The colonel wanted to know all about it, and Hicks told him, and then Hicks went on with a serious air. Colonel, if you register a letter, it means that it is of value, doesn't it? And if you pay 15 cents for registering it, the government will have to take extra care of it and even pay you back its full value if it is lost. Isn't that so? Yes, I suppose it's so. Well, Senator Balloon put 15 cents worth of stamps on each of those 7 huge boxes of old clothes, and shipped that ton of second-hand rubbish, old boots and pantaloons and what not through the mails as registered matter. It was an ingenious thing, and it had a genuine touch of humor about it, too. I think there's more real talent among our public men of today than there was among those of old times. A far more fertile fancy, a much happier ingenuity. Now, Colonel, can you picture Jefferson, or Washington, or John Adams franking their wardrobes through the mails, and adding the facetious idea of making the government responsible for the cargo for the sum of $1.05? Statesmen were dull creatures in those days. I have a much greater admiration for Senator Balloon. Yes, Balloon is a man of parts, there's no denying it. I think so. He is spoken of for the post of Minister to China, or Austria, and I hope will be appointed. What we want abroad is good examples of the national character. John Jay and Benjamin Franklin were well enough in their day, but the nation has made progress since then. Balloon is a man we know, and can depend on to be true to himself. Yes, and Balloon has had a good deal of public experience. He is an old friend of mine. He was governor of one of the territories a while, and was very satisfactory. Indeed he was. He was ex officio an Indian agent, too. Many a man would have taken the Indian appropriation and devoted the money to feeding and clothing the helpless savages whose land had been taken from them by the white man in the interests of civilization, but Balloon knew their needs better. He built a government sawmill on the reservation with the money, and the lumber sold for enormous prices. A relative of his did all the work free of charge. That is to say, he charged nothing more than the lumber would bring. But the poor Injuns, not that I care much for Injuns, what did he do for them? Gave them the outside slabs to fence in the reservation with. Governor Balloon was nothing less than a father to the poor Indians, but Balloon is not alone. We have many truly noble statesmen in our country's service like Balloon. The Senate is full of them. Don't you think so, Colonel? Well, I don't know. I honor my country's public servants as much as anyone can. I meet them, sir, every day, and the more I see of them, the more I esteem them, and the more grateful I am that our institutions give us the opportunity of securing their services. Few lands are so blessed. That is true, Colonel. To be sure, you can buy now and then a senator or a representative, but they do not know it is wrong, and so they are not ashamed of it. They are gentle and confiding and childlike, and in my opinion these are qualities that ennoble them far more than any amount of sinful sagacity should. I quite agree with you, Colonel Sellers. Well, hesitated the Colonel, I am afraid some of them do buy their seats. Yes, I am afraid they do, but as Senator Dilworthy himself said to me, it is sinful. It is very wrong. It is shameful. Heaven protect me from such a charge. That is what Dilworthy said. And yet when you come to look at it, you cannot deny that we would have to go without the services of some of our ablest men, sir, if the country were opposed to bribery. It is a harsh term. I do not like to use it. The Colonel interrupted himself at this point to meet an engagement with the Austrian minister, and took his leave with his usual courtly bow. End of chapter 35. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, August 11th, 2010. Chapter 36 of The Gilded Age. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Gilded Age by Mark Twain and Charles Dudley Warner. Chapter 36. In due time, Laura alighted at the bookstore and began to look at the titles of the handsome array of books on the counter. A dapper clerk of perhaps 19 or 20 years, with hair accurately parted and surprisingly slick, came bustling up, and leaned over with a pretty smile and an affable, was there any particular book you wish to see? Have you Taine's England? Beg pardon? Taine's Notes on England. The young gentleman scratched the side of his nose with a cedar pencil which he took down from its bracket on the side of his head, and reflected a moment. Ah, I see, with a bright smile. Train, you mean, not Taine. George Francis Train. No, ma'am, I mean Taine, if I may take the liberty. The clerk reflected again, then, Taine. Is it hymns? No, it isn't hymns. It is a volume that is making a deal of talk just now, and is very widely known, except among parties who sell it. The clerk glanced at her face to see if a sarcasm might not lurk somewhere in that obscure speech, but the gentle simplicity of the beautiful eyes that met his banished that suspicion. He went away and conferred with the proprietor. Both appeared to be nonplussed. They thought and talked and talked and thought by turns. Then both came forward, and the proprietor said, "Is it an American book, ma'am?" "No, it is an American reprint of an English translation." "Oh, yes, I remember now. We are expecting it every day. It isn't out yet." "I think you must be mistaken, because you advertised it a week ago." "Why, no. Can that be so?" "Yes, I am sure of it. And besides, here is the book itself on the counter." She bought it, and the proprietor retired from the field. Then she asked the clerk for the autocrat of the breakfast table, and was pained to see the admiration her beauty had inspired in him fade out of his face. He said with cold dignity that cook-books were somewhat out of their line, but he would order it if she desired. She said no, never mind, Then she fell to conning the titles again, finding a delight in the inspection of the Hawthornes, the Longfellows, the Tennysons, and other favorites of her idle hours. Meanwhile the clerk's eyes were busy, and no doubt his admiration was returning again. Or maybe he was only gauging her probable literary tastes by some sagacious system of admeasurement only known to his guild. Now he began to assist her in making a selection, but his efforts met with no success. Indeed, they only annoyed her and unpleasantly interrupted her meditations. Presently, while she was holding a copy of Venetian Life in her hand and running over a familiar passage here and there, the clerk said briskly, snatching up a paper-covered volume and striking the counter a smart blow with it to dislodge the dust, "Now, here is a work that we've sold a lot of. Everybody that read it likes it," and he intruded it under her nose. "It's a book that I can recommend, The Pirate's Doom, or The Last of the Buccaneers. I think it's one of the best things that came out this season." Laura pushed it gently aside her hand and went on filching from Venetian Life. "I believe I do not want it," she said. The clerk hunted around a while, glancing at one title and then another, but apparently not finding what he wanted. However, he succeeded at last. Said he, "Have you ever read this, ma'am? I am sure you'll like it. It's by the author of The Hooligans of Hackensack. It is full of love troubles and mysteries and all sorts of such things. The heroine strangles her own mother. Just glance at the title, please. Gonderil the Vampire, or The Dance of Death. And here is The Jokist's Own Treasury, or The Funny Fellow's Bosom Friend. The funniest thing! I've read it 4 times, ma'am, and I can laugh at the very sight of it. And Gonderil, I assure you it is the most splendid book I ever read. I know you will like these books, ma'am, because I've read them myself and I know what they are." "Oh, I was perplexed, but I see how it is now. You must have thought I asked you to tell me what sorts of books I wanted, for I am apt to say things which I don't really mean when I am absent-minded. I suppose I did ask you, didn't I?" "No, ma'am, but yes, I must have done it, else you would not have offered your services for fear it might be rude. But don't be troubled. It was all my fault. I ought not to have been so heedless. I ought not to have asked you." "But you didn't ask me, ma'am. We always help customers all we can. You see, our experience, living right among books all the time, that sort of thing makes us able to help a customer make a selection, you know." "Now does it indeed? It is part of your business, then?" "Yes'm, we always help." "How good it is of you. Some people would think it rather obtrusive, perhaps, but I don't. I think it is real kindness, even charity. Some people jump to conclusions without any thought. Have you noticed that?" "Oh, yes," said the clerk, a little perplexed as to whether to feel comfortable or the reverse. "Oh, yes, indeed. I have often noticed that, ma'am. Yes, they jump to conclusions with an absurd heedlessness. Now, some people would think it odd that because you, with the budding tastes and the innocent enthusiasms natural to your time of life, enjoyed the vampires and the volume of nursery jokes, you should imagine that an older person would delight in them too. But I do not think it odd at all. I think it natural, perfectly natural in you. And kind, too. You look like a person who not only finds a deep pleasure in any little thing in the way of literature that strikes you forcibly, but is willing and glad to share that pleasure with others, and that I think is noble and admirable. Very noble and admirable. I think we ought all to share our pleasures with others, and do what we can to make each other happy. Do not you?" Oh, yes, indeed. Yes, you are quite right, ma'am." But he was getting unmistakably uncomfortable now, notwithstanding Laura's confiding sociability and almost affectionate tone. "Yes, indeed, many people would think that what a bookseller, or perhaps his clerk, knows about literature as literature, in contradistinction to its character as merchandise, would hardly be of much assistance to a person, that is, to an adult, of course, in the selection of food for the mind, except, of course, wrapping paper, or twine, or wafers, or something like that, but I never feel that way. I feel that whatever service you offer me, you offer with a good heart, and I am as grateful for it as if it were the greatest boon to me, and it is useful to me, it is bound to be so. It cannot be otherwise. If you show me a book which you have read, not skimmed over or merely glanced at, but read, and you tell me that you enjoyed it, and that you could read it 3 or 4 times, then I know what book I want. Thank you, to avoid. Yes, indeed, I think that no information ever comes amiss in this world. Once or twice I have traveled in the cars, and there, you know, the peanut boy always measures you with his eye, and hands you out a book of murders if you are fond of theology, or Tupper or a dictionary, or T.S. Arthur if you are fond of poetry, or he hands you a volume of distressing jokes or a copy of the American Miscellany if you particularly dislike that sort of literary fatty degeneration of the heart, just for the world like a pleasant-spoken, well-meaning gentleman in any bookstore. But here I am running on as if business men had nothing to do but listen to women talk. You must pardon me, for I was not thinking, and you must let me thank you again for helping me. I read a good deal, and shall be in nearly every day, and I would be sorry to have you think me a customer who talks too much and buys too little. Might I ask you to give me the time? 2:22. Thank you very much. I will set mine while I have the opportunity. But she could not get her watch open apparently. She tried and tried again. Then the clerk, trembling at his own audacity, begged to be allowed to assist. She allowed him. He succeeded, and was radiant under the sweet influences of her pleased face and her seductively worded acknowledgments with gratification. Then he gave her the exact time again, and anxiously watched her turn the hands slowly till they reached the precise spot without accident or loss of life, and then he looked as happy as a man who had helped a fellow being through a momentous undertaking, and was grateful to know that he had not lived in vain. Laura thanked him once more. The words were music to his ear, but what were they compared to the ravishing smile with which she flooded his whole system? When she bowed her adieu and turned away, he was no longer suffering torture in the pillory where she had had him trussed up during so many distressing moments, but he belonged to the list of her conquests, and was a flattered and happy thrall, with the dawnlight of love breaking over the eastern elevations of his heart. It was about the hour now for the chairman of the House Committee on Benevolent Appropriations to make his appearance, and Laura stepped to the door to reconnoiter. She glanced up the street, and sure enough. End of chapter 36. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, 11 August 2010. Chapter 37 of The Gilded Age. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Gilded Age by Mark Twain and Charles Dudley Warner. Chapter 37. That chairman was nowhere in sight. Such disappointments seldom occur in novels, but are always happening in real life. She was obliged to make a new plan. She sent him a note, and asked him to call in the evening, which he did. She received the Honorable Mr. Buckstone with a sunny smile, and said, "I don't know how I ever dared to send you a note, Mr. Buckstone, for you have the reputation of not being very partial to our sex." "Why, I am sure my reputation does me wrong, then, Miss Hawkins. I have been married once. Is that nothing in my favor?" "Oh, yes. That is, it may be and it may not be. If you have known what perfection is in woman, it is fair to argue that inferiority cannot interest you now." "Even if that were the case, it could not affect you, Miss Hawkins," said the chairman gallantly. "Fame does not place you in the list of ladies who rank below perfection." This happy speech delighted Mr. Buckstone as much as it seemed to delight Laura, but it did not confuse him as much as it apparently did her. "I wish in all sincerity that I could be worthy of such a felicitous compliment as that, but I am a woman, and so I am gratified, for it is just as it is, and would not have it altered. But it is not merely a compliment, that is, an empty compliment, it is the truth. All men will endorse that." Laura looked pleased, and said, "It is very kind of you to say it. It is a distinction indeed, for a country-bred girl like me to be so spoken of by people of brains and culture. You are so kind that I know you will pardon my putting you to the trouble to come this evening." "Indeed, it was no trouble, it was a pleasure. I am alone in the world since I lost my wife, and I often long for the society of your sex, Miss Hawkins, notwithstanding what people may say to the contrary." "It is pleasant to hear you say that. I am sure it must be so. If I feel lonely at times, because of my exile from old friends, although surrounded by new ones who are already very dear to me, how much more lonely must you feel, bereft as you are, and with no wholesome relief from the cares of state that weigh you down. For your own sake, as well as for the sake of others, you ought to go into society oftener. I seldom see you at a reception, and when I do, you do not usually give me very much of your attention." "I never imagined that you wished it, or I would have been very glad to make myself happy in that way. But one seldom gets an opportunity to say more than a sentence to you in a place like that. You are always down the center of a group, a fact which you may have noticed yourself. But if one might come here. Indeed, you would always find a hearty welcome, Mr. Buckstone. I have often wished you would come and tell me more about Cairo and the pyramids, as you once promised me you would. Why, do you remember that yet, Miss Hawkins? I thought ladies' memories were more fickle than that." "Oh, they are not so fickle as gentlemen's promises. And besides, if I had been inclined to forget, did you not give me something by way of a remembrancer?" "Did I? Think. It does seem to me that I did, but I have forgotten what it was now." Never, never call a lady's memory fickle again. Do you recognize this? A little spray of box. I am beaten. I surrender. But have you kept that all this time?" Laura's confusion was very pretty. She tried to hide it, but the more she tried, the more manifest it became, and withal the more captivating to look upon. Presently she threw the spray of box from her with an annoyed air, and said, "I forgot myself. I have been very foolish. I beg that you will forget this absurd thing." Mr. Buckstone picked up the spray, and sitting down by Laura's side on the sofa, said, "Please let me keep it, Miss Hawkins. I set a very high value upon it now." "Give it to me, Mr. Buckstone, and do not speak so. I have been sufficiently punished for my thoughtlessness. You cannot take pleasure in adding to my distress. Please give it to me." "Indeed, I do not wish to distress you, but do not consider the matter so gravely. You have done yourself no wrong. You probably forgot that you had it, but if you had given it to me I would have kept it, and not forgotten it." "Don't talk so, Mr. Buckstone. Give it to me, please, and forget the matter." "It would not be kind to refuse, since it troubles you so, and so I restore it. But if you would give me part of it, and keep the rest, so that you might have something to remind you of me when you wish to laugh at my foolishness." "Oh, by no means, no. Simply that I might remember that I had once assisted to discomfort you, and be reminded to do so no more." Laura looked up, and scanned his face a moment. She was about to break the twig, but she hesitated, and said, "If I were sure that you—" She threw the spray away, and continued, "This is silly. We will change the subject. No, do not insist. I must have my way in this." Then Mr. Buckstone drew off his forces, and proceeded to make a wily advance upon the fortress under cover of carefully contrived artifices and stratagems of war. But he contended with an alert and suspicious enemy, and so at the end of 2 hours it was manifest to him that he had made but little progress. Still he had made some, he was sure of that. Laura sat alone, and communed with herself. "He is fairly hooked, poor thing. I can play him at my leisure, and land him when I choose. He was all ready to be caught days and days ago. I saw that very well. He will vote for our bill, no fear about that, and moreover he will work for it too before I am done with him. If he had a woman's eyes, he would have noticed that the spray of box had grown 3 inches since he first gave it to me, but a man never sees anything and never suspects. If I had shown him a whole bush he would have thought it was the same. Well, it is a good night's work. The committee is safe. But this is a desperate game I am playing these days, a wearing, sordid, heartless game. If I lose everything, even myself. And if I win the game, will it be worth its cost after all? I do not know. Sometimes I doubt. Sometimes I half wish I had not begun. But no matter, I have begun, and I will never turn back, never while I live." Mr. Buckstone indulged in a reverie as he walked homeward. "She is shrewd and deep, and plays her cards with considerable discretion, but she will lose for all that. There is no hurry. I shall come out winner, all in good time. She is the most beautiful woman in the world, and she surpassed herself tonight. I suppose I must vote for that bill in the end, maybe. But that is not a matter of much consequence. The government can stand it. She is bent on capturing me, that is plain. But she will find by and by that what she took for a sleeping garrison was an ambuscade." End of chapter 37. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, 11 August 2010.
Chapter 38 of The Gilded Age. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John D. Nugent. The Gilded Age by Mark Twain and Charles Dudley Warner. Chapter 38. Now this surprising news caused her to fall in a trance. Life as she were dead, no limbs she could advance. Then her dear brother came, her from the ground he took, and she spake up and said, "O my poor heart is broke." From the Bernard Castle Tragedy. "Don't you think he is distinguished looking?" "What! That gawky-looking person with Miss Hawkins?" "There, he's just speaking to Mrs. Schoonmaker. Such high-bred negligence and unconsciousness, nothing studied. See his fine eyes? Very. They are moving this way now. Maybe he is coming here, but he looks as helpless as a rag baby. Who is he, Blanche? Who is he? And you've been here a week, Grace, and don't know? He's the catch of the season. That's Washington Hawkins, her brother. No, is it? Very old family. Old Kentucky family, I believe. He's got enormous landed property in Tennessee, I think. The family lost everything, slaves and that sort of thing, you know, in the war. But they have a great deal of land, minerals, mines, and all that. Mr. Hawkins and his sister, too, are very much interested in the amelioration of the condition of the colored race. They have some plan with Senator Dilworthy to convert a large part of their property or something or other for the freedmen. You don't say so. I thought he was some guy from Pennsylvania, but he is different from others. Probably he has lived all his life on his plantation. It was a day reception of Mrs. Representative Schoonmaker, a sweet woman of simple and sincere manners. Her house was one of the most popular in Washington. There were less ostentation there than in some others, and people liked to go there where the atmosphere reminded them of the peace and purity of home. Mrs. Schoonmaker was as natural and unaffected in Washington society as she was in her own New York house, and kept up with the spirit of home life there with her husband and children, and that was the reason, probably, why people of refinement liked to go there. Washington is a microcosm, and one can suit himself with any sort of society within a radius of a mile. To a large portion of the people who frequent Washington or dwell there, the ultra-fashion, the shoddy, the jobbery are as utterly distasteful as they would be in a refined New England city. Schoonmaker was not exactly a leader in the house, but he was greatly respected for his fine talents and his honesty. No one would have thought of offering to carry National Improvement Director's Relief stock for him. These day receptions were attended by more women than men, and those interested in the problem might have studied the costumes of the ladies present in view of this fact to discover whether women dress more for the eyes of women or for the effect upon men. It is a very important problem and has been a good deal discussed, and its solution would form one fixed philosophical basis upon which to estimate women's character. We are inclined to take a medium ground, and aver that woman dresses to please herself, and in obedience to a law of her own nature. "They are coming this way," said Blanche. People who made way for them to pass turned to look at them. Washington began to feel that the eyes of the public were on him also, and his eyes rolled about, now toward the ceiling, now toward the floor, in an effort to look unconscious. "Good morning, Miss Hawkins. Delighted. Mr. Hawkins, my friend, Miss Medlar." Mr. Hawkins, who was endeavoring to square himself for a bow, put his foot through the train of Mrs. Senator Poplin, who looked round with a scowl, which turned into a smile as she saw who it was. In extricating himself, Mr. Hawkins, who had the care of his hat as well as the introduction on his mind, shambled against Miss Blanche, who said pardon, with the prettiest accent, as if the awkwardness were her own. And Mr. Hawkins righted himself. "Don't you find it very warm today, Mr. Hawkins?" said Blanche, by way of a remark. "It's awful hot," said Washington. "It's warm for the season," continued Blanche pleasantly, "but I suppose you are accustomed to it," she added, with a general idea that the thermometer always stands at 90 degrees in all parts of the late slave states. "Washington weather generally cannot be very congenial to you." "It's congenial," said Washington, brightening up, "when it's not congealed." "That's very good. Did you hear, Grace? Mr. Hawkins says it's congenial when it's not congealed. What is it, dear? Said Grace, who was talking with Laura. The conversation was now finally under way. Washington launched out an observation of his own. Did you see those Japs, Mrs. Leavitt? Oh, yes, aren't they queer? But so high-bred, so picturesque. Do you think that color makes any difference, Mr. Hawkins? I used to be so prejudiced against color. Did you? I never was. I used to think my old mammy was handsome. How interesting your life must have been. I should like to hear about it. Washington was about settling himself into his narrative style when Mrs. General Finagle caught his eye. Have you been at the Capitol today, Mr. Hawkins? Washington had not. Is anything uncommon going on? They say it was very exciting. The Alabama business, you know. General Sutler of Massachusetts defied England, and they say he wants war. He wants to make himself conspicuous, more like, said Laura. He always, you have noticed, talks with one eye on the gallery, while the other is on the speaker. Well, my husband says it's nonsense to talk of war, and wicked. He knows what war is. If we do have war, I hope it will be for the patriots of Cuba. Don't you think we want Cuba, Mr. Hawkins? I think we want it bad, said Washington, and Santo Domingo. Senator Dilworthy says we are bound to extend our religion over the isles of the sea. We've got to round out our territory, and Washington's further observations were broken off by Laura, who whisked him off to another part of the room, and reminded him that they must make their adieu. How stupid and tiresome these people are, she said. Let's go. They were turning to say good-bye to the hostess when Laura's attention was arrested by the sight of a gentleman who was just speaking to Mrs. Schoonmaker. For a second her heart stopped beating. He was a handsome man of 40, and perhaps more, with greyish hair and whiskers, and he walked with a cane as if he were slightly lame. He might be less than 40, for his face was worn into hard lines, and he was pale. No, it could not be, she said to herself. It is only a resemblance. But as the gentleman turned and she saw his full face, Laura put out her hand and clutched Washington's arm to prevent herself from falling. Washington, who was not minding anything as usual, looked round in wonder. Laura's eyes were blazing fire and hatred. He had never seen her look so before, and her face was livid. Why, what is it, sis? Your face is as white as paper. It's he. It's he. Come, come. And she dragged him away. It's who? Asked Washington, when they had gained the carriage. It's nobody. It's nothing. Did I say he? I was faint with the heat. Don't mention it. Don't you speak of it, she added earnestly, grasping his arm. When she had gained her room, she went to the glass and saw a pallid and haggard face. My God, she cried, this will never do. I should have killed him if I could. The scoundrel still lives, and dares to come here. I ought to kill him. He has no right to live. How I hate him, and yet I loved him. Oh, heavens, how I did love that man! And why didn't he kill me? He might better. He did kill all that was good in me. Oh, but he shall not escape. He shall not escape this time. He may have forgotten. He will find that a woman's hate doesn't forget. The law? What would the law do but protect him and make me an outcast? How all Washington would gather up its virtuous skirts and avoid me if it knew. I wonder if he hates me as I do him. So Laura raved, in tears and in rage by turns, tossed off in a tumult of passion, which she gave way to with little effort to control. A servant came to summon her to dinner. She had a headache. The hour came for the President's reception. She had a raving headache, and the senator must go without her. That night of agony was like another night she recalled. How vividly it all came back to her. And at that time she remembered she thought she might be mistaken. He might come back to her. Perhaps he loved her a little after all. Now she knew he did not. Now she knew he was a cold-blooded scoundrel without pity. Never a word in all these years. She had hoped he was dead. Did his wife live, she wondered? She caught at that, and it gave a new current to her thoughts. Perhaps, after all, she must see him. She could not live without seeing him. Would he smile as in the old days when she loved him so, or would he sneer as when she last saw him? If he looked so, she hated him. If he should call her Laura darling and look so, she must find him. She must end her doubts. Laura kept her room for 2 days, on one excuse and another, a nervous headache, a cold, to the great anxiety of the senator's household. Callers, who went away, said she had been too gay. They did not say fast, though some of them may have thought it. One so conspicuous and successful in society as Laura could not be out of the way in 2 days, without remarks being made, and not all of them complimentary. When she came down, she appeared as usual, a little pale maybe, but unchanged in manner. If there were any deepened lines about the eyes, they had been concealed. Her course of action was quite determined. At breakfast she asked if any one had heard any unusual noise during the night. Nobody had. Washington never heard any noise of any kind after his eyes were shut. Some people thought he never did when they were open either. Senator Dilworthy said he had come in late. He was detained in a little consultation after the congressional prayer meeting. Perhaps it was his entrance. No, Laura said. She heard that. It was later. She might have been nervous, but she fancied somebody was trying to get into the house. Mr. Brierly humorously suggested that it might be, as none of the members were occupied in night session. The senator frowned, and said he did not like to hear that kind of newspaper slang. There might be burglars about. Laura said that it was very likely it was only her nervousness. But she thought she would feel safer if Washington would let her take one of his pistols. Washington brought her one of his revolvers, and instructed her in the art of loading and firing it. During the morning, Laura drove down to Mrs. Schoonmaker's to pay a friendly call. "Your receptions are always delightful," she said to that lady. "The pleasant people all seem to come here." "It's pleasant to hear you say so, Miss Hawkins. I believe my friends like to come here. Though society in Washington is mixed, we have a little of everything. I suppose, though, you don't see much of the old rebel element," said Laura with a smile. If this seemed to Mrs. Schoonmaker a singular remark for a lady to make, who was meeting rebels in society every day, she did not express it in any way, but only said, "You know we don't say rebel any more. Before we came to Washington, I thought rebels would look unlike other people. I find we are very much alike, and that kindness and good nature wear away prejudice. And then, you know, there are all sorts of common interests. My husband sometimes says that he doesn't see but Confederates are just as eager to get at the Treasury as Unionists. You know that Mr. Schoonmaker is on the appropriations. Does he know many Southerners?" "Oh, yes. There were several at my reception the other day. Among others, a Confederate colonel, a stranger, handsome man with gray hair. Probably you didn't notice him. Uses a cane in walking. A very agreeable man. I wondered why he called. When my husband came home and looked over the cards, he said he had a cotton claim, a real Southerner. Perhaps you might know him if I could think of his name. Yes, here's his card. Louisiana. Laura took the card, looked at it intently till she was sure of the address, and then laid it down with, "No, he is no friend of ours." That afternoon Laura wrote and dispatched the following note. It was in a round hand, unlike her flowing style, and it was directed to a number and street in Georgetown. A lady at Senator Dilworthy's would like to see General George Selby on business connected with the cotton claims. Can he call Wednesday at 3:00 p.m.? On Wednesday at 3 p.m., no one of the family was likely to be in the house except Laura. End of chapter 38. Recording by John D. Nugent in Van Nuys, California. Website www.creativehorizonsagency.org. Chapter 39 of The Gilded Age. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John D. Nugent. The Gilded Age by Mark Twain and Charles Dudley Warner. Chapter 39. Colonel Selby had just come to Washington and taken lodgings in Georgetown. His business was to get pay for some cotton that was destroyed during the war. There were many others in Washington on the same errand, some of them with claims as difficult to establish as his. A concert of action was necessary, and he was not therefore at all surprised to receive the note from a lady asking him to call at Senator Dilworthy's. At a little after 3 on Wednesday, he rang the bell of the senator's residence. It was a handsome mansion on the square, opposite the president's house. The owner must be a man of great wealth, the colonel thought. Perhaps, who knows, said he with a smile, he may have got some of my cotton in exchange for salt and quinine after the capture of New Orleans. As this thought passed through his mind, he was looking at the remarkable figure of the hero of New Orleans, holding itself by main strength from sliding off the back of the rearing bronze horse, and lifting its hat in the manner of one who acknowledges the playing of that martial air, "See the conquering hero comes." "Gad," said the colonel to himself, "Old Hickory ought to get down and give his seat to General Sutler, but they'd have to tie him on." Laura was in the drawing-room. She heard the bell, she heard the steps in the hall, and the emphatic thud of the supporting cane. She had risen from her chair and was leaning against the piano, pressing her left hand against the violent beating of her heart. The door opened, and the colonel entered, standing in the full light of the opposite window. Laura was more in the shadow, and stood for an instant, long enough for the colonel to make the inward observation that she was a magnificent woman. She then advanced a step. "Colonel Selby, is it not?" The colonel staggered back, caught himself by a chair, and turned toward her a look of terror. "Laura? My God! Yes, your wife. Oh, no, it can't be. How came you here? I thought you were... You thought I was dead? You thought you were rid of me? Not so long as you live, Colonel Selby, not so long as you live," Laura in her passion was hurried on to say. No man had ever accused Colonel Selby of cowardice, but he was a coward before this woman. Maybe he was not the man he once was. Where was his coolness? Where was his sneering, imperturbable manner, with which he could have met and would have met any woman he had wronged, if he had only been forewarned? He felt now that he must temporize, that he must gain time. There was danger in Laura's tone. There was something frightful in her calmness. Her steady eyes seemed to devour him. "You have ruined my life," she said, "and I was so young, so ignorant, and loved you so. You betrayed me, and left me mocking me and trampling me into the dust, a soiled cast-off. You might better have killed me then. Then I should not have hated you." "Laura," said the Colonel, nerving himself, but still pale, and speaking appealingly, "don't say that. Reproach me. I deserve it. I was a scoundrel. I was everything monstrous. But your beauty made me crazy. You are right. I was a brute in leaving you as I did. But what could I do? I was married, and your wife still lives?" asked Laura, bending a little forward in her eagerness. The Colonel noticed the action, and he almost said no, but he thought of the folly of attempting concealment. "Yes, she is here." What little colour had wandered back into Laura's face forsook it again. Her heart stood still. Her strength seemed going from her limbs. Her last hope was gone. The room swam before her for a moment, and the Colonel stepped toward her, but she waved him back, as hot anger again coursed through her veins, and said, "And you dare come with her here and tell me of it? Here, and mock me with it? And you think I will have it, George? You think I will let you live with that woman? You think I am as powerless as that day I fell dead at your feet?" She raged now. She was in a tempest of excitement, and she advanced toward him with a threatening mien. She would kill me if she could, thought the Colonel, but he thought at that same moment, how beautiful she is. He had recovered his head now. She was lovely when he knew her, then a simple country girl. Now she was dazzling, in the fullness of ripe womanhood, a superb creature, with all the fascination that a woman of the world has for such a man as Colonel Selby. Nothing of this was lost on him. He stepped quickly to her, grasped both her hands in his, and said, "Laura, stop. Think. Suppose I loved you yet. Suppose I hated my fate. What can I do? I am broken by the war. I have lost everything almost. I had as lief be dead and done with it." The Colonel spoke with a low, remembered voice that thrilled through Laura. He was looking into her eyes as he had looked in those old days, when no birds of all those that sang in the groves where they had walked sang a note of warning. He was wounded. He had been punished. Her strength forsook her with her rage, and she sank upon a chair, sobbing. "Oh, my God, I thought I hated him." The Colonel knelt beside her. He took her hand, and she let him keep it. She looked down into his face with a pitiable tenderness, and said in a weak voice, "And do you love me a little?" The Colonel vowed and protested. He kissed her hand and her lips. He swore his false soul into perdition. She wanted love, this woman. Was not her love for George Selby deeper than any other woman's could be? Had she not a right to him? Did he not belong to her by virtue of her overmastering passion? His wife. She was not his wife except by the law. She could not be. Even with the law she could have no right to stand between two souls that were one. It was an infamous condition in society that George should be tied to her. Laura thought this, believed it, because she desired to believe it. She came to it as an original proposition, founded on the requirements of her own nature. She may have heard, doubtless she had, similar theories that were prevalent at the day, theories of the tyranny of marriage and of the freedom of marriage. She had even heard women lecturers say that marriage should only continue so long as it pleased either party to it, for a year, or a month, or a day. She had not given much heed to this, but she saw its justice now in a dash of revealing desire. It must be right. God would not have permitted her to love George Selby as she did, and him to love her, if it was right for society to raise up a barrier between them. He belonged to her. Had he not confessed it himself? Not even the religious atmosphere of Senator Dilworthy's house had been sufficient to instill into Laura that deep Christian principle which had been somehow omitted in her training. Indeed, in that very house had she not heard women, prominent before the country and besieging Congress, utter sentiments that fully justified the course she was marking out for herself? They were seated now, side by side, talking with more calmness. Laura was happy, or thought she was, but it was that feverish sort of happiness which is snatched out of the black shadow of falsehood, and is at the moment recognized as fleeting and perilous, and indulged tremblingly. She loved. She was loved. That is happiness, certainly. And the black past and the troubled present and the uncertain future could not snatch that from her. What did they say as they sat there? What nothings do people usually say in such circumstances, even if they are 70. It was enough for Laura to hear his voice and be near him. It was enough for him to be near her and avoid committing himself as much as he could. Enough for him was the present also. Had there not always been some way out of such scrapes? And yet Laura could not be quite content without prying into tomorrow. How could the Colonel manage to free himself from his wife? Would it be long? Could he not go into some state where it would not take much time? He could not say exactly. That they must think of. That they must talk over. And so on. Did this seem like the damnable plot to Laura against the life, maybe, of a sister, a woman like herself? Probably not. It was right that this man should be hers, and there were some obstacles in the way. That was all. There were as good reasons for bad actions as for good ones, to those who commit them. When one has broken the 10th commandment, the others are not of much account. Was it unnatural, therefore, that when George Selby departed, Laura should watch him from the window with an almost joyful heart as he went down the sunny square? "I shall see him tomorrow," she said, "and the next day, and the next. He is mine now." "Damn the woman," said the Colonel as he picked his way down the steps. "Or," he added, as his thoughts took a new turn, "I wish my wife was in New Orleans." End of chapter 39. Recorded by John D. Nugent, Van Nuys, California. Business website www.creativehorizonsagency.com.
Chapter 40 of The Gilded Age. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piper Hayes. The Gilded Age by Mark Twain and Charles Dudley Warner. Chapter 40. Open your ears, for which of you will stop the vent of hearing when loud rumor speaks? I, from the Orient to the drooping West, making the wind my post horse, still unfold the acts commenced on this ball of earth. Upon my tongue's continual slanders ride, the which in every language I pronounce, stuffing the ears of men with false reports. King Henry IV. As may be readily believed, Colonel Beriah Sellers was by this time one of the best known men in Washington. For the first time in his life his talents had a fair field. He was now at the center of the manufacture of gigantic schemes, of speculations of all sorts, of political and social gossip. The atmosphere was full of little and big rumors, and of vast undefined expectations. Everybody was in haste, too, to push on his private plan, and feverish in his haste, as if in constant apprehension that tomorrow would be Judgment Day. "Work while Congress is in session," said the uneasy spirit, "for in the recess there is no work and no device." The Colonel enjoyed this bustle and confusion amazingly. He thrived in the air of indefinite expectation. All his own schemes took larger shape and more misty and majestic proportions, and in this congenial air the Colonel seemed even to himself to expand into something large and mysterious. If he respected himself before, he almost worshipped Beriah Sellers now as a superior being. If he could have chosen an official position out of the highest, he would have been embarrassed in the selection. The presidency of the Republic seemed too limited and cramped in the constitutional restrictions. If he could have been Grand Lama of the United States, that might have come the nearest to his idea of a position, and next to that he would have luxuriated in the irresponsible omniscience of the special correspondent. Colonel Sellers knew the President very well, and had access to his presence when officials were kept cooling their heels in the waiting room. The President liked to hear the Colonel talk. His voluble ease was a refreshment after the decorous dullness of men who only talked business and government, and everlastingly expounded their notions of justice and the distribution of patronage. The Colonel was as much a lover of farming and of horses as Thomas Jefferson was. He talked to the President by the hour about his magnificent stud and his plantation at Hawkeye, a kind of principality, he represented it. He urged the President to pay him a visit during the recess and see his stock farm. "The President's table is well enough," he used to say to the loafers who gathered about him at Willard's. "Well enough for a man on salary, but God bless my soul, I should like him to see a little old-fashioned hospitality. Open house, you know. A person seeing me at home might think I paid no attention to what was in the house, just let things flow in and out. He'd be mistaken. What I look to is quality, sir. The President has variety enough, but the quality. Vegetables, of course, you can't expect here. I'm very particular about mine. Take celery now. There's only one spot in this country where celery will grow. But I ain't surprised about the wines. I should think they were manufactured in the New York Custom House. I must send the President some from my cellar. I was really mortified the other day at dinner to see Black Bay leave his standing in the glasses." When the Colonel first came to Washington he had thoughts of taking the mission to Constantinople, in order to be on the spot to look after the dissemination of his eye water. But as that invention was not yet quite ready, the project shrank a little in the presence of vaster schemes. Besides, he felt that he could do the country more good by remaining at home. He was one of the Southerners who were constantly quoted as heartily accepting the situation. "I'm whipped," he used to say with a jolly laugh. "The government was too many for me. I'm cleaned out, done for, except my plantation and private mansion. We played for a big thing and lost it. And I don't whine, for one. I go for putting the old flag on all the vacant lots. I said to the President, says I, 'Grant, why don't you take Santo Domingo?
Annex the whole thing, and settle the bill afterwards. That's my way. I'd take the job to manage Congress. The South would come into it. You've got to conciliate the South, consolidate the two debts, pay 'em off in greenbacks, and go ahead. That's my notion. Boutwell's got the right notion about the value of paper, but he lacks courage. I should like to run the Treasury Department about 6 months. I'd make things plenty and business look up." The Colonel had access to the departments. He knew all the senators and representatives, and especially the lobby. He was consequently a great favorite in Newspaper Row, and was often lounging in the offices there, dropping bits of private official information, which were immediately caught up and telegraphed all over the country. But it need to surprise even the Colonel when he read it. It was embellished to that degree that he hardly recognized it, and the hint was not lost on him. He began to exaggerate his heretofore simple conversation to suit the newspaper demand. People used to wonder in the winters of 1870 and 1870 where the specials got that remarkable information, with which they every morning surprised the country, revealing the most secret intentions of the President and his cabinet, the private thoughts of political leaders, the hidden meaning of every movement. This information was furnished by Colonel Sellers. When he was asked afterwards about the stolen copy of the Alabama Treaty which got into the New York Tribune, he only looked mysterious and said that neither he nor Senator Dilworthy knew anything about it. But those whom he was in the habit of meeting occasionally felt almost certain that he did know. It must not be supposed that the Colonel in his general patriotic labors neglected his own affairs. The Columbus River navigation scheme absorbed only a part of his time, so he was enabled to throw quite a strong reserve force of energy into the Tennessee land plan, a vast enterprise commensurate with his abilities, and in the prosecution of which he was greatly aided by Mr. Henry Brierly, who was buzzing about the Capitol and the hotels day and night, and making capital for it in some mysterious way. "We must create a public opinion," said Senator Dilworthy. "My only interest in it is a public one, and if the country wants the institution, Congress will have to yield." It may have been after a conversation between the Colonel and Senator Dilworthy that the following special dispatch was sent to a New York newspaper. We understand that a philanthropic plan is on foot in relation to the colored race that will, if successful, revolutionize the whole character of Southern industry. An experimental institution is in contemplation in Tennessee, which will do for that state what the industrial school at Zurich did for Switzerland. We learn that approaches have been made to the heirs of the late Honorable Silas Hawkins of Missouri, in reference to a lease of a portion of their valuable property in East Tennessee. Senator Dilworthy, it is understood, is inflexibly opposed to any arrangement that will not give the government absolute control. Private interests must give way to the public good. It is to be hoped that Colonel Sellers, who represents the heirs, will be led to see the matter in this light. When Washington Hawkins read this dispatch, he went to the Colonel in some anxiety. He was for a lease. He didn't want to surrender anything. What did he think the government would offer? 2 millions? "Maybe 3, maybe 4, said the Colonel. "It's worth more than the Bank of England." "If they will not lease," said Washington, "let 'em make it 2 millions for an undivided half. I'm not going to throw it away, not the whole of it." Harry told the Colonel that they must drive the thing through. He couldn't be dallying round Washington when spring opened. Phil wanted him. Phil had a great thing on hand up in Pennsylvania. "What is that?" inquired the Colonel, always ready to interest himself in anything large. "A mountain of coal, that's all. He's going to run a tunnel into it in the spring." "Does he want any capital?" asked the Colonel, in the tone of a man who is given to calculating carefully before he makes an investment. "No. Old man Bolton's behind him. He has capital, but I judged that he wanted my experience in starting." "If he wants me, tell him I'll come after Congress adjourns. I should like to give him a little lift. He lacks enterprise. Now about that Columbus River, he doesn't see his chances, but he's a good fellow, and you can tell him that Sellers won't go back on him." "By the way," asked Harry, "who is that rather handsome party that's hanging round Laura? I see him with her everywhere, at the Capitol, in the horse cars, and he comes to Dilworthy's. If he weren't lame I should think he was going to run off with her." "Oh, that's nothing. Laura knows her business. He has a cotton claim. Used to be at Hawkeye during the war. Selby's his name, was a colonel. Got a wife and family. Very respectable people, the Selbys." "Well, that's all right," said Harry, "if it's business. But if a woman looked at me as I've seen her at Selby, I should understand it. And it's talked about, I can tell you." Jealousy had no doubt sharpened this young gentleman's observation. Laura could not have treated him with more lofty condescension if she had been the Queen of Sheba on a royal visit to the great republic. And he resented it, and was huffy when he was with her, and ran her errands, and brought her gossip, and bragged of his intimacy with the lovely creature among the fellows at Newspaper Row. Laura's life was rushing on now in the full stream of intrigue and fashionable dissipation. She was conspicuous at the balls of the fastest set, and was suspected of being present at those doubtful suppers that began late and ended early. If Senator Dilworthy remonstrated about appearances, she had a way of silencing him. Perhaps she had some hold on him. Perhaps she was necessary to his plan for ameliorating the condition, the tube-colored race. She saw Colonel Selby when the public knew and when it did not know. She would see him whatever excuses he made, and however he avoided her. She was urged on by a fever of love and hatred and jealousy, which alternately possessed her. Sometimes she petted him and coaxed him and tried all her fascinations, and again she threatened him and reproached him. What was he doing? Why had he taken no steps to free himself? Why didn't he send his wife home? She should have money soon. They could go to Europe, anywhere. What did she care for talk? And he promised and lied and invented fresh excuses for delay, like a cowardly gambler and roue as he was, fearing to break with her and half the time unwilling to give her up. "That woman doesn't know what fear is," he said to himself, "and she watches me like a hawk." He told his wife that this woman was a lobbyist, whom he had to tolerate and use in getting through his claims, and that he should pay her and have done with her when he succeeded. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of The Gilded Age. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piper Hayes. The Gilded Age by Mark Twain and Charles Dudley Warner. Chapter 41. Henry Brierly was at the Dilworthys constantly, and on such terms of intimacy that he came and went without question. The senator was not an inhospitable man. He liked to have guests in his house, and Harry's gay humor and rattling way entertained him, for even the most devout men and busy statesmen must have hours of relaxation. Harry himself believed that he was of great service in the university business, and that the success of the scheme depended upon him to a great degree. He spent many hours in talking it over with the senator after dinner. He went so far as to consider whether it would be worth his while to take the professorship of civil engineering in the new institution,
But it was not the Senator's society nor his dinners, at which this scapegrace remarked that there was too much grace and too little wine, which attracted him to the horse. The fact was the poor fellow hung around there day after day for the chance of seeing Laura for 5 minutes at a time. For her presence at dinner he would endure the long bore of the Senator's talk afterwards, while Laura was off at some assembly, or excused herself on the plea of fatigue. Now and then he accompanied her to some reception, and rarely, on off nights, he was blessed with her company in the parlour, when he sang and was chatty and vivacious, and performed 100 little tricks of imitation and ventriloquism, and made himself as entertaining as a man could be. It puzzled him not a little that all his fascination seemed to go for so little with Laura. It was beyond his experience with women. Sometimes Laura was exceedingly kind and petted him a little, and took the trouble to exert her powers of pleasing, and to entangle him deeper and deeper. But this, it angered him afterwards to think, was in private. In public she was beyond his reach, and never gave occasion to the suspicion that she had any affair with him. He was never permitted to achieve the dignity of a serious flirtation with her in public. "Why do you treat me so?" he once said reproachfully. "Treat you how?" asked Laura in a sweet voice, lifting her eyebrows. "You know well enough. You let other fellows monopolize you in society, and you are as indifferent to me as if we were strangers." "Can I help it if they are attentive? Can I be rude? But we are such old friends, Mr. Brierly, that I didn't suppose you would be jealous." "I think I must be a very old friend then by your conduct towards me. By the same rule I should judge that Colonel Selby must be very new." Laura looked up quickly, as if about to return an indignant answer to such impertinence, but she only said, "Well, what of Colonel Selby, Saucebox?" "Nothing probably you'll care for. Your being with him so much is the town talk, that's all." "What do people say?" asked Laura calmly. "Oh, they say a good many things. You are offended, though, to have me speak of it?" "Not in the least. You are my true friend. I feel that I can trust you. You wouldn't deceive me, Harry?" throwing into her eyes a look of trust and tenderness that melted away all his petulance and distrust. "What do they say?" "Some say that you've lost your head about him. Others that you don't care any more for him than you do for a dozen others, but that he is completely fascinated with you and about to desert his wife. And others say it is nonsense to suppose you would entangle yourself with a married man, and that your intimacy only arises from the matter of the cotton claims for which he wants your influence with Dilworthy. But you know everybody is talked about more or less in Washington. I shouldn't care, but I wish you wouldn't have so much to do with Selby, Laura," continued Harry, fancying that he was now upon such terms that his advice would be heeded. "And you believe these slanders?" "I don't believe anything against you, Laura, but Colonel Selby does not mean you any good. I know you wouldn't be seen with him if you knew his reputation." "Do you know him?" Laura asked as indifferently as she could. "Only a little. I was at his lodgings in Georgetown a day or two ago with Colonel Sellers. Sellers wanted to talk with him about some patent remedy he has, eye water or something of that sort, which he wants to introduce into Europe. Selby is going abroad very soon." Laura started in spite of her self-control. "And his wife? Does he take his family? Did you see his wife?" "Yes, a dark little woman, rather worn. Must have been pretty once, though. Has 3 or 4 children, one of them a baby. They'll all go, of course. She said she should be glad enough to get away from Washington. You know Selby has got his claim allowed, and they say he has had a run of luck lately at Morrissey's." Laura heard all this in a kind of stupor, looking straight at Harry without seeing him. "Is it possible," she was thinking, "that this base wretch, after all his promises, will take his wife and children and leave me?" Is it possible the town is saying all these things about me?" And a look of bitterness coming into her face. "Does the fool think he can escape so?" "You are angry with me, Laura," said Harry, not comprehending in the least what was going on in her mind. "Angry?" she said, forcing herself to come back to his presence. "With you? Oh no. I'm angry with the cruel world, which pursues an independent woman as it never does a man. I'm grateful to you, Harry. I'm grateful to you for telling me of that odious man." And she rose from her chair and gave him her pretty hand, which the silly fellow took and kissed and clung to. And he said many silly things before she disengaged herself gently, and left him, saying it was time to dress for dinner. And Harry went away excited, and a little hopeful, but only a little. The happiness was only a gleam which departed and left him thoroughly miserable. She never would love him, and she was going to the devil besides. He couldn't shut his eyes to what he saw, nor his ears to what he heard of her. What had come over this thrilling young lady killer? It was a pity to see such a gay butterfly broken on a wheel. Was there something good in him after all that had been touched? He was in fact madly in love with this woman. It is not for us to analyze the passion and say whether it was a worthy one. It absorbed his whole nature and made him wretched enough. If he deserved punishment, what more would you have? Perhaps this love was kindling a new heroism in him. He saw the road on which Laura was going clearly enough, though he did not believe the worst he heard of her. He loved her too passionately to credit that for a moment, and it seemed to him that if he could compel her to recognize her position and his own devotion, she might love him, and that he could save her. His love was so far ennobled and become a very different thing from its beginning in Hawkeye. Whether he ever thought that if he could save her from ruin he could give her up himself is doubtful. Such a pitch of virtue does not occur often in real life, especially in such natures as Harry's, whose generosity and unselfishness were matters of temperament rather than habits or principles. He wrote a long letter to Laura, an incoherent, passionate letter, pouring out his love as he could not do in her presence, and warning her as plainly as he dared of the dangers that surrounded her and the risks she ran of compromising herself in many ways. Laura read the letter, with a little sigh maybe, as she thought of other days, but with contempt also, and she put it into the fire with the thought, "They're all alike." Harry was in the habit of writing to Philip freely, and boasting also about his doings, as he could not help doing and remain himself, mixed up with his own exploits and his daily triumphs as a lobbyist, especially in the matter of the new university, in which Harry was to have something handsome, were amusing sketches of Washington society, hints about Dilworthy, stories about Colonel Sellers, who had become a well-known character, and wise remarks upon the machinery of private legislation for the public good, which greatly entertained Philip in his convalescence. Laura's name occurred very often in these letters, at first in casual mention as the belle of the season, carrying everything before her with her wit and beauty, and then more seriously, as if Harry did not exactly like so much general admiration of her, and was a little nettled by her treatment of him. This was so different from Harry's usual tone about women that Philip wondered a good deal over it. Could it be possible that he was seriously affected? Then came stories about Laura, town talk, gossip which Harry denied the truth of indignantly, but he was evidently uneasy, and at length wrote in such miserable spirits that Philip asked him squarely what the trouble was. Was he in love? Upon this Harry made a clean breast of it, and told Philip all he knew about the Selby affair, and Laura's treatment of him, sometimes encouraging him and then throwing him off, and finally his belief that she would go to the bad. if something was not done to arouse her from her infatuation. He wished Philip was in Washington. He knew Laura, and she had a great respect for his character, his opinions, his judgment. Perhaps he, as an uninterested person whom she would have some confidence, and as one of the public, could say something to her that would show her where she stood. Philip saw the situation clearly enough. Of Laura he knew not much, except that she was a woman of uncommon fascination, and he thought from what he had seen of her in Hawkeye, her conduct towards him and towards Harry, of not too much principle. Of course he knew nothing of her history. He knew nothing seriously against her. And if Harry was desperately enamoured of her, why should he not win her if he could? If, however, she had already become what Harry uneasily felt she might become, was it not his duty to go to the rescue of his friend, and try to save him from any rash act on account of a woman that might prove to be entirely unworthy of him? For trifler and visionary as he was, Harry deserved a better fate than this. Philip determined to go to Washington and see for himself. He had other reasons also. He began to know enough of Mr. Bolton's affairs to be uneasy. Pennybacker had been there several times during the winter, and he suspected that he was involving Mr. Bolton in some doubtful scheme. Pennybacker was in Washington, and Philip thought he might perhaps find out something about him and his plans that would be of service to Mr. Bolton. Philip had enjoyed his winter very well for a man with his arm broken and his head smashed. With two such nurses as Ruth and Alice, illness seemed to him rather a nice holiday, and every moment of his convalescence had been precious and all too fleeting. With a young fellow of the habits of Philip, such injuries cannot be counted on to tarry long, even for the purpose of love-making, and Philip found himself getting strong with even disagreeable rapidity. During his first weeks of pain and weakness, Ruth was unceasing in her ministrations. She quietly took charge of him, and with a gentle firmness resisted all attempts of Alice or anyone else to share to any great extent the burden with her. She was clear, decisive, and peremptory in whatever she did. But often when Philip opened his eyes in those first days of suffering, and found her standing by his bedside, he saw a look of tenderness in her anxious face that quickened his already feverish pulse, a look that remained in his heart long after he closed his eyes. Sometimes he felt her hand on his forehead, and did not open his eyes for fear she would take it away. He watched for her coming to his chamber. He could distinguish her light footstep from all others. If this is what is meant by women practicing medicine, thought Philip to himself, I like it. Ruth, said he one day when he was getting to be quite himself, I believe in it. Believe in what? Why, in women physicians. Then I'd better call in Mrs. Dr. Longstreet. Oh no, one will do, one at a time. I think I should be well tomorrow if I thought I should never have any other. Thy physician thinks thee mustn't talk, Philip, said Ruth, putting her finger on his lips. But Ruth, I want to tell you that I should wish I never had got well if— There, thee must not talk. Thee is wandering again. And Ruth closed his lips with a smile on her own that broadened into a merry laugh as she ran away. Philip was not weary, however, of making these attempts. He rather enjoyed it. But whenever he inclined to be sentimental, Ruth would cut him off with some such gravely conceived speech as, Does thee think that thy physician will take advantage of the condition of a man who is as weak as thee is? I will call Alice if thee has any dying confessions to make. As Philip convalesced, Alice more and more took Ruth's place as his entertainer, and read to him by the hour, when he did not want to talk about Ruth, as he did a good deal of the time. Nor was this altogether unsatisfactory to Philip. He was always happy and contented with Alice. She was the most restful person he knew, better informed than Ruth and with a much more varied culture, and bright and sympathetic. He was never weary of her company if he was not greatly excited by it. She had upon his mind that peaceful influence that Mrs. Bolton had when occasionally she sat by his bedside with her work. Some people have this influence which is like an emanation. They bring peace to a house, they diffuse serene content in a room full of mixed company, though they may say very little, and are apparently unconscious of their own power. Not that Philip did not long for Ruth's presence all the same. Since he was well enough to be about the house she was busy again with her studies. Now and then her teasing humour came again. She always had a playful shield against his sentiment. Philip used sometimes to declare that she had no sentiment, and then he doubted if he should be pleased with her after all, if she were at all sentimental. And he rejoiced that she had in such matters what he called the airy grace of sanity. She was the most gay, serious person he ever saw. Perhaps he was not so much at rest or so contented with her as with Alice, but then he loved her. And what have rest and contentment to do with love? End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of The Gilded Age. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piper Hayes. The Gilded Age by Mark Twain and Charles Dudley Warner. Chapter 42. Mr. Buckstone's campaign was brief, much briefer than he supposed it would be. He began it purposing to win Laura without being won himself, but his experience was that of all who had fought on that field before him. He diligently continued his effort to win her, but he presently found that while as yet he could not feel entirely certain of having won her, it was very manifest that she had won him. He had made an able fight, brief as it was, and that at least was to his credit. He was in good company now. He walked in a leash of conspicuous captives. These unfortunates followed Laura helplessly, for whenever she took a prisoner he remained her slave henceforth. Sometimes they chafed in their bondage. Sometimes they tore themselves free and said their serfdom was ended. But sooner or later they always came back penitent and worshipping. Laura pursued her usual course. She encouraged Mr. Buckstone by turns, and by turns she harassed him. She exalted him to the clouds at one time, and at another she dragged him down again. She constituted him chief champion of the Knobs University Bill, and he accepted the position, at first reluctantly, but later as a valued means of serving her. He even came to look upon it as a piece of great good fortune, since it brought him into such frequent contact with her. Through him she learned that the Honourable Mr. Trollope was a bitter enemy of her bill. He urged her not to attempt to influence Mr. Trollope in any way, and explained that whatever she might attempt in that direction would surely be used against her, and with damaging effect. She at first said she knew Mr. Trollope, and was aware that he had a blank, her private figure of speech for brother or son-in-law. But Mr. Buckstone said that he was not able to conceive what so curious a phrase as might mean, and had no wish to pry into the matter, since it was probably private. He would nevertheless venture the blind assertion that nothing would answer in this particular case and during this particular session but to be exceedingly wary and keep clear away from Mr. Trollope. Any other course would be fatal. It seemed that nothing could be done. Laura was seriously troubled. Everything was looking well, and yet it was plain that one vigorous and determined enemy might eventually succeed in overthrowing all her plans. A suggestion came into her mind presently, and she said, "Can't you fight against his great pension bill and bring him to terms?" "Oh, never. He and I are sworn brothers on that measure. We work in harness and are very loving. I do everything I possibly can for him there. But I work with might and main against his immigration bill. as pertinaciously and as vindictively indeed as he works against our university. We hate each other through half a conversation, and are all affection through the other half. We understand each other. He is an admirable worker outside the Capitol. He will do more for the pension bill than any other man could do. I wish he would make the great speech on it which he wants to make, and then I would make another, and we would be safe." "Well, if he wants to make a great speech, why doesn't he do it?" Visitors interrupted the conversation, and Mr. Buckstone took his leave. It was not of the least moment to Laura that her question had not been answered, inasmuch as it concerned a thing which did not interest her. And yet, human being like, she thought she would have liked to know. An opportunity occurring presently, she put the same question to another person, and got an answer that satisfied her. She pondered a good while that night after she had gone to bed, and when she finally turned over to go to sleep, she had thought out a new scheme. The next evening, at Mrs. Cleverson's party, she said to Mr. Buckstone, "I want Mr. Trollope to make his great speech on the pension bill." "Do you? But you remember I was interrupted, and did not explain to you—" "Never mind. I know. You must make him make that speech. I very particularly desire it." "Oh, it is easy to say make him do it, but how am I to make him?" "It is perfectly easy. I have thought it all out." She then went into the details. At length Mr. Buckstone said, "I see now. I can manage it, I am sure. Indeed, I wonder he never thought of it himself. There are no end of precedents. But how is this going to benefit you after I have managed it? There is where the mystery lies." "But I will take care of that. It will benefit me a great deal." "I only wish I could see how. It is the oddest freak. You seem to go the furthest around to get at a thing. But you are in earnest, aren't you?" "Yes, I am, indeed." "Very well, I will do it. But why not tell me how you imagine it is going to help you?" "I will, by and by. Now, there is nobody talking to him. Go straight and do it, there's a good fellow." A moment or two later the two sworn friends of the pension bill were talking together earnestly, and seemingly unconscious of the moving throng about them. They talked an hour, and then Mr. Buckstone came back and said, "He hardly fancied it at first, but he fell in love with it after a bit. And we have made a compact too. I am to keep his secret, and he is to spare me in future when he gets ready to denounce the supporters of the university bill, and I can easily believe he will keep his word on this occasion." A fortnight elapsed, and the university bill had gathered to itself many friends meantime. Senator Dilworthy began to think the harvest was ripe. He conferred with Laura privately. She was able to tell him exactly how the House would vote. There was a majority. The bill would pass, unless weak members got frightened at the last and deserted, a thing pretty likely to occur. The senator said, "I wish we had one more good strong man. Now Trollope ought to be on our side, for he is a friend of the Negro. But he is against us, and is our bitterest opponent. If he would simply vote no, but keep quiet and not molest us, I would feel perfectly cheerful and content. But perhaps there is no use in thinking of that." "Why, I laid a little plan for his benefit 2 weeks ago. I think he will be tractable, maybe. He is to come here tonight." "Look out for him, my child. He means mischief, sure. It is said that he claims to know of improper practices having been used in the interest of this bill, and he thinks he sees a chance to make a great sensation when the bill comes up. Be wary. Be very, very careful, my dear. Do your very ablest talking now. You can convince a man of anything when you try. You must convince him that if anything improper has been done, you, at least, are ignorant of it and sorry for it. And if you could only persuade him out of his hostility to the bill, too. But don't overdo the thing. Don't seem too anxious, dear." "I won't. I'll be ever so careful. I'll talk as sweetly to him as if he were my own child. You may trust me, indeed you may." The doorbell rang. "That is the gentleman now," said Laura. Senator Dilworthy retired to his study. Laura welcomed Mr. Trollope, a grave, carefully dressed, and very respectable-looking man, with a bald head, standing collar, and old-fashioned watch-seals. "Promptness is a virtue, Mr. Trollope, and I perceive that you have it. You are always prompt with me." "I always meet my engagements of every kind, Miss Hawkins." "It is a quality which is rarer in the world than it has been, I believe. I wish to see you on business, Mr. Trollope." "I judge so. What can I do for you?" "You know my bill, the Knobs University bill." "Ah, I believe it is your bill. I had forgotten. Yes, I know the bill." "Well, would you mind telling me your opinion of it?" "Indeed, since you seem to ask it without reserve, I am obliged to say that I do not regard it favorably. I have not seen the bill itself, but from what I can hear, well, it has a bad look about it. "Speak it out, never fear." "Well, they say it contemplates a fraud upon the government." "Well," said Laura tranquilly. "Well? I say well, too." "Well, suppose it were a fraud, which I feel able to deny, would it be the first one?" "You take a body's breath away. Did you wish me to vote for it? Was that what you wanted to see me about?" "Your instinct is correct. I do want you to vote for it." "Vote for a measure which is generally believed to be at least questionable? I'm afraid we cannot come to an understanding, Miss Hawkins." "No, I'm afraid not, if you have resumed your principles, Mr. Trollope." "Did you send for me merely to insult me? It is time for me to take my leave, Miss Hawkins." "No, wait a moment. Don't be offended at a trifle. Do not be offish and unsociable. The steamship subsidy bill was a fraud on the government. You voted for it, Mr. Trollope, though you always opposed the measure until after you had an interview one evening with a certain Mrs. McCarter at her house. She was my agent. She was acting for me." "Ah, that is right. Sit down again. You can be sociable easily enough if you have a mind to." "Well, I am waiting. Have you nothing to say?" "Miss Hawkins, I voted for that bill because when I came to examine into it—" "Ah, yes. When you came to examine into it. Well, I only want you to examine into my bill. Mr. Trollope, you would not sell your vote on that subsidy bill, which was perfectly right, but you accepted of some of the stock, with the understanding that it was to stand in your brother-in-law's name." "There is this is utterly groundless, Miss Hawkins." "But the gentleman seemed somewhat uneasy, nevertheless." "Well, not entirely so, perhaps. I and a person whom we will call Miss Blank, never mind the real name, were in a closet at your elbow all the while." Mr. Trollope winced. Then he said with dignity: "Miss Hawkins, is it possible that you were capable of such a thing as that?" "It was bad. I confess that. It was bad. Almost as bad as selling one's vote for. But I forget. You did not sell your vote. You only accepted a little trifle, a small token of esteem, for your brother-in-law. Oh, let us come out and be frank with each other. I know you, Mr. Trollope. I have met you on business 3 or 4 times. True, I never offered to corrupt your principles, never hinted such a thing. But always when I had finished sounding you, I manipulated you through an agent. Let us be frank. Wear this comely disguise of virtue before the public. It will count there. But here it is out of place. My dear sir, by and by there is going to be an investigation into that National Internal Improvement Directors' Relief Measure of a few years ago, and you know very well that you will be a crippled man, as likely as not, when it is completed. It cannot be shown that a man is a knave merely for owning that stock. I am not distressed about the National Improvement Relief Measure." Oh, indeed, I am not trying to distress you. I only wish to make good my assertion that I knew you. Several of you gentlemen bought of that stock without paying a penny down, received dividends from it. Think of the happy idea of receiving dividends, and very large ones too, from stock one hasn't paid for, and all the while your names never appeared in the transaction. If ever you took the stock at all, you took it in other people's names. Now you see, you had to know one of two things. Namely, you either knew that the idea of all this preposterous generosity was to bribe you into future legislative friendship, or you didn't know it. That is to say, you had to be either a knave or a fool. There was no middle ground. You are not a fool, Mr. Trollope. Miss Hawking, you flatter me. But seriously, you do not forget that some of the best and purest men in Congress took that stock in that way? Did Senator Bland? Well, no, I believe not. Of course you believe not. Do you suppose he was ever approached on the subject? Perhaps not. If you had approached him, for instance, fortified with the fact that some of the best men in Congress, and the purest, etc., etc., what would have been the result? Well, what would have been the result? He would have shown you the door. For Mr. Blank is neither a knave nor a fool. There are other men in the Senate and the House whom no one would have been hardy enough to approach with that relief stock in that peculiarly generous way, but they are not of the class that you regard as the best and purest. No, I say I know you, Mr. Trollope. That is to say, one may suggest a thing to Mr. Trollope which it would not do to suggest to Mr. Blank. Mr. Trollope, you are pledged to support the indigent congressman's retroactive appropriation, which is to come up either in this or the next session. You do not deny that, even in public. The man that will vote for that bill will break the 8th commandment in any other way, sir. But he will not vote for your corrupt measure, nevertheless, madam, exclaimed Mr. Trollope, rising from his seat in a passion. Ah, but he will. Sit down again and let me explain why. Oh, come, don't behave so. It is very unpleasant. Now be good, and you shall have the missing page of your great speech. Here it is." And she displayed a sheet of manuscript. Mr. Trollope turned immediately back from the threshold. It might have been gladness that flashed into his face. It might have been something else. But at any rate there was much astonishment mixed with it. "Good! Where did you get it? Give it me." "Now, there is no hurry. Sit down, and let us talk and be friendly." The gentleman wavered. Then he said, "No, this is only a subterfuge. I will go. It is not the missing page." Laura tore off a couple of lines from the bottom of the sheet. "Now," she said, "you will know whether this is the handwriting or not." You know it is the handwriting. Now if you will listen, you will know that this must be the list of statistics, which was to be the nub of your great effort, and the accompanying blast the beginning of the burst of eloquence, which was continued on the next page, and you will recognize that there was where you broke down. She read the page. Mr. Trollope said, "This is perfectly astounding. Still, what is all this to me? It is nothing. It does not concern me. The speech is made, and there an end. I did break down for a moment, and in a rather uncomfortable place, since I had led up to those statistics with some grandeur. The hiatus was pleasanter to the House and the galleries than it was to me. But it is no matter now. A week has passed. The jests about it ceased 3 or 4 days ago. The whole thing is a matter of indifference to me, Miss Hawkins." "But you apologized and promised the statistics for next day. Why didn't you keep your promise?" "The matter was not of sufficient consequence. The time has gone by to produce an effect with them." "But I hear that other friends of the Soldiers' Pension Bill desire them very much. I think you ought to let them have them." Miss Hawkins, this silly blunder of my copyist evidently has more interest for you than it has for me. I will send my private secretary to you and let him discuss the subject with you at length. Did he copy your speech for you? Of course he did. Why all these questions? Tell me, how did you get hold of that page of manuscript? That is the only thing that stirs a passing interest in my mind." "I'm coming to that." Then she said, much as if she were talking to herself, "It does seem like taking a deal of unnecessary pains for a body to hire another body to construct a great speech for him, and then go and get still another body to copy it before it can be read in the House." "Miss Hawkins, what do you mean by such talk as that?" "Why, I am sure I mean no harm. No harm to anybody in the world. I am certain that I overheard the Honorable Mr. Buckstone either promise to write your great speech for you, or else get some other competent person to do it." "This is perfectly absurd, madam, perfectly absurd." And Mr. Trollope affected a laugh of derision. "Why, the thing has occurred before now. I mean that I have heard that congressmen have sometimes hired literary grubs to build speeches for them. Now didn't I overhear a conversation like that I spoke of?" "Pshaw! Why, of course you may have overheard some such jesting nonsense. But would one be in earnest about so farcical a thing?" "Well, if it was only a joke, why did you make a serious matter of it? Why did you get the speech written for you, and then read it in the House without ever having it copied?" Mr. Trollope did not laugh this time. He seemed seriously perplexed. He said, "Come, play out your jest, Miss Hawkins. I can't understand what you are contriving, but it seems to entertain you, so please go on." "I will, I assure you. But I hope to make the matter entertaining to you too. Your private secretary never copied your speech." "Indeed? Really, you seem to know my affairs better than I do myself." "I believe I do. You can't name your own amanuensis, Mr. Trollope." "That is sad, indeed. Perhaps Miss Hawkins can." "Yes, I can. I wrote your speech myself, and you read it from my manuscript. There now." Mr. Trollope did not spring to his feet and smite his brow with his hand, while a cold sweat broke out all over him and the colour forsook his face. No, he only said, "Good God!" and looked greatly astonished. Laura handed him her commonplace book, and called his attention to the fact that the handwriting there and the handwriting of this speech were the same. He was shortly convinced. He laid the book aside and said composedly, "Well, the wonderful tragedy is done, and it transpires that I am indebted to you for my late eloquence. What of it? What was all this for, and what does it amount to after all? What do you propose to do about it?" "Oh, nothing. It is only a bit of pleasantry. When I overheard that conversation I took an early opportunity to ask Mr. Buckstone if he knew of anybody who might want a speech written. I had a friend, and so forth and so on. I was the friend myself. I thought I might do you a good turn then and depend on you to do me one by and by. I never let Mr. Buckstone have the speech till the last moment, and when you hurried off to the House with it you did not know there was a missing page, of course. But I did. And now perhaps you think that if I refuse to support your bill you will make a grand exposure?" "Well, I had not thought of that. I only kept back the page for the mere fun of the thing. But since you mention it, I don't know but I might do something if I were angry." "My dear Miss Hawkins, if you were to give out that you composed my speech, you know very well that people would say it was only your raillery, your fondness for putting a victim in the pillory and amusing the public at his expense. It is too flimsy, Miss Hawkins, for a person of your fine inventive talent. Contrive an abler device than that, come." "It is easily done, Mr. Trollope. I will hire a man and pin this page on his breast and label it 'The Missing Fragment of the Honourable Mr. Trollope's Great Speech, which speech was written and composed by Miss Laura Hawkins under a secret understanding for $100, and the money has not been paid.' And I will pin round about it notes in my handwriting, which I will procure from prominent friends of mine for the occasion. Also your printed speech in the Globe showing the connection between its bracketed hiatus and my fragment. And I give you my word of honor that I will stand that human bulletin board in the rotunda of the Capitol and make him stay there a week. You see you are premature, Mr. Trollope. The wonderful tragedy is not done yet by any means. Come now, doesn't it improve?" Mr. Trollope opened his eyes rather widely at this novel aspect of the case. He got up and walked the floor and gave himself a moment for reflection. Then he stopped and studied Laura's face a while, and ended by saying, "Well, I am obliged to believe you would be reckless enough to do that." "Then don't put me to the test, Mr. Trollope. But let's drop the matter. I have had my joke, and you've borne the infliction becomingly enough. It spoils a jest to harp on it after one has had one's laugh. I would much rather talk about my bill." "So would I now, my clandestine amanuensis. Compared with some other subjects, even your bill is a pleasant topic to discuss." "Very good indeed. I thought I could persuade you. Now I am sure you will be generous to the poor Negro and vote for that bill." "Yes, I feel more tenderly toward the oppressed colored man than I did. Shall we bury the hatchet and be good friends and respect each other's little secrets, on condition that I vote aye on the measure?" "With all my heart, Mr. Trollope. I give you my word of that." "It is a bargain, but isn't there something else you could give me too?" Laura looked at him inquiringly a moment, and then she comprehended. "Oh yes, you may have it now. I haven't any more use for it." She picked up the page of manuscript, but she reconsidered her intention of handing it to him, and said, "But never mind, I will keep it close. No one shall see it. You shall have it as soon as your vote is recorded." Mr. Trollope looked disappointed, but presently made his adieu, and had got as far as the hall when something occurred to Laura. She said to herself, "I don't simply want his vote under compulsion. He might vote aye, but work against the bill in secret, for revenge. That man is unscrupulous enough to do anything. I must have his hearty cooperation as well as his vote. There is only one way to get that." She called him back and said, "I value your vote, Mr. Trollope, but I value your influence more. You are able to help a measure along in many ways if you choose. I want to ask you to work for the bill as well as vote for it." "It takes so much of one's time, Miss Hawkins, and time is money, you know." "Yes, I know it is, especially in Congress. Now there is no use in you and I dealing in pretenses and going at matters in roundabout ways. We know each other. Disguises are nonsense. Let us be plain. I will make it an object to you to work for the bill." "Don't make it unnecessarily plain, please. There are little proprieties that are best preserved. What do you propose?" "Well, this." She mentioned the names of several prominent congressmen. "Now," said she, "these gentlemen are to vote and work for the bill, simply out of love for the Negro, and out of pure generosity I have put in a relative of each as a member of the University Incorporation. They will handle $1 million or so of money, officially, but will receive no salaries. A larger number of statesmen are to vote and work for the bill, also out of love for the Negro. Gentlemen of but moderate influence these, and out of pure generosity I am to see that relatives of theirs have positions in the University, with salaries, and good ones too. You will vote and work for the bill from mere affection for the Negro, and I desire to testify my gratitude becomingly. Make free choice. Have you any friend whom you would like to present with a salaried or unsalaried position in our institution?" "Well, I have a brother-in-law." "That same old brother-in-law, you good unselfish provider. I have heard of him often through my agents. How regularly he does turn up, to be sure. He could deal with those millions virtuously, and withal with ability too. But of course you would rather he had a salaried position?" "Oh no," said the gentleman facetiously. "We are very humble in our desires. We want no money, we labor solely for our country, and require no reward but the luxury of an a plodding conscience. Make him one of those poor, hard-working, unsalaried corporators, and let him do everybody good with those millions, and go hungry himself. I will try to exert a little influence in favor of the bill." Arrived at home, Mr. Trollope sat down and thought it all over. Something after this fashion. It is about the shape it might have taken if he had spoken it aloud. "My reputation is getting a little damaged, and I meant to clear it up brilliantly with an exposure of this bill at the supreme moment, and ride back into Congress on the éclat of it. And if I had that bit of manuscript I would do it yet. It would be more money in my pocket in the end than my brother-in-law will get out of that incorporatorship, fat as it is. But that sheet of paper is out of my reach. She will never let that get out of her hands. And what a mountain it is! It blocks up my road completely. She was going to hand it to me once. Why didn't she? Must be a deep woman. Deep devil. That is what she is, a beautiful devil, and perfectly fearless, too. The idea of her pinning that paper on a man and standing him up in the rotunda looks absurd at first glance. But she would do it. She is capable of doing anything. I went there hoping she would try to bribe me. Good solid capital that would be in the exposure. Well, my prayer was answered. She did try to bribe me, and I made the best of a bad bargain, and let her. I am checkmated. I must contrive something fresh to get back to Congress on. Very well. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. I will work for the bill. The incorporatorship will be a very good thing." As soon as Mr. Trollope had taken his leave, Laura ran to Senator Dilworthy and began to speak, but he interrupted her and said distressfully, without even turning from his writing to look at her, "Only half an hour. You gave it up early, child. However, it was best, it was best. I'm sure it was best. And safest." "Give it up? I?" The Senator sprang up, all aglow. "My child, you can't mean that you—" "I've made him promise on honor to think about a compromise tonight, and come and tell me his decision in the morning." "Good, there's hope yet that—" "Nonsense, uncle. I've made him engage to let the Tennessee Land Bill utterly alone." "Impossible! You—" "I've made him promise to vote with us." "Incredible! I've made him swear that he'll work for us."
"Preposterous! Utterly Break a window, child, before I suffocate."
"No matter, it's true anyway. Now we can march into Congress with drums beating and colors flying."
Well, well, well. I'm sadly bewildered, sadly bewildered. I can't understand it at all. The most extraordinary woman that ever— It's a great day. It's a great day. There, there. Let me put my hand in benediction on this precious head. Ah, my child, the poor Negro will bless—"
"Oh, bother the poor Negro, uncle. Put it in your speech. Good night, good bye. We'll marshal our forces and march with the dawn." Laura reflected a while when she was alone, and then fell to laughing peacefully. "Everybody works for me," so ran her thought. It was a good idea to make Buckstone lead Mr. Trollope on to get a great speech written for him, and it was a happy part of the same idea for me to copy the speech after Mr. Buckstone had written it, and then keep back a page. Mr. B. was very complimentary to me when Trollope's breakdown in the house showed him the object of my mysterious scheme. I think he will say still finer things when I tell him the triumph the sequel to it has gained for us. But what a coward the man was to believe I would have exposed that page in the rotunda, and so exposed myself. However, I don't know. I will think a moment. Suppose he voted no. Suppose the bill failed. That is to suppose this stupendous game lost forever that I have played so desperately for. Suppose people came around pitying me. Odious! And he could have saved me by his single voice. Yes, I would have exposed him. What would I care for the talk that would have made about me when I was gone to Europe with Selby, and all the world was busy with my history and my dishonor? It would be almost happiness to spite somebody at such a time. End of chapter 42.